In this video we will learn about variables. So I have made a variable name number and assigned 90 to it. So variables are also known as identifier. So this variable is a name location used to store the data in the memory. So now I am going to change the value assigned as 0.7. Okay, so when I print the number, it will print the new value, that is 0.7. So now I am going to make some new variable name. So let's take first name as Kumar. Let's take last name as Pillai, and then city equals Bhopal. So like this we can add more, like age, let's say 77. Let me put is married equals 2. So let me add one more. I will add here a list inside the variable skill. So let's put here Python, let's put Kotlin, let's see, like this. So now let's make a person info. So inside this person info we will store a dictionary. So let me put the same as first name, and then let me assign here the value as Kumar. So again I am going to put the key as, let's say, second name, and let's put the value as 11. So like this we can add more. So I am going to print one by one. So let me print the first name. So we can print all. Okay. We'll put here last name, and now let me print the skill, and let's print the person info. So let's run and see the output. So you can see the person info, the skill list, second name, last name, first name, everything is here. So now we can also put like this A, B, C. So we can declare multiple variables in a single line. So let me assign in A like 6, and I am going to put in B a floating point number, and let's put a string inside C, hello. So let's print A. So you can see it is printing the value of A. Similarly the value of C has been printed. So we can also do like this, like A equals 1 and then a semicolon, B equals 77.7 and C equals Python. So let's print the C. So here there is an error. So we have to put here colon, semicolon. So let's run it once again. So you can see the value of C has been printed. So you can also do like this, A equals B equals C equals 77. So when I print the value of B, it will print 77. So these are the examples. So you can also change the value, like let me change here C equals 5, and let me print here A. So you can see here the value of A is still 77, but the value of C is being changed. So let me put here C. So you can see here the value of C is been changed to 5. Literals are raw data stored inside a variable. So we have made a variable A and stored a binary literal inside it. So let me make a decimal literal this time, and I have stored it in B variable and C as, let's say, 00310. So this is our octal literal. So let's make D also, and I am going to put 0x12C. So this is our hexadecimal literal. So there are integers also, just like int 1 equals, I'm storing 10. So this is our integer literal. let's make int underscore 2 and I'm going to store 77. Similarly, we can make float like this. So these are float literal. So let's make like this also, float equals 1.5 e2. Okay, so this is also our float literal. So now let's see a complex literal. I'm making an x variable and storing 3.14j. So let's print all this. I'm going to print A, B, C and D. So let's run it. So you can see 10, 100, 200 and 300. Similarly, let's see our integer. So let's run this also. So you can see the integers. We have float 1 and float 2. So you can see the floating point numbers. So let's see our complex number x. Let's see the imaginary part and let's see the real part of it. So let's run this. So you can see imaginary part is 3.14 and real part is 0.0. Similarly, let's see about string literals. So let me make a variable a and let's show apple. So this string literal is a sequence of characters surrounded by quotes. So I'm making a b also. So this time I'm giving 3 quotes apple. Similarly, let's give single quotation c equals apple and d equals apple. And now I'm making a e and I'm not giving any quotation marks. So this will give a error. Okay, so let's print e. So here there is an error e because we have not given a quotation mark. So let me put here b, c and d. So let's run. So you can see it is printing apple again and again. So now let's see an example like this. Let's make a variable string. Let's make strings equals this is Python and let make a character literal char equals I'm giving here c. So let me put a multi-line string equals this is multi-line string. So let's give a Unicode also. Unicode equals u and then a backslash u 00 dc nic and then again a backward slash and then u00 f6 and then de. So this is our Unicode. So let's print our raw string also, row underscore string. So I'm going to put the raw string as raw slash n string. So let's print the string. This is Python. Similarly, let me put here character literal multi-line so you can see the multi-line string also. So similarly, let's print our Unicode. So you can see the Unicode also. So let's print our raw string. So here is our raw string. So now we will see Boolean literals. So Boolean literals can have any of the two values like true or false. Okay, let me comment Boolean literal. So we know that true is 1 and false is 0. So let me put 1 equals true. So let's see the output. So you can see it is giving the output as true. Similarly, let's see y equals 1 false. So let's print y. So you can see here it is giving the output as false. So a equals true plus, let's say 6. So let's put here a. So you can see here it is giving the output as 7. So it has taken true as 1. So let's check b equals false plus 90. Let's print b. So here it is giving the output as 90. So now there are some special literals. So let me comment special. So in special literals, it contains one special literal, just like this. I am making a variable juice. So let's make it available. Juice equals available, and let's say soup equals none. So this Python contains one special literal, that is none. Okay, so let me give a function name as menu, and I'm going to put the parameter as x. So let me put x equals juice. We'll print the juice. Okay, and now we'll make our else statement. Else we'll print soup. So now let's call menu juice and menu soup. So let's run the program. So we have defined a menu function. Inside menu we set the parameter as drink, then it display available. Okay, so it displayed available, and if the parameter is food, it will display none. So now there are some literal collection. So we'll make a, let's say fruits 1. Let's say fruits 1. Okay, I'm going to put banana, apple and strawberry. So let's make a, so let's give here, so this is our set. Okay, so let's make a tuple also, food 2. So this time let's make a tuple. So let's copy this same thing and we will put inside a parenthesis. Okay, so now let's make fruits 3. So this time let's make a list and let's paste the other thing. So now let's make a fruits 4 equals, so this time we are making a dictionary. So let's give the key as 1 here, we'll give key as 2 here, and here let's give 3 as our key. So let's see the output by printing all this thing. Okay, let's print fruits 1. So here it is giving the values. So the tuple, here we will get the list, and now our dictionary. So you can see the dictionary also, key and values. In this video we will learn about type conversion. So type conversion converts one type of data type to another data type. So I am going to first take the implicit type of conversion. So in implicit type, the Python interpreter automatically converts the data type to another data type. So let's make a new num. Okay, let's take num new equals num int, or let's say num float plus num int. So it will automatically being converted. Okay, so let's print the type of num new. So you can see here it is showing it as float. So Python interpreter automatically converted it. So now let me make a string also here. Let's take num underscore string equals 1 2 3. If I do here like a string, so it will give an error. because it is not possible. Okay, it will give type error because one is string and one is a floating point number. So for this we have to do explicit type of conversion. Okay, so explicit type of conversion is used to convert the data type of an object to required data type. So let's take an example over here. Let's take num underscore int as 10, and then I'm going to print the type of num int. Okay, so now let's convert it to float. Okay, so I'm going to take the variable name as num underscore float equals, I'm going to explicitly put float num underscore int. So now when I type see the type of this num float, it will show me the new type. Okay, let's take a num underscore float. So let's run it. So you can see it is giving the output as float. So let's take another one. Let's make a variable gravity equals to 9.81. Okay, so let's convert it to a integer. So I'm going to just print the int of gravity. So when I run it, so it is showing the output as 9. So you understood the concept. So similarly we can give it like this, float of, let's say 6. So the integer value will be converted to floating point number. Similarly we can also do it for the floating point number. I'm going to convert 33.33. so you can see it is giving the output as an integer. Similarly we can put a minus sign also. When we run it, it will give minus 33 as the output. So let's convert a integer to string over here. Okay, so I'm going to just put num underscore int equals 10. So now let's take a num underscore string equals string of num underscore int. So I'm explicitly converting num underscore string. So let's run it. So you can see the output as 10. Similarly we can also make it a floating point number, float of, I'm going to put a string of 7.77. so when I run it, it is giving no error because it has been converted to a floating point number. But if I type like this, int of, let's say 1p, so this will give an error because you can do like this, you can convert a string to integer. Okay, so this is possible. If I have removed the p, then you can do that. Similarly we can do it for set also. Print set of, I'm converting the list. Okay, so you get a set, the list is being converted to set. Similarly I am going to take a tuple. Print, let's take a tuple. So I am converting a set to a tuple. So let's run it. So you can see it is converted to a tuple. Similarly let's convert a string to list. Okay, list of, let's say hello. So let's run. So you can see the string is converted to a list. In this video we will learn about input and output function in Python. So there are several built-in input and output functions. So one of them is print. So let's run it. So you can see it has printed 1, 2, 3 and 4. So similarly we can also use a separator. Let's put here a separator of with hash. Okay, so hash will be there in between instead of white space, which is default. So let's run it. So you can see space is removed and hash is there. So now Python has a built-in and that is a next line character. So we will change that. Let's make it, so this time I am going to put separator as star, and let's put a and as, let's say hash. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see instead of next line there is hash in the last after the 4. So similarly
we can also format our output. So let me put x as 6 and y as, let's say, 9. So let's print the value. So the formatting is used for looking better. So I'm going to put, let's put s is and y is, and then we'll put the format. Format x comma y. So when we run it, so here there is an error in line number, so we have to put here semicolon, not comma. So you can see here the values are be printed. So here I had given hash, so therefore there is no next line. It has printed the value of x just after the hash. So now we will see the input function. So by using input function, user can input data. So let's put enter a number. So it will ask for user input. So I'm just printing num. So let's run. So here it is asking for user input. So it has printed the number 77. So now let's change. Let me put here print int of. So I'm changing the string to a integer. So let me comment the line, otherwise it will ask again and again. So I'm just going to comment this. So now if I want to just say perform some addition inside this, let's say int, and then I'm going to perform an addition of 6 plus 9. So if I run it, it will give value error. So for that we use our eval function. So instead of this, just I will put eval. So when I run it, it will give the output 15. Similarly, we can also use other operators like multiplication. So it is giving the multiplication of 6 and 9. So now let's see about the multi-line. Okay, we'll take multi-line input from the user. So I'm going to put multi-line and then just put an empty list. So let's print tell me about yourself. So this will be a multi-line. So I'm going to make a while statement, while to line equals, we'll ask for the input, and then let's make if statement, if line, let's make it multi-line dot append, and then we'll make the argument as line. Let's make else statement, and here we'll just break. So let's make a variable final text equals, so I'll just put here next line, and then it will be joined multi-line. So I'll print a next line here. So let's print the final text input. And I'm going to print here final text. So let's run it. So let me run it once again, there will be an error. So let's run it. So tell me about yourself. So I'll just write hello, and let's say I am happy to learn Python and I love traveling. So you can see here the final output. In this video we'll learn about operators. So let's see some arithmetic operators. Okay, so I'm going to add 5 and 2. So let's run it. So you can see the addition of both. Similarly, we can also put the subtraction, multiplication, and let's say division. So all this will be performed. So just like that we will put without reminder. So you can see it is giving the output as 2. So let's see modulus operator also. Modulus operator is percentage sign. So you can see the output is 1. So we can also use the exponential by using 2 stars. So we'll get the square of 5. So this was the arithmetic operators. So now let's see some comparison and relational operator. So it is greater than sign, less than sign, like that. So let me put less than. So you can see it is false. 5 is not less than 2. So the output was false. So let's say greater than. Say it will say it is true. Greater than equal to is also true. So let's put equals. Let's say 5 equals 2. It is false. And if I put 5 is not equals to 2, then the output will be 2, because 5 is not equal to 2. So we can also put like the strings also. So let me put the length of, let's say apple is equals length of, let's say length of banana. So when I run it, it is saying it is false. Similarly, we can also use all the operators as above. Let's say not equals to. So here it is giving the output as true. So let's see some logical and boolean operator. Okay. So I am going to comment the boolean operator. So here also we will be using and, or, and not. So and means true if both operands are true. So I am going to print, let's say true equals true. Okay. So let's see the output. So here you can see the output is true. Similarly, we can also use like false. So it will give false. So we can also use and. Okay. And so here you can see it is giving the output as true, because if both the operands are true, it will be giving the output as true. So if I put here or, and here let's say I am going to make it as false. So when I run it, it is giving true. Either operands is true, so it is giving the output as true. So now let's see some bitwise operator. Bitwise operator. So this bitwise operator is just like A is equals, let's take 3 and B equals 5. So I am going to print, let's say binary of A and B. So you can see the binary output 0, B1. Similarly, we can also take 5 is, let's print 5 is, so you can see the output is true. Okay, 2. So similarly, let's take 2 less than sign. Okay, so here the output will be 10. So 10 is a decimal, 1010. So now I am going to take another example. Let's say print of false, and then and let's say not false, and let's see here or, and false and 2. Okay. So let's check see the output. So it is giving the output as false. So now let's take assignment operator. So let's see the example as this: x is equals 1. Okay, and I am going to increment the value of x by, let's say 2. So if I print the value of x, it will give the output as 3. So let's check x is okay. So we'll shift it by 2 and then let's print the value of x. So you can see it is giving the output as 12. So let's put the exponential, okay, and then let's print the value of 2. So you can see, sorry, the value of x. So it will give the square of 12, that is 144. So now let's see some special operators. Special operators, okay. So there are different type of it. The identity operator, okay. So let me take x1 as 3 and y1 as also 3, okay, and let's take x2 as hello and y2 also as hello, okay. And let's take a list in x3 and let's take here y3 also as the same list, 2, 3, okay. So I am going to print x1 is not y1. So let's see the output. So it is saying it is false. So let's print the x2 is y2. So you can see output is, so here there is an error because here x2 is missing. So let's put here. So let's see the output. The output is true because both the values are same. So let's print x3 is y3. So here the output is false, okay. So x3 and y3 are list, they are equal but not identical, so that's why it is giving the output as false. So let's see some membership operator. Membership operator. So let me take x as a string, x equals hello world, then let me take y as a dictionary. So I am going to put the key as 1 and value as a. Similarly I am taking the key as 2 and value as b. So I am going to print here, let's take h in x. So we have h in hello world, okay. So it is giving the value as true. So similarly let's take let's print here hello, okay, not in x. So we all know that the output is true, okay. Now let's take 1, okay, 1 in y. So here also the output is true. Let's take a and a in y. So here the output is false. In this video we will learn about namespaces. So everything in Python is an object. So a name is required to address the object. So I am going to see the ID of, let's say, a. So when I run it, it is giving the ID of a. So if I print the ID of 9, we'll get the same output because the name is a but the value is 9. So it will refer to the same memory location. So here I am going to make a new variable, that is 2. I am assigning 2 to a, and then we'll print the ID of, let's say, a, and now I am going to increment the value of a by 1, and let's print the ID of a. So you can see here the output, the value is being changed. So let's take a value b, okay. I am going to put the same value as 2. Let's print the ID of b. So you will notice here that the value of b, ID of b and ID of a is same because the value is 2. So that's why it is giving the same output. So now we can also assign a function inside this a. So let me make a function, let's say print hello. So I am going to just print hello. So this will be printed when the user calls the function. So I am going to put here our function name print hello. and now I am going to call A. So you can see it is giving the output A, that is hello. So these are the namespaces. So namespaces are basically the collection of names. Okay, so you can imagine a namespace as a mapping of every name you have defined to corresponding object. In this video we'll learn about scope. So we may have different namespaces, but we cannot access them from every part of the program. So here our scope comes into action. So let me create a outer function, and then I am defining the value of A as 30. So let me make another function, inner function. So here let me change the value to 60. So 60 is assigned to A. So let's print the value of A. So now I am going to call inner underscore function, and then let's print here the value of A because it is outside our outer function, and we will see the value of A over there. So I am going to assign 90, and then I am going to call the outer function, and then I am going to print the value of A once again. So you can see here first it has given the output as 60, and then it has printed 30 because of this print, and finally when I called the outer function it printed the value as 90. So the value of a variable are defined in separate namespaces and accessed accordingly. So let's see another by using our global keyword. So I am going to make outer function, and then let me make global A. So A is now global, and I am going to assign the value as 30. So let us create similarly as above an inner function, and here also I will give global keyword, and then we will assign 60 to A. Let's print the value of A, and now we will call the inner function, and then we will print the value of A, and similarly as above I am assigning 90 to A. We will call the outer function, and let's print the value of A again. Let's see what's the difference in the two programs. So you can see all the values are being printed as 60. So all references and assignments are to the global A due to the use of keyword global. So you're going to make a list, my list, and let's store some numbers inside it, and let's say 10. And now I'm going to make another list underscore some variable. Let's store 0 inside it. Let's make a for statement for num in my list, and then we'll add the first number with the next one. So list underscore sum plus num. So this will add the elements. Let's print the my list sum underscore sum, and let's end each element with a comma. So let's run it. So you can see 1 plus 2 is 3, similarly 3 plus 3 is 6, and so on. So you can see there is a comma in the last also after 55. So to remove that we will use /b. Let's put /b and /b. So this will remove the last comma. So now let's iterate through a string. So I'm going to make my string variable. Let's store inside is Python programming, and now let's make a for statement for letter in my string, and we will just print the letter. Here we will end it with a space equals, let's put a space in between. So you can see Python programming with a space. So let's make a new for statement.
let me put 4 underscore in, let's say ice. Okay, let me make it as ice, and we will print, let's check cool. Okay. So when I run it, I can see it is giving the output as cool, cool, cool. So 3 times there is cool. So now we'll iterate through a tuple. So let me make a tuple tup, and let me store some values inside it. So tuple is always inside a parenthesis. Let's take till 7. We'll print, let's make a for statement for item in tuple, and then we'll print the item. Yeah, when I run it, yeah, I can see 1 2 7. So let's make a list of tuples. So for that I'm going to make, let's say, my underscore list. So already my list is there, so I'm going to put my list 1. So I'm going to put let's take 1 comma 2, this is first tuple, and let's take a second tuple, let's take 2 comma 3, and similarly one more, 7 comma 9. So this is my list of tuples. So I am going to make a for statement for a comma b in my list 1. So here we'll just print a. So this will unpack the tuple. Let's make print b. So you can see here 1 2 2 2 3 and 7 9. So you can add more things inside it. So let me make a dictionary underscore 1, and then we'll put some items inside it, key value pair. So let's put the key as, let's say, key 1, okay, key 1, and value as 1. Similarly, let's put k2 and the value as 2. Similarly, k3 and value as 3. So this is our dictionary. I am going to make a for statement for I in dictionary 1, comma, dot items. Okay, so this will show the items inside it. We'll print the I. So let's run it. So here I have to put a tab. So you can see k1 and the value. Similarly, you can see the different values. I'm going to make a list, my list. So let's put the elements inside it, like 67, 90, 45, 60, 54 and 10. So these are the elements. We will add all the elements. So let's initialize I as 0 and sum as 0. I'll make a while statement while I is less than the length of my list, and then we'll add the my list of I. Will increment I by 1. Now let's print the sum. So here there is an error because I have given small l here. So let's run it. So you can see 326 is the output. So now we'll make another list. Let's say fruits list, and then we'll add some strings. Let's take mango, orange, let's take apple, and let's take guava. And now we'll make the while statement, while fruits list, okay, and then we'll print fruit list, and we'll pop item, so it will pop the elements from it. So let's print fruit list. So it will first remove the last element like guava, then apple, mango, orange, and finally it has popped the mango, and in the last it has printed the empty list. So let me make I is equal 0, and let's take a word. Let's take it as, let's say, hello.
and now we'll print all letters except E and O. So let me make a while statement while I is less than length of word. Okay, so let's make a if statement if word of I is equals E or word of I is equals O, then we'll increment the counter by 1 and we'll make the continue. Okay. And let's print return letter and we'll put the word of I and we'll increment I by 1. So let's run it. So it is saying H, L and L, E and O is not printed. So now let's make a variable name counter. So we'll make a counter variable and let's assign 0 inside it. Okay, so let's make a max underscore iteration equals 5. So this is the maximum number of iteration. Let me make a while statement while counter is less than max iteration. Okay, so it will print the current iteration number. So let me print it like this, iteration, and let's increment the counter by 1, counter, okay, plus 1, and now here also will increment counter equals 1. So let's run it. So you can see first it is printing iteration 1 and similarly 2 till 5. I am going to make a variable x and store 0 inside it. Let's make a while statement while x is less than 5 and I am going to if statement if x is equals 3, then we will break, will print the value of x and then we will just increment the value of x by 1 equals 1. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see 0, 1 and 2. So when it entered this loop x is equals 3, it has exited the loop. So let's see about the continue. For that I am going to make a list, say my list, let's store till 5. Okay, and here I am going to make a for statement for num in my list and then we will make a if statement if num is equals to, we will put continue. So what this continue will do, it will just skip the iteration where num is equals to 2 and then it will continue from the next iteration. So let's make another elif. Okay, elif num is equals 4 and here we will introduce break. So in this condition it will break out of the loop. So let's print the number, print num. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see 1 and 3 is the output. So it has skipped the iteration where num was equals 2 and then in the num equals 4 it has applied the break. So let's make a list of 1, 2 and 3 and here we will see about pass. So pass will do nothing. Let's make it as in x. So and here I am going to put pass. So when I run it, it is just doing nothing. So when we are writing larger code, we can put pass in between where you want to you don't want any error, so you can put pass over there. So let's apply all the three, break, pass and continue. For that let me make a, let's say numbers, and I'm going to store some values, let's say till 10. Okay, so let's make a for statement for number in numbers and then let's make if statement if number %2 is equals 0. So it will check for the even numbers. We will just print the number and now let me put continue and then let's make a another statement elif let's take it as number is greater than 8, then we will put break. Okay, so let me put a print statement also, print. Here I am going to put exiting the loop. Okay, and let's put break here, so it will exit when the number is greater than 8. Let's put else statement, and here we will make a pass. So when we run it, so you can see the even numbers 2, 4, 6 and 8. After that it has exited the loop because of the break statement. In this video we will be learning about capitalize method. So this function does not take any parameter. It will just convert the first character of the string to capital letter. So let's make a string variable, string equals, and I am going to put Python is awesome. So this is our string, and then let's capitalize it. So capitalize string. So this variable will hold the string dot capitalize, and it doesn't take any parameter. So let's print the capitalized string. So let's run it. So you can see it has converted the first letter to capital letter. So now let's take the first character as a symbol. Okay, let us take plus as first character is an operator. Okay, so this is our string. So let's run it. So there is no error. It is just showing the first character as the string. So now we will be learning about center method. So let me comment center method. So what the center method will do? It will return a string which is padded with the specified character. So we will take first only one parameter. So let's make the string. So let's copy it and paste. So our string will be same. We will be just making a new string variable, and inside that we will be calling the string dot center, and let's say the width is 24. Okay, so let's print the new string. So you can see it has padded it with 24. So now we will be taking a star as the fill character. So the string is the same. We are making the new string equals string dot center, and then let's put 24 and the character as star, and let's print the new string. So you can see it has padded it with stars. In this video we will be learning about casefold method and count method. So casefold method is an aggressive lower method which converts string to case folded strings for caseless matching. So here we are going to take a string variable. Let's store Python is awesome, and let's print the lowercase string, and we'll just call the string dot casefold. So let's run it. So here it is saying Python is awesome in lowercase. So now we'll be comparing two strings. So let's make a first string variable, and then we'll go make a second string, and we'll store the same. Okay, so here the z sign is equals to ss. So now we will make a if statement and check whether first string and second string are equal. So let's print the strings are equal. We'll make an else statement now. If the strings are not equal, but in this case strings are equal, strings are not equal. So let's run it. So here you can see it is saying the strings are equal. So now we'll be seeing the count method. So count method returns the number of occurrences of a substrings in a given string. So let's make a string as Python is awesome. Let's say, isn't it? And then we'll make a substring variable and let's search for is. Okay, and let's make a count variable, string dot count, and then we'll search for the substring. Let's print the count. So let's run and see. So here the count is 2. Occurrences of is in is 2. So now we'll see another. Let's take the string as the same. Let's change the substring as I. Okay, and then we'll make the count variable and string dot count, and then we'll take the substring and from the first child to the last. Okay, and then let's print the count is, and let's see count. So let's run the program. So here it is saying the count is 2. In this video we will be learning about ends with and expand tabs method. So ends with method returns true if the string ends with the specified suffix. If not, it returns false. So let's make a text. Python is easy to learn, and then we'll make a result variable and let's call text dot ends with, and then we'll give to learn. So let's print the result. So here you can see it is giving false, but if I put here a full stop, it will give true as the output. Similarly, let's make another text. Text equals Python programming is easy to learn, and here we are going to give a start parameter. Okay, so let's give it as 7. Text dot ends with, and we'll be searching for the substring learn, and then let's give the start parameter as 7. So let's print the result. So here it is giving the output as true. So let's give the end parameter also. Result equals text dot ends with, and then let's put the suffix as is, and then 7 as start and 26 as the end parameter. We'll print the result. So it is giving false. So let's copy and paste it and just change the suffix. I'm changing the suffix to, let's say, easy. So now it will give the output as true. So now we will be learning about expand tab method. So expand tab method removes the tabs from the string and replace it with the white space character. So let me comment it, expand tabs, and then let me make a string with some tabs. Okay, so let's say X, Y, Z. Okay, and then I'm going to give a tab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let me give another tab and A, B, C. So this is our string. Let's give no argument, just call the expand tab. So string dot expand tabs, and then we'll leave it like this, and then just print the result. So here you can see it has removed the tabs and replace it with the white space. So let me again print with different tab size. Okay, so let me first print the original string. and then we will print the different tab size. So here let's give the tab size as, let's say 2, and then we'll just call the string dot expand tabs and the tab size as 2. So let's make another also by copying it, and let's paste it, and then here also I am going to change it as 3, here as 3, and then 4 and 5. So here also let's make it 4 and 5. So let's print it, so you can see the different tab size 2, 3, 4 and 5. In this video we'll be learning about encode method and find method. Encode returns encoded version of a given string, and by default it does not require any parameter. So let's make a string Python. Okay, so this is our string, and then we'll print the string. Okay, string, so it will print Python. So let's make it encoded in UTF-8 string underscore UTF, and then string dot encode. So let's print the string UTF, print string underscore UTF. So this is our encoded version of the string. So now we'll be encoded with error parameter. So our string will be the same as above. We'll be just printing the encoded version with ignore is so we'll call the string dot encode, and then we'll put the ASCII and the ignore. So let's run the program. So you can see the encoded version. So similarly let's use the replace error, encoded version with replace is, and then we'll use the string dot encode similar to the above ASCII, and we'll use the replace. So let's run it. So here there is a error, we have missed a comma. So you can see with replace also. So now we will be seeing about the find function. So find method returns the index of the first occurrence of the string if found. If not found, it will print -1. So this is our find function. So first we will be using no start and end parameter. So let's make a code variable, and inside that we will be writing let it be, and then let it be, and let it be. So 3 times we wrote let it be. So result will be code dot find, and then we'll be using let it. So here it is case sensitive. The first one will be the case sensitive one. So we'll be printing the substring. So let's print the result. Okay, so you can see it is saying 1 and 1. So similarly let's find something which will return -1. So result equals code dot find, and let's find small inside it, and let's print the result. So you can see small is not there in the string, so it is printing -1. So we will see here how to use find method. Okay, so we'll make a if statement, and we call dot find, code dot find, and there we will be using b and comma. Okay, if not equals to -1, so b should be there. So let's print contains substring, and then we'll put b, Okay, and now we'll make a else statement. Let's print doesn't contain substring. So let's run it and see. So you can see it is printing, the substring is there. And now we will be using start and end parameter. So let's do that. Let me put some enter so that you can see it clearly. So I'm writing from here. So now let's make a code as do small thing with great love. Okay, so this is our new code. So let's print the code dot find, and we'll be finding small things. Okay, small things, and the start parameter is 10. So it will be searching from the things. Okay, so it is saying it is -1. So let's print another one, code dot find, and then we'll be finding the same thing, small things, and we'll start from 2. So that is small, it will start from small. So you can see here it is there at 3, and we'll print another one, print code dot find. Okay, and let's find this time O small. Okay, O small, and let's put the start parameter as 10 and end at -1. Okay, so let's run it. So it will find from things to love. So it is saying -1 because O small is not coming inside it. So let's print another one. We'll find this time things. Okay, dot find, and here we will be finding things. Let's say from 6 to 20. So it will be from LL to width. So it is there at 9. In this video we will be learning about format method. So format method formats the given string into a nicer output in Python. So we will be seeing some example of different types of formatting with default and positional as well as keyword argument. Okay, so let's do for the default. So let me print hello and the curly braces, your balances. Okay, and then let's put a full stop, and then format will be, let's say, Yayati, and then I'm going to put the balance of 12,000. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see this was the example of default argument. So let's do some positional arguments. So let's give position 0 and 1. Okay, and then the format will be same. So let's run it and see. So you can see here it is giving the same output with the positional argument. So now we will be giving keyword argument. Okay, so let's give the keyword name as name equals, and then here we are going to give BLC equals, so this will be balance. So let's put inside BLC, and here the name. So this will be our keyword. So you can see the keyword argument. Now we will be using mixed. So we will do like the position of 0, and we will give a keyword BLC. Okay, BLC. Okay, so we have to just put here BLC equals. So let's run it. So you can see here the mixed argument is also here. So in case of mixed arguments, keyword arguments has to be always follow positional arguments. So now we will be see some number formatting. Okay, so let's see some simple number formatting. Okay, simple number formatting. Okay, so this is easy, nothing complicated. So let's print integer argument, the number is, and then we'll put d, okay, for integer, and then we'll put the format as let's say 1000. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the number is 1000. So let's do it for floating point as well. So let me do this as a floating point number, and here we have to change it to f for floating point. So you can see the floating point is also here. So now we'll be doing it for octal, binary, and let's say hexadecimal. So let's print it. We are printing first for bin, that is binary, and we are going to put 0, 0 and B. Okay, so this is our binary. Now let's do for octa. So here I'm going to 0 and O. Okay, and then for hexa, hex, and then let's give 0 and X. So this is our, so let's give format. Format will be, let's say 12. So let's run it. So you can see the binary 1100, octa and hexa. So similarly now we'll be formatting with padding. So number formatting with padding. Okay, so let's print, let's say 5D. Okay, and we'll be giving it for format of 12. Let's run it. So you can see padding is there. Similarly, let's give here, let me print 2D. Okay, and here I am going to make 3, 4. Okay, so you can see here. So bit doesn't work for number longer than padding. Okay, so padding for floating numbers. So let's do for floating. So we will just change the value to, let's say 8.3 F for floating point. Okay, and then let's put some floating point value. So you can see here the floating point also. So similarly, integer number with minimum bit fill. So we will be giving minimum bit 0.05D. Okay, and the format will be 12. So you can see minimum bit filled. So now we'll be padding for floating number with 0. Okay, so let's do that. We'll be filling it with 0. So here I am going to give 0. Let's say 8.0 or let's say 3. Okay, 8.3 F for floating point, and let me give some floating point numbers. So you can see here the padding. So now we'll be seeing number formatting with signed numbers. Okay, so let me print to show the positive sign. Okay, we'll be showing here positive sign. So let's give plus of F. Okay, and then again similar thing, plus of F. Okay, and then we'll format and we'll give the number 12.23 and minus 12.23. So let's run it and see. So you can see here it is giving plus and minus value. So let's copy this and we'll see the negative value as well. So for negative we are going to change the sign to minus, here also to minus, and the remaining remains the same. So you can see here it is giving minus for the negative value. Okay, so now we'll show space for positive sign. So we'll just put a space instead of positive here also. So let's run it. So for positive sign it is giving a space. So now we'll do number formatting with alignment. Okay, so there are different methods. So we'll be doing a integer number with right alignment. So let's print and do a right alignment. We are giving 5D. Okay, for integer, and let's give the format as 12. So you can see here. So here is the right aligned. Well, so now let's copy this and we'll do it for the floating point with center alignment. Okay, so let's give here 10.3f. okay, and then the format will be in floating point. So let's give some floating point numbers. So it is a center alignment. So now let's do it for integer left alignment filled with 0. So let's give here less than sign and 0.5. okay, D, and the format will be the same. So here is the left alignment. So now we'll be doing it for floating point number with center alignment. We'll be giving equal to 8.3, okay, and F for floating point. And let's give here some floating point numbers. Let's do minus 12.345. okay, so here it is. So now we'll be using the format method. Okay, so let's do the padding. So let's do string padding. Okay, so let's print here like some 5. okay, and then we'll be printing a format, and then we'll put it as Bhuvishrava. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see it, string padded with left alignment. And now let's copy this and then we'll paste it, and we'll be using it for right alignment. So we'll be giving a greater than sign and the format will be the same. So here the right alignment, and let's do it for the center alignment. So all are giving the same output, and then let's do it for the center alignment with star as the padding. Let's do it, or let's erase some. Let's give it here. So you can see here the center alignment and the right alignment. So now we will be padding center alignment and star as the padding. So let's give here star and it will be padded. Okay, so let me give a little smaller text. So you can see here it was center aligned with star as the padding. So now let's truncate the string. Truncate strings, okay, with format. So we'll be truncating it. So here I am going to take 0.5 or let's say 0.3. The format will be the same. So you can see here it has truncated it to 3 letters. Okay. So now we'll be truncating it to 3 letters and padding also. So let's give 5.3. Let's run it. So here it is giving with the 3 letter. So now let's truncate and let's give the center alignment and 0.3. So you can see center alignment is there. So now we'll be formatting class and dictionary members, okay, using the format method. So now let's make a class named person, and the age of the person is 23. Name be Yutsu. Okay, so this is the name, and we'll put the age format print, and let's put the format as p dot, okay, name, and then let's put let's say s here, okay. So it will give his age, Yuyutsu's age is, and then we'll put the p dot age, okay, and let's put the format as p is equals to person, okay. So let's run it. So you can see Yuyutsu's age is 23. So let's do the formatting with dictionaries member. So I am going to make a person variable, and let's make the key as age, okay. So here the age is, let's give the age as 24, and let's put the name as, let's say, Shikandi, and then we'll print the format, okay. So let's give the format as p, and then the name, and now let's close the curly brace, and we'll give the names as Shikandi's, age is, and then we'll put the p age, okay, and we'll put the format is p is equals to person as above, p is equals person, okay. So let's run it. So you can see here it is giving the Shikandi size as 24. So now we will be defining a person dictionary. So let's do the same. Will be, so it's already there. So let's print names, okay, and then age is, and then we'll give the age, and let's put the format as star person, okay. So you can run it. So you can see the same output. So star is a format parameter, that is minimum field width. So argument will be using here argument as format codes, okay. So dynamic formatting, so string equals, and then we'll be using, let's say, fill, and then align, and let's say width, okay, width, okay. These are the three. Let's close them. This is inside a, this is string, so this will be inside a quotation mark, and then we'll be passing format codes as argument. So we'll be printing the string dot format, okay, and then we'll be passing it, let's say, Virat, okay, and then we'll fill it with star equals, and we'll leave it as a string of star, and then we'll align it as center equals, let's give here, okay, and then width will be, let's say, 5, okay, width equals 5. So this is our format code as argument. Now we'll be using num as the variable for dynamic float format template, okay, and then we'll be putting here align, and then the width, and we'll put a precision also, precision, and then F, okay. So now passing format codes, okay, we'll be passing the format code as num dot format, and then let's put the value of a floating point, and then align equals, let's give a lesson sign, and then width as 8, and then precision as 2. So let's run it. So you can see here the right and the the floating point number which we have given. So now we'll be using the extra formatting. Let's give extra formatting options. So there are some other, let me do that. Let me import a date time. Okay, import date time. Okay, and then we'll be formatting date time. So date equals date time dot date time dot now. Okay, and then we'll be formatting it using the format codes. It's now, and we'll give the format code. So let's give like this. Okay, format code will be here, and then we'll give a slash. Okay, and then percentage %n. So here also we have to give a percentage, and then let's give here a slash and percentage %d. Okay, for date, and now we'll be giving percentage %h for hour, and then percentage %m for minute, and then percentage %s for our second. So let me close the curly braces, and we'll format the match, and then we'll put the date. Okay, so let's print it. So you can see here it is giving the time. So let's give the complex number formatting. Let's make a complex number variable. Okay, number. So this is a variable, and I'm going to put a complex number 2j. Okay, let's 1 plus 2j. So this is our complex number. So let's print the real part and imaginary part. Real part, real part, and let's put the real part as 0 point real. Okay, and then we'll give the and imaginary part. Okay, and then let's give the 0 im ag imaginary. Okay, now we'll do the format. Let's give the format as complex number. Okay, dot format, and we'll give inside the complex number. Okay, so let's run and see the output. So here it is giving the imaginary part as 2 and the real part as 1. So now let's do a custom format method. Let me comment it. Custom format. Custom format. Okay, so let's make a class as person, and let's define a method inside it. Define format. Okay, arguments as self, and let's give format. Okay, and let's make a if statement. If format is equals age, then what we'll do, we'll just return the age as 23. Okay, else we'll return here return none. Okay, so let's print here, print the age of age. Let me give a name, Virat's age is, and then let's put the age as age. Okay, and we will be giving the format of person, format person. So let's run it. So you can see the age of the person, Virat. In this video we will be learning about asylum. So asylum returns true if all the characters in the string contains alphanumeric character. So let me make a string inside the variable. Let's say Rambha 1 2 3 Apsara. Okay, and then I'm going to print name dot, let's check if it's asylum. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see it is printing true because it contains alphanumeric character. So let's put a space in between and let's print it. So it is saying false when I put a space in between. So now let's print only numbers, let's say like this. So here it is saying it is true. So let's see the working of isAlnum. Okay, we'll make a variable name equals, let's say, Menaka. Okay, and then I'm making a if statement, if name dot isAlnum, and then if it's true, then we'll print all characters of string are alphanumeric. Okay, and then we'll make an else statement, else it will print all characters are not alphanumeric. Okay. So let's run it. So here it is saying all characters are alphanumeric. So let's put a space in between and see if it's giving the same output. So here it is saying all characters are not alphanumeric. So now we will be seeing about index method. So index method returns the index of the substring inside the string if found. If the substring is not found, it raises an exception. So we will see some value errors of index method. So let me put the comment index. Okay, and then let's take a sentence variable, and in sentence I'm going to put Python programming is fun. Okay, so this is our sentence, and result variable contains sentence dot index, and it will search for is fun. Okay, so let's print the result. So you can see here it is printing 19. So it is at index number 19. There you know that the index starts from 0, not 1. So it is showing 19 instead of 20 because it starts from 0. So let's take the sentence dot index, and we'll find something which is not there. Let's say Java. Okay, and let's print the result. So here you will see a value error. So you can see here substring not found. Okay, so let's erase this, or let's say we'll comment this line, otherwise it will always give value error. So let's take another example. Okay, the variable will be the same sentence. We'll just print, let's say, sentence dot index, and we'll be searching for ing, and we'll put the start parameter as 10. Okay, let's print the, so it is there already, so let's run it. So it is saying 15. So let's print another one, sentence dot index, and we'll be finding, let's say, g and is. Okay, and we'll put the start as 10 and end as -4. So you can see here it is giving 17. So let's put something which will give a value error. So sentence dot index, and then let's put fun, and we'll start from 7 and we'll end at 18. So it will give a value error. So you can see it is giving a value error, substring not found till 18. In this video we'll learn about isAlpha method. So isAlpha method returns true if all characters of the string are alphabets. So we are going to take a name. Let's take name as Kaushalya. Okay, so this is the name, and then I'll just print the name dot is alpha. Let's run it. So it is saying it is true. Okay, so similarly name I'm going to put Rukmini Yadav. Okay, and then I'm going to print name dot is alpha. So here there is a space in between. So let's see the output. Here it is saying it is false. Now we'll put some numbers as well. So let's name equals Putana 8881212. Okay, so this is our string name. Let's print the name dot is alpha, and then we can see the output is false. So let's see the working. So let's put a name, let's say Kaushalya. Okay, and again we are going to print if name dot is alpha is equals true, then we'll print all characters are alphabets. Okay, we'll create a statement and we'll print all characters are not alphabets. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here all characters are alphabet. So now we'll take another example. Let's take name as, this time we'll take a string. Okay, s is equals I love Python 3 tutorials. Okay, so this is our string. Let's print, let's say is alpha. Here it is s, so we'll put s. So here it is saying it is false. So instead I am going to take just Python and we'll just print s dot is alpha. So here it is giving the output as true. So now we will be seeing the example of decimals. So is decimal method returns true if all characters in the string are decimal characters. If not, it will print it is false. So let's make a comment, is decimal. Okay, so we are going to take s is equals, let's take a number 28212. Okay, and then we'll print s dot is decimal. So let's run it. So here it is giving the output as true. So let's give some alphabets or letters as well. Okay, so this is our string. Let's print s dot is decimal. So here it is giving the output as false. So let's give some space as well. So again it is giving the output as false. So now we will see the string containing decimals and numeric characters. So let's give a simple one, s is equals like this, and let's print s dot is decimal. So let's run it. So here it is giving output as true. So let's give a code like this, like U, O, B and D, and then we'll print s dot is decimal. So 1/2 is not a decimal. In this video we'll be learning about isDigit method. It returns true if all characters in the string are digit. If not, it returns false. So I am going to make a variable s. Let's store some numbers inside it. We'll be printing the s dot digit. Sorry, is digit. Let's print it. So it is giving true because all the characters are numbers. So let's make another variable. Let's put some ABC space and some numbers. Let's print the s dot is digit. So let's run it. So it is giving false as the output. So now let's take a Unicode. Okay, we'll take the Unicode of half U00BD. So this is the Unicode for half. So let's print s dot is digit. Sorry, let's print it. So you can see it is giving false. Half is not a digit. So now we'll be learning about is identifier. Okay, So this method returns true if the string is valid identifier in Python. If not, it returns false. So let's take a string str, we'll be putting Python inside it, and let's print str.isIdentifier. Let's print it. So you can see it is giving the output as true. So let's give a space in between Python. So now it is giving it as false, and let's make some numbers inside it. We are adding numbers 22 in front of Python. So again it is giving the output as false. So let's make the string empty this time. Will not print anything. Let's see. So here again it is giving the output as false. Now let's see more examples of this identifier. Let's take string as, let's say, root 33. Okay, so this is our string now. So let's make if statement str.isIdentifier, okay, is equals true. Then we'll print the string and we'll say is a valid identifier. We'll make else statement now. Print str, let's say is not a valid identifier. Let's print it. So you can see root 33 is a valid identifier. So now let's take another example. Let's put a space in between. We'll copy this and let's paste it, and let's give a space in between and run it. So it is saying it is not a valid identifier. So let's put 33 in front of root. So again it is saying it is not a valid identifier. In this video we'll be learning about slower method. It returns true if all alphabets in a string are lowercase alphabet. If the string contains at least one uppercase alphabet, it returns false. So we will be storing a string in s variable. So this is good. So this is our string. So let's print s dot is lower, and let's check. So it is saying it is true, all the alphabets are lowercase. So let's take another string. Let's say this, and is also, and in good I am taking 2 zeros and D. So let's print the output as s dot is lower. Let's see the output. So here it is saying it is true, and now we'll be taking another, and here we'll be taking some uppercase also. This is not good. So let's print s dot is lower. So you can see here it is giving the output as false because there is a uppercase letter. So now we will see how to use slower in a program. So let's take the above string itself. This is good. Okay, and now we'll make a if statement. If s dot is lower is equals true, then we'll print does not contain any uppercase letter. And now we'll make else statement. Else, let's print contains uppercase letter. So now we'll make another string. Okay, so let's take the string as this is good itself, but this time we'll take G as capital. Okay, so the other things are same. So let me copy this and we'll keep it as this. So let's print it. So here for the first one it is giving does not contain any uppercase, and in second one it is giving it contains uppercase letters. So now we will be seeing about is numeric method. So is numeric method returns true when it contains all the numeric characters. If not, it returns false. So let's do that. First let me put some enter so that you can see it clearly. Is numeric. Okay, so now we'll be taking an example. So let's take a string with some numbers. Okay, so I'm storing the string in the s variable. So let's print s dot is numeric. So here it is true. So let's make a Unicode. So we'll put a Unicode inside it. Let's say U00 B2 and then 3 4 5 5. So this is a Unicode. Let's print s dot is numeric. So let's run it. So here it is saying it is true. So now let's take another Unicode. So let's say /u 00 b and d. So this is a Unicode for half. So let's print s dot is numeric. So let's see if it is numeric or not. So it is printing it is numeric. So now we will take another string. So let's put Python inside it. Python 0909. So this is our new string. So let's print s dot is numeric. So here you know the output is false. So let's see how we can use it in a program. So let's take the above. Let's say the Unicode of half. It is 00 BD. So this is the Unicode of our half. So let's make a if statement. If s dot is numeric is equals to, then we will print all characters are numeric. Okay, and then let's put as statement. We'll put the string as all characters are not numeric. So let's run it. So here it is saying all characters are numeric. In this video we'll be learning about is printable method. So it returns true if all characters in a string are printable or the string is empty. If not, it will return false. So let me take a variable s. Inside that I am storing a string space is printable. So this is our new string. So let's print the s. Okay, and then we will be printing s dot is printable. So this is printable. It is showing the output as true. So let's take a new line. New line is printable. Okay, let's print the s and let's print s dot is printable. So here you can see the output is false. It is not printable. So let's take an empty string now and let's print /n empty string is printable question mark. Okay, and then we'll put s dot is printable. Let's run it. So it is saying yes, it is printable. So now we will see if how can we use this in a program. So I am taking a new variable s equals chr27 and chr97. chr97. So chr27 stands for escape character and 97 stands for letter A. So we are going to take a if statement. If dot is printable is equals to, then what we will do, we will print it is printable. Printable. Okay, we will take a else statement and we will say not printable. Print not printable. Okay, let's run the program and see. So it is saying no, it is not printable. So let's take another string. Let's say 2 plus 2 equals 4. So this is our new string. Let's take a if statement. If s dot is printable is equals to, then we will be printing printable. We'll take else statement now. We'll print not printable. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the second one is printable and the first one was not printable. So now we will be seeing about the space. So before that, let me put some enters so that you can see clearly. Let me put a comment is space. Okay, oh, sorry. So the space method returns true if there are only white space character in the string. If not, it returns false. So let's take a string first with a tab. Okay, so I am going to take some space and then I am going to put a tab. Okay, so let's print s dot is space. Okay, so let's run it. So here it is saying true, it is space. S is equals, let me put a space and then a and then another space. So let's print s dot is space. Let's run it. So here it is saying it is false. So let me take an empty string right now and then print s dot is space. Sorry, is space. So let's run it. So here again empty string is not a space. So let's see how we can use it in a program. So let's put s is equals first a tab and then a next line. Okay, and then I'm taking if s dot is space is equals to, then we will print all white space characters. Okay, we'll take else statement now. Print contains non-white space characters. Okay, so let's run it. So here it is saying all white space character. So let's take another string 2 plus 2 equals 4. Okay, so this is our new string. Let's take if s dot is space is equals to, then we will print contains, or we will say all white space characters. Let's put else statement now. Else print contains, okay, non white space characters. Okay, so let's run it. So here it is saying contains non-white space character. In this video we will be learning about isTitle method. It returns true if the string is a title case string. If not, it returns false. So let me store a string in variable as Python is good. So let's print s dot is title. So here you can see it is giving the output as true. So let me print another one. This time I am only keeping ps uppercase. So let's print s dot is title. So you can see now it is giving the output as false. So let me try another string. This is @ symbol. So let's print s dot is title. So you can see now it is printing as true. Let's put some number as well. 99 is a number. Print s dot is title. So now also it is printing as true. So let's say s equals Python. Okay, and I'm going to print s dot is title. So you can see it is giving the output as false. So let's see how to use it in our program. So I love Python tutorials. Okay, so this is our string. So let's make a if statement. If s dot is title is equals to, then we will print title case string. Let's make else statement, else we'll print not a title case string. Okay, so let's run it. So here it is saying it is a title case string. So let's make another string, and I am going to put python. Okay, so this is our new string, and we'll do the same thing as dot is title is equals to, we'll be printing title case. Okay, let's make a else statement, else print not a title case string. Okay, so let's run it. So here it is saying it is not a title case string. So now we will be seeing about isUpper. So isUpper method returns true if all alphabets in a string are uppercase alphabet. If the string contains at least one lowercase alphabet, it returns false. So let me put some enter so that you can see clearly what I am typing. So let me put a comment first, is upper. Okay, so now I am going to make a variable string. Inside that I am storing this is good. Okay, so this is our string. So let's print string dot is upper. Okay, so here the output is true because all the letters are uppercase. So let's make a string. Let's say this is also good, and then we'll print string dot is upper. So again, you know that it will print as true. Okay, so now let's take another example with some lowercase. String equals life is good. Okay, let's print string dot is upper. So you can see here the output is false. So let's make a string and we will see how we will use the is upper in a program. So we will take the first one, this is good, as an example string, and we'll make a if statement if, let's say, string dot is upper is equals to, and then we will print does not contain lower case letter. Okay, and let's make a else statement, print contains lowercase letters. So you can see it does not contain any lowercase letter. So let's make a string equals life is good. Okay, and now let's make a if statement, if string dot is upper is equals to, then we will be printing does not contain lowercase letter, and then we'll again print. Before that we'll put else statement, and then let's print contains lower case letters. Okay, so let's run it. so it contains lowercase letters. In this video we'll be learning about join method. It returns a string by joining all the elements of an iterable separated by a string separator. So we'll be taking a list, tuple, set and dictionary. So let's make a list as 1, 2, 3 and then 4. So this is our list. Let's make a separator variable. So let's put the separator as comma and a space. So this will separate it, print. We'll print the separator dot join and then our num list. Let's run it. So you can see it is separated by a comma and space. So let's make a tuple. Okay, so inside the tuple I am going to store the same 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so this is our tuple. Let's print as separator dot join and then our num tuple. So let's run it. So you can see the tuple is also separated. So let's take another variable s1 as 1, so let's take a, b and c, and s2 variable as 1, 2 and 3. So now we will separate each element of s2 by s1. So let's print s2 dot join and then s1. So let's run it. So you can see the output is a plus 1, 2, 3, then b plus 1, 2, 3 and then c. So let's do thus s1 separated by s2. Okay, so s1 dot join s2. So you can see here each element of s2 is separated by s1, 1 plus abc plus 2 plus abc plus 3. So now let's join a set. Okay, so let's make the set as test variable, and inside that the set will be 2. Let's say 2, 1 and 3. So a set is an unordered collection of items, so you may get different output. Order is random. Okay, so let the separator as this and let's print as dot join and then our test. So you will see the order is changed 1, 2, 3 and the separator has been added. So let's make the test variable as Python, Java and let's say Ruby. Okay, so this is our new test. So let's print as dot join test. So let's run it. So you can see the order is changed and the separator has been added. So now let's take a example of dictionary. We will take key and value example. So first we will see the key as a string. Okay, so let's make the test variable as a dictionary. The mat will be the key and 1 will be the value. Similarly that, and then 2 will be the value. So let's make the separator as dash and a greater than sign. Let's print as dot join test. So you can see the separator has been added in between. So now we will take an example where the key is not a what we say string, so it will raise an error. So I am going to take an integer. Okay, and then here also I am going to take 2 as the key and then that. Okay, so this will raise an error when we put a separator in between. So as dot join and then test. So this gives an error since key isn't a string. Okay, so now we will be taking an examples of L just. So this is left justification. So L just returns a left justified string of a given minimum bit. So you can define the bit. So let's take a string variable. So inside that let me store Python. Okay, so this is our string and then let's take the width. Okay, as let's say 10. Okay, and then we'll print string dot L just and let's put the width. Okay, so let's run it. So it is saying sequence item not found. So we have to comment this line. otherwise it will give again and again the same error. So here let's make a fill char also. Okay, let's take it as star. Okay, star will be our fill character, and let's print string dot adjust and then our width and the fill char. So let's run it. So you can see it is filled with stars. In this video we will be learning about lower method. It converts all uppercase characters in a string into lowercase characters and return it. So we will be making a string variable. Inside that we will be storing a string. Let's say this should be lowercase. So this should be converted to lowercase, and then we will be printing string dot lower. So let's run it. So you can see all the uppercase is converted to lowercase. So now we will see another example. Let's take the string variable itself, and we will be taking here, let's say this should HOULD, okay, be lowercase. Let's say case. Okay, so this is our string. So let's print string dot lower. So let's run it. So you can see it is converted to lowercase, and now we will see how we will use it in a program. So let's take a first string variable, first string, and inside that I am storing Python is awesome. Okay, so this is our string. Let's take a second string. Okay, second string. So in second string I am storing, let's say PYTHON is awesome. Okay, so this is our second string. So now let's make a if statement. If, let's say, first string dot lower is equals second string dot lower, then we will be printing print strings are same. Okay, else statement will just print strings are not same. Okay, let's run it. So here it is saying strings are same. So now we will be seeing an example of right justification. So let me first put some enter so that you can see it clearly. So I am going to put a comment over here, rjust. So what this rjust do? It returns a right justified string of a given minimum bit. So let's take a string. So I am taking a string as let's say Karna. Okay, so this is our string. I am taking the width as 7. Okay, and then I am going to print the right justification string dot rjust is equals okay, we will take the width inside width, okay, as the argument. So you can see it is justified in right. So now we will be taking right justified string and fill it with space. Okay, so or we will take a fill char variable also inside this. So string will be the same. We will just say take the fill char equals, we'll fill it with star. Okay, so let's print the string dot rjust and then width as the argument, and the other will be fill char. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see there are 2 star. So here the string Karna is aligned to the right, and the remaining 2 spaces on the left is filled with the character star. In this video we will be learning about upper method, it converts all lowercase characters in a string into uppercase characters and return it. So we'll be taking an example. Let's make a string variable. Inside that I am storing this should be, let's say, uppercase. Okay, and then we'll print string dot upper. So let's run it. So it is converted to uppercase. So let's make another string. This should be upper, okay, case, and let's print string dot upper. So let's run it. So you can see it is converted to uppercase. So now we'll be seeing how we can use it in a program. So I am going to take a first string variable and then I will be storing inside it, let's say, in lowercase, Python is awesome. Okay, and then I am going to make a second string, and inside that we'll be storing like this, Python is awesome. Okay, and then we'll make each statement to check whether the strings are equal. So we'll just make first string dot upper is equals second string dot upper. Then we'll be printing strings are same. Okay, let's make else statement, print strings are not same. Okay, so let's run it. So here it is saying strings are same. So now we will be taking another method named swap case. So what swap case does, it converts all uppercase letters to lowercase and all lowercase characters to uppercase and return it. So let me comment swap case. Okay, so now we'll take an example. Let's make a string variable. Okay, inside that this should be lowercase. Okay, so this is our string, and then we'll print string dot swap case. So let's run it. So you can see it is converted to lowercase. So let's make another string. This should be uppercase. So we're printing string dot swap case. Let's run it. So you can see it has converted into uppercase. So now we'll be taking a mixed case. So this should be mixed case. Okay, and let's print string dot swap case and run it. So you can see it is mixed case. So if you want to convert string to lowercase only, use the lower method. Likewise, if you want to convert string to uppercase only, use upper method. In this video, we will be learning about else strip and r strip method. Else strip method removes characters from the left based on the argument. So here we are going to make a random string variable, and let's store inside, let's say, 3 spaces, and then I'm going to put this is good. Okay, so this is our string, and let's print random string dot else strip. Okay, so it will remove the white spaces. So you can see here it has removed. So now I am going to print a random string, and then I am going to put an argument left strip, and inside that I am going to put str. Okay, so let's run it. So here argument doesn't contain any space, no characters are removed. Okay, So let's print another one, print random underscore string, okay, and then else strip, and then let me put like this, let's say s space t I, okay. So let's run it. So you can see here t is removed. So now let's take a website variable, and inside that let's store www, let me take like this, https colon and www.wikipedia.com. okay, so this is our website. Now we will be printing website dot lstrip, and then I'm going to put https colon slash and a dot, okay. So let's run it. So you can see here www.wikipedia.com. so let's take another s1 variable. Inside that let's store I love Python tutorial, okay. So let's put a space here, and after L also I'm going to put a space. So let's print s1 dot L strip, okay. So let's run it. So you can see here the output. So now we will be printing another s2 variable. So let's put some hash, okay, 3 hash hello world, and then again 3 hash, okay, and let's print the s2 dot L strip, and then the argument will be hash. So let's run it. So you can see it has stripped the hash from the left side. So now we will be seeing about the R strip, okay. So let me put some enter, and let me comment R strip. So R strip removes characters from the right based on the argument. So let's take the random string, and then let's put this is good, and let's put some space, and let's bring the random string dot L strip, okay. So let's run it. So you can see here it has removed the white spaces. So now we'll print another one, print random string dot, sorry, here it is R strip, I have taken L strip, okay. So if let me write here first R strip, and then I'm going to put si and space oo. So let's run it. So here also you can see it has removed the white spaces. So argument doesn't contain any d, so no characters are removed. So let's print the random string, random dot string, okay, random string, and sorry, underscore string, and then R strip, okay. So this time I'm going to take the argument as sid and oo. So let's check. So you can see it has removed the ood, okay. Similarly, let's take the website variable, website, and let's store the same, okay. Here I'm going to take let's say simply www.wikipedia.com, okay. So here I have taken wikipedia.com, and let's put a slash after that. And now I'm going to print website. Let's remove the last m, okay, website dot R strip, and then let's put m slash n dot, okay. So let's run it. So you can see m is being removed. So similarly we will take the example of s1 variable, and let's take I love Python tutorials, okay, and then we will print the s1 dot R strip, and then we will just print it. So you can see here the white space from the right is being removed, and we will take s2 similarly like the previous L strip, hello world, and then 3 hash. So let's remove the hash, okay. So we will be printing s2 dot R strip, and then we put the hash as a argument, and let's see the output. So you can see the hash has been removed from the right side. In this video we'll be learning about make trans method. it returns a translation table with one-to-one mapping of a Unicode ordinal to its translation. So let's make a translation table with dictionary. So let's put the value and the key. So I'm going to put the key as A and value as 1 2 3, B as the key and the value as 4 5 6, and C as the key, and let's give the value as 7 8 9. Okay, so this is our dictionary. Let's make a string variable. Let's store the string as ABC. Let's print the string dot make trans, and we'll put the argument as dictionary. So let's run it. So you can see here the mapping has been done. The make trans method created a mapping of the characters Unicode ordinal to its corresponding mapping, that is 97. A is mapped to 1 2 3. So likewise 98 to 4 5 6. So we can also do like this. We can change it and see. So let me change the key. Here I am going to change the key to 97. Here as 98 and here as 99. So you can see 97 is mapped to 1 2 3, and likewise. So we will be creating a translational table using two strings. So here let's take first string as ABC. Let's take second string as DF. Okay, and we will be making the string variable here also equals ABC. We will be printing the string dot make trans, and then let's put the argument as first string and second string. So let's run it. So you can see 97 to 100, 98 to 101, and 99 to 102. So printing only the first translation give you one-to-one mapping to each character's first Unicode ordinal to the same index character on second string. So if I change here, let's say GH, it will give a value error. So the arguments must have equal length. Okay. So now we will make a translational table using removable string. Okay. So let's copy this code and we will be adding a third string here. Okay. So let me put some enter so that you can see it clearly. So here I am going to make a third string. Let's say A, B and D. Okay. Let's put the argument also third string. Okay. Let's run it. So you can see the values are coming as none. So the third argument, third string, resets the mapping of each character in it to none and also creates a new mapping for non-existent character. So now we will be seeing about a new method, that is partition. Okay. So let me comment partition. Okay. So what this partition method do? It takes a string parameter separator that separates the string at the first occurrence of it. So let's make a string variable string, and let's put a string Python is fun. Okay. So this is our string. So we will see if separator is found or not. So let's print string and then partition. Okay. And then we'll put a separator is. Okay, is, and let's say space. So now we'll just print it. So here there is a error. So you can see Python is fun. So now we'll put a not. Okay, so let's print string dot partition, and then we'll put not. Okay, and a space. So it is not found, separator is not found. So you can see here. Now we will be making another string equals Python is fun. Okay, so let me do like this, Python is fun, and let me put isn't it. Okay, now we'll split at the first occurrence. Okay, so let's use string dot partition. Okay, and we'll use is separator is. So let's run it. So you can see here after the is there is a separator. So what it is doing, the partition method splits the string at the first occurrence of the argument string and returns a tuple containing the part before the separator argument string and the part after the separator. In this video we will be learning about translate method and partition method. So translate method returns a string where each character is mapped to its corresponding character as per the translation table. So let's make a first string. So here first string is ABC. Let's take second string equals, we'll put the value as GHI, and third string let's put the value as AB. Okay, let's make a string variable A B C D F. Okay, so we have put the, so this is our original string, so let's print the original string. So this is our original string. So now let's make a translation variable, translation. Okay, so here we will be calling string dot make trans. Okay, and then let's put first string, second string, and then third string. Okay, so make trans method was covered in the previous video. So let's print a translated string dot translate, and let's put the argument as translation. Okay, so let's run it. So here you can see the translated string is IDEF. So here the translation mapping translate method contains the mapping from A, B and C to G, H and I, but the removal string, third string, resets the mapping to A and B to none. So now we will be taking a translation table. Okay, translate, so let's say translation. Okay, translation equals, so let's make it as a dictionary, so 97, and let's put the value as none. So in this example we'll manually translate. Okay, so 98 will be none, and let's take 99 as 105. Okay, so this is our dictionary. So let's take a string variable as A, B, C, D, F as above, and now we'll be printing our translated string dot translate. Okay, and then our translation. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see IDF is the output. So here we don't create a translation table from make trans, but we manually create the mapping directory translate. So now we will be seeing about the R partition. So let me put a comment, R partition. Okay, so this R partition method takes a string parameter separator that separates the string at the last occurrence of it. So let's make a string equals, and let's make the string as Python is fun. So this is our string. Okay, so now we'll print string dot R partition, and here let's check is separator is found. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here. So let's print another one, string dot R partition. Okay, and then here let's put a not separator which is not found. Okay, there is another partition. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here Python is fun. So now let's make another, let's make a string Python is fun. Okay, isn't it? So this is our new string. So let's print string dot R partition, and then we'll put up is. So what it will do, it will split at the last occurrence of is. Okay, so you can see here it is splitted at the last occurrence of is. Okay, so R partition method splits the string at the last occurrence of the argument string and returns a tuple containing the part before separator, argument string and the part after the separator. In this video we will be learning about replace method and rfind method. So replace method returns a copy of a string where the old substring is replaced with a new substring. So let's make a string. Okay, let's store inside is tolerance is not a easy quality. Okay, so let's replace let's say tolerance. Okay, so we'll be using string dot replace, and then we'll be changing tolerance to acceptance. Okay, acceptance. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here it is changed. So let's make a variable song. Okay, so let it be, and then let it be. So this is our string. So we will be changing in, let's say, 2 occurrences. Okay, so let's take a song dot replace, and we'll be replacing let's change let and to, let's say, don't let. Okay, don't let. Okay, and then we'll be using 2 for 2 occurrences. So here there is change in 2 occurrences. So let's take the first thing and let's paste it. Okay, and now here we will be changing some letters. So let's change so let's say string dot replace, and then we'll be replacing O to, let's say, okay. So let's run it. So you can see all the O is being changed to E. So let's take this and we'll replace something here. So let's print song dot replace. Okay, and let's replace here let with so. Okay, let with so in just 1 occurrence. It will change just 1 time. So let's run it. So you can see in the middle one it is changed to in 1 time. So let's take another variable s1, and inside that I am storing I love Python tutorials, and let's say I love coding. Okay, so we'll be changing, let's say, print s1 dot replace, and let's change love to like. Okay, so this is our first replacement, and let's replace I, let's say song dot s1 dot replace, and we'll be replacing I with he. Okay, I to he. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the changes are being made. So now we'll be seeing about the rfind method. So rfind method is very easy. So let me comment first rfind. Okay, so what this rfind method do? It returns the highest index of the substring if found. If not found, it returns -1. So let's make a quote variable. Okay, and then let's put let it be, and then again let it be. Okay, so now we'll be changing in a result variable. Okay, we'll store it in result variable quote dot rfind. So let's change let it, let's find let it. Okay, let keep it small, let it. Okay, so let's run it. So before running, let's print the result. So you can see here the result. So similarly, let's find small also. Let's say result is equals quote, and we'll find something which is not there, rfind. Okay, so let's put it small. So small is not there, so print the result. So it will print -1 as the output. Okay, so similarly, let's make a result variable, result. Okay, so inside result, let's store quote dot rfind. Okay, and then we'll find b and comma. Okay, so let's make if statement. If, let's say, result is not equal to -1, then print the result. Else let's make else statement, else it will print doesn't contain the string. Okay, so let's put doesn't contain substring. Okay, so let's run it. So here the output is 18. In this video we will be learning about index method. It returns the highest index of the substrings inside the string if found. If the substring is not found, it raises an exception. So let me make a variable code. Inside that I will be storing a string. Let it be, and then again let's say let it be. Okay, so this is our string. So let's make a result variable and let's store inside it. We'll be calling code dot index. Okay, and then the argument will be let it. Okay, and then let's print the result. So you can see 23 is the output. So let's put something which is not there. So let's make a result variable once again, code, and then our index, and then we'll put small. Okay, so small is not there in our code string. So let's print the result this time. We'll be getting a value error, substring not found. Okay, so let me comment this line, and now let's make another quote variable. Quote equals do small things with weight love. So this is our new string. So now we'll search small things. Okay, so let's print quote dot index, and then let's search t. Okay, let's put the start as 2. So you can see 25. So it searched from small things with great love. Okay, so now let's make another. Let's print quote dot index, and then let's find th, and then from 6 to 20. Okay, so you can see here it is giving at 18th it has found. So similarly let's print quote dot index, and then let's put o small. Okay, let's put the start index as 10 and -1. Okay, so here we'll be getting a value error, substring not found. So now let me code this line, otherwise we'll get another error. Okay, so now we'll be seeing about our split method. So let me put a comment, split method. Okay, so split method breaks up a string at the specified separator and returns a list of strings. So let me put a, let's say this time I am making text. Okay, text variable. Inside that let's store love the neighbor. Okay, and let's split at space. Okay, so print text dot split method. Okay, so let's run it. So it has done it. So let's make a grocery list. Okay, variable, and then let's put another sim, milk, bread. Okay, and let's say rice, and then we'll split at comma. Okay, so let's print grocery dot split. Okay, and then let's put a comma and a space. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here now we'll be splitting at just comma. Okay, so let's split this time with, let's say, grocery dot split, and let's put a colon this time. So here we have to put a quotation mark. so there is no colon, so the output is the same. So let's split. Okay, another, we'll put a max split also here. So let's see how max split work. Grocery, we are making a new list. Okay, let's put this time rice, wheat. Okay, and let's put bread, milk. Okay, so now let's print grocery dot split, and then let's put a comma, space, and 2. Okay, so we'll see how max split work. So here we have given max split as 2. Let's give max split as 1 this time. Here I'm giving 1, so you can see here the split. So now let's check 5. Okay, and now we'll be taking 0. So you can see here. So if max split is specified, the list will have the maximum of max split plus 1 items. In this video we will be learning about rsplit method and split lines method. So rsplit method breaks the string at the separator starting from the right and returns a list of string. So let's make a variable text, and I'm just storing here tolerance is not easy quality. So this is our string. So let's print and call the text dot rsplit. So let's call this method. So you can see here the output. So let's make a list of grocery, a variable grocery, and we'll be storing a string inside it. Let's say milk and coffee, and we are just separating it with a comma. So here is our string. So let's split it at comma. Okay, grocery dot rsplit, and we'll just put a comma and space. So here is the output. Similarly, let's put a colon, so we'll get the same output, grocery dot rsplit, and let's put a colon. Okay, so you can see. So when max split is not specified, rsplit behaves like split. So let's put a max split. Okay, so we'll be putting the argument max split. So let's print grocery dot rsplit, and we'll just put the comma, and we'll put the max split as 2. Okay, so let's run it. So here you can see. So now let's add some more items inside it. Okay, bread, let's put butter. Okay, and let's put rice. So now I am going to just copy and paste and just increase the max split. So here I am going to put 5. Again let's put 0. Okay, so you can see the output. So here if max split is specified, the list will have the maximum of max split plus 1 items. So now let's see about the split line method. Let me comment split lines. Okay, so now this split line method splits the string at line breaks and return a list of lines in the string. So we will be creating a grocery list with next line. Okay, grocery equals, let's put milk, and we'll put a next line instead of comma. Okay, butter, next line, and then let's put coffee, and let's put rice. Okay, and again next line, and let's put bread. Okay, so this is our string. So let's do split lines. Okay, so grocery dot split lines method. Okay, so let's run it. So we'll just use this code, and we'll just put the argument as true. So let's see the output. So you can see here next line is also here. So similarly we'll just do like grocery equals, and let's put space in between, instead of next line we'll put butter, coffee, rice, bread. Okay, so this is our new string. So let's print the grocery dot late lines. Okay, so here you can see the output. In this video we'll be learning about starts with method. It returns true if a string starts with the specified prefix. If not, it returns false. So let's take a string in variable text. Okay, so our string is Python is easy to learn. Okay, so this is our string. So let's make a result variable and we'll be calling text dot starts with. Okay, and then let's put the prefix as is easy. Okay, so it is false, it will return false because it is not starting with is easy. So let's print the result. So you can see here the output is false. So let's make the result variable as equals to text dot, okay, starts with. Okay, and then we will be putting like Python is. So here you can see, let's put the result. We will be getting the output as true because it is starting with Python is. So now let's make the result variable as text dot starts with. Okay, and then we will be putting Python is easy to learn. Okay, so we have written the complete string. Okay, so we'll be printing the result. So let's see the output. So here also it is giving the output as true. So let's make this start with variable, start with method with start and end parameter. So our text will remain the same. We'll just put the start. Okay, so here let's say text dot starts with. Okay, and then let's say is easy. Okay, is easy, and then let's put the start as 7. Okay, so let's see, let's print the result. So you can see here it is giving the output as true. In the above example the output was false. So let's put the start and end this time. Result equals text dot starts with. Okay, and let's put is easy, and then we'll be searching it from 7 to 18. Okay, let's print the result. So again here it is giving the output as true. So now we'll be making the result as text dot starts with, and we'll be putting, let's say, easy. Okay, and then let's put 7 to 18. Let's print. The result. So let's see the output. So now it is giving the output as false. So we'll be seeing an example where starts with a tuple prefix. Okay, prefix. Okay. So let's make the text variable as program is easy. So this is our new string. So let's type the result equals text dot starts with, and then let's put Python at first, Python, and let's put programming. Okay, so now let's put the it was a tuple, that's why. So now let's print the result. We'll be getting the output as true because there is programming in it. Okay, so here the output is true. So let's say result equals text dot starts with, and then let's put the parameter as is. Okay, is, and then let's say easy, and here we'll put Java. Okay, so let's print the result. So here the output is coming as false. So we'll put a start and end parameter this time. Result equals text dot starts with, and let's put here program, and here we are going to put easy, and let's put the start as 12 and end as 19. Okay, so let's print the result. So here the output is coming as false. So if you need to check if the string ends with the specified suffix, we can use the ends with. So now we will be seeing about the title method. So let me put some enter, and let me comment title. So what this title method do? It returns a string with first letter of each word capitalized. Okay, so let me put a text variable. Okay, and let's say my favorite number is 77. Okay, and then we will be printing text dot title. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see all the first letter is been capitalized. So let's put another text variable, and let's store inside it 963, and let's say K312, similarly star 63, and let's say fun. Okay, and let's print the text dot title. So let's run it. So you can see the F is been capitalized. So now we will see with apostrophes. So let's print, before that let's put a text with, let's say he an engineer, and let's put isn't it, he, and then we will be printing text dot title. Okay, so let's run the program. So you can see here we have made a mistake. So let me put a quotation mark, and let's see here. So here you can see, so title capitalizes the first letter after apostrophes as well. To solve this issue, we can use regex. So for that we have to import import re. Okay, and then let's create a function title keys, and let me put the argument as s. Okay, we will be returning re dot sub, and then we'll put r, and then a to z, and let's say small a to z. Okay, and then let's put a plus sign, and then here we'll be taking a to z and a to z small, and then let's put a plus and then a question mark. Okay, and now we'll be calling a lambda function. Okay, so let me call the lambda mo, and then mo dot group 0, and then we'll put 0 here dot upper, and then we'll put a plus sign, and then mo dot group 0 to, let's say this, and then lower. Okay, and then let's put a comma and s, and let's print the text here. text equals he's an engineer, isn't he? Okay, then let's print the title case and let's put the text inside it. So let's run it. So you can see here that T is now small letter. In this video we will be learning about zfill method. It returns a copy of the string with 0 characters padded to the left. So let's make a text variable and inside that let's store program is fun. Okay, so this is our string. So let's call the zfill method. So we'll be printing text dot zfill and let's put 15 as the argument. So you can see here 10 is padded. Now let's put print text dot zfill and let's put 20 this time. So when we run it, you can see there are 6 zeros. So let's print text dot zfill and the width will be 10. So here there is no zeros. So if a string starts with prefix plus or minus or 0 digits are filled with after the first sign prefix character. So let's see how this works in a program. So let me make a variable number, okay, and let me put minus 690 as the number. Okay, so let me print number dot zfill and let's put the width as 8. So you can see here 4 zeros have been added. So similarly let's print for positive 690. Okay, so let me just change the sign and put a plus sign. So you can see here. So similarly let's take another string and let me store here minus minus random plus text. Okay, and let me put this also as text and I am filling it with 20. So let's run it. So you can see here the number. Sorry, it is not number, it should be text. Okay, I'm changed. So let's run it. So you can see here 7 zeros are added before minus random. So now let's see map method. So the map method is similar to string format except that string format creates a new dictionary whereas this mapping doesn't. So let's create let me put a comment first, map. Okay, now let me put a point named variable. Inside that I'll be storing a dictionary. Let's put the key as x and value as 9 and here we'll be putting y as key and then minus 6 as the value. Okay, so let's print. We'll be using format here x and y and then dot format and let's put the star point. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here. So the format map mapping is similar to string format mapping method. So the only difference is that this string format star mapping copies the dictionary whereas the string format star mapping makes a new dictionary during method call. This can be useful if you are working with dict class subclass. Okay, so let's see the return value and how this format map works. So let me copy this. Okay, and I am just pasting it here. Okay, and then let me put another key z. Okay, so I'll be adding one more key z and let's put the value as, let's say, 0. Okay, so here I'll be adding z also, z. So let's run it. So you can see here 0 is also being added. So let's see how it works in dict subclass. Okay, dict subclass. So now I'll be making a class name, let's say coordinate, and dict will be the argument. And let me define a method missing and then let me put self and key as the argument. Okay, and let's return the key. Now I'll be printing print. Here I'll be putting x, y. Okay, let me put a space in between, and then format underscore map, and then we'll call the coordinate. Let's put x is equals to 9. Okay, and let's close it. It's closed. So let's run it. So here there is a spelling mistake. That goes. So you can see here 9 and y. Okay, so let's put a bracket over here, parenthesis, and let me put here. Let's copy this, and I'll be changing the value of x to, let's say, 5. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here 5 comma y. Similarly, let's put a y variable also here. Let's say y is equals 6. Okay, the value is 6 here. So let's run. So 9 comma 6 is the value. So format mapping is more flexible than format star mapping, as you can have missing keys. In this video, we will be learning about list index method and append method. So our index method returns the index of the specified element in the list. So let us make a vowels variable, and inside that I am going to store a list of A, E, I, O, U. Okay, A, E, I, O and U. Okay, so this is our list. So let's see the index of, let's say, I. Okay, so vowels dot index, and we will be seeing the index of I, that is 2. So you can see here the output. So let's see the index of, let's say, U this time, index. Okay, and I am going to put U inside it. So it is giving the output as 4, because the index starts from 0, that's why it is giving the element as 4. So let me print a element which is not there. So it will give a value error. Okay, index vowels dot index. So let me search as, okay, so it is not there, it will give a value error. Okay, so now we will give a start and end index in the list. Okay, so let me put a variable like alphabets. Okay, so let me put some alphabets inside it. Okay, A, and then K, and then let's say S, and D, let's say N. Okay, so this is our list of alphabets. So now let's search for let's say I. Okay, vowel alphabets dot index, and we will be searching for, let's say, H. Okay, and it will start from index 2. So the item number is 2, so there will be no error. If I put here 4, there will be a value error. Okay, it is not in the list, but I am giving here 2 because the index of H is 2. So let me print another alphabets dot index. So this time we will be giving an end index also. So let me give, let me search for K, and I am going to give the start index as 3, and let's say at 7 it will end. So you can see here the output is giving as 4. So if it goes beyond, it will give an value error. So let's see about the append method also. So let me comment append. Okay, so here we will be seeing about append method. So append method adds an element to the end of the list. Okay, so in the existing list it will add a new item. Okay, so I am going to give animals variable, and let's store inside it cat, dog, and let me add one more, let's say rabbit. Okay, so this is our list of animals. So let's add, so animals dot append, and let us add guinea pig to the list. Okay, so this will be added. So let's bring the updated animals list. Okay, so let's find it. So you can see the list has been edited. So now let's add list to a list. Okay, so animals is already there. We'll be making a new wild animals. Okay, so this is our new list. So let's store tiger and monkey. Okay, so tiger and monkey is there. So now we will be giving animals dot append. So we want to append wild animals, wild underscore animals. So let's see the updated list animals. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here the list has been added to the existing list. In this video we will be learning about extend method and insert method. So extend method adds all the elements of an iterable, let it be list, tuple, string, etc. to the end of the list. So it does not return any value, it modifies the original list. So let me make a list of language. Okay, and let me put two language inside is French, and let me add one more English. Okay, so these are our two language. So let me make another language one variable, and let me store Spanish, and let's say Portuguese. Okay, Portuguese. Okay, so this is our new list. So let's extend. So language dot extend. Okay, and then we'll add our new list language 1. Okay, and let's print the existing list language. So let's run it. So you can see here it has been extended. So similarly let's add elements of tuple and set to a list. Okay, so let me make the language variable as French. Okay, so now let me put language tuple, language underscore tuple. Okay, so in this tuple there will be two, let's say Spanish and Portuguese. Okay, and then let me make a language underscore site, and this site will contain, let's say, Chinese and Japanese. Okay, so now we will just extend it. Okay, so let's extend language dot extend, and then we will be putting the language underscore, let's say, tuple. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here the tuple has been added. So now we will extend the language set also. So language dot extend, and then let's extend it with the language set. So let's print the language. So now you can see the set is also been added. So now let's see other ways to extend a list. So let me make a list as let's say 1, 2, and let me make a variable b and store 3, 4 inside it. So I want to add this, so just I will do like this, and then let's print the value of a. So you can see the list has been extended 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can also do it with the list slicing syntax. Okay, so let me put slicing syntax. Okay, and I will do nothing, I will just put a and then length of a and colon and then equal to b. Okay, so let's print the value of a. So you can see here it has been added to a 3, 4. Okay, so let's see the difference between the extend and our append method. Okay, so append method has been we have seen in the last video, extend versus append. Okay, so let's see. So let's make a variable a1 equals 1, 2. Okay, let's make a variable a2, let's store 1, 2 inside it, and let's make a variable b, and let me store here a tuple of 3 and 4. Okay, so now we will just extend a1, extend, and then I'll put here b. Okay, So the output is clear. You will see the 1 2 3 4. Okay, so let me do like this with append a2 dot append. Okay, and then I'll just put the b. Okay, so let's print the a2. So you can see here the difference between the extend and append. So now let's see the insert method. Let me comment first insert method. So okay, this insert method inserts an element to the list at the specified index. Okay, so it doesn't return anything. So let's me put a vowel equals a, e, I, o and u. Like it. Okay, these are vowel. So let me insert, let's say vowel dot insert, and I'll be inserting at 3. Okay, and let's say o. Okay, let me remove o from here. So let's print the vowel. So let's run it. So you can see o has been added to the third index. So similarly we'll insert a tuple to a list. So let's make a mixed list. Okay, we'll make a mixed list, and let me store inside it, let's say 1 comma 2, and then a list of 5 6 and 7. Okay, so now let me put a number underscore tuple variable, and let's store inside it 3 and 4. Okay, and let's insert, so mix underscore list, and then we will insert at index 1 our number tuple. Okay, so let's print the mixed list. So you can see here the tuple has been added in the index number 1. In this video we'll be learning about remove method and count method. Remove method removes the first matching element, which is passes an argument from the list, and remove does not return any value. So let's make an animal list, and let's say we add monkey, dog, okay, and let's say rabbit and guinea pig. Okay, so these are 4 animals. So let's remove rabbit from animals. Okay, remove, and let's say rabbit. Okay, so let's print the updated animals list. So let's print. So you can see here rabbit has been removed. So let's see a remove method on the list having duplicate element. So let's copy the above animal list and let's paste it, and I'm going to put dog once again. Okay, so there are 2 dogs in the list, and let's say animals dot remove, and I'm going to remove dogs. Okay, so let's see what is been removed from animals. So you can see only 1 dog is removed. Okay, so let's see the let's remove something which is not there. Okay, so let's say animals dot, let's say we will remove fish. Okay, fish is not there, so let's remove fish and print animals. So you can see here there is a value error because the element which we are searching is not in the list. So if you want to delete element based on index, like the 4th element, you can use the list pop method. Okay, or you can use the Python delete statement to remove the item from the list. So now let us see the count method. Before that, let me comment this line, otherwise there will be an error. Okay, so let me put one more comment, count method. Okay, so what this count method does, it returns the number of times the specified element appears in the list, and the count method returns the number of times element appear in the list. Okay, so let's make a vowel. Okay, so this vowel will contain the vowels A, E, I and O, and let's say U. So this is our vowels list. So let's see the count equals vowel dot count of let's say I. Okay, so let's print the count. So you can see the count is saying as 1. So let's see the count of P. Okay, P is not there. Again we will see it. What will happen if we put vowels dot count of P. Okay, so there will be no error, but it will just print 0. Okay, count. So let's see. So it is printing 0. Similarly, let's count tuple and list element inside a list. Okay, so let me put some enter so that you can see it clearly. So let me put a random list. A random list is equal to, let me put a, and let me put a tuple, and let's say a and b in the tuple. Okay, and again one more tuple, a and b. Okay, so similarly let me add one more list inside it, 3 and 4. So this is our random list. So let's see the count of, let's say random dot count. Okay, and let's see the count of a and b. Okay, so let's print the count to see the number of times this occurs. So you can see 2 times. Okay, so similarly let's see the count of the 3 and 4. Okay, random dot count, and let's see the count of 3 and 4. Okay, so let's print the count. Okay, so here you can see the count of 3 and 4 is 1. In this video we will be learning about list, pop and reverse method. So pop method removes the item at the given index from the list and returns the removed item. Okay, so let's take an variable languages. Okay, and let's put Python, and let's say Java, and let's say Ruby, and C++, let's say Kotlin. Okay, and one more, let's say C. So this is our list of languages. So let's pop the 4th item. Okay, so we have to pass 3. Okay, so let's remove, or let's say return underscore value. Okay, is equals, we will be popping. So languages dot pop. Okay, and then let's put 3 because we have to remove 4th element, that is C++. So let's print the return value. So you can see C++ has been removed, which is the 4th item. Let's print the updated list. So this is our updated list without C++. So if you need to pop the 4th element, you need to pass 3 to the pop method. So let's remove and return the last item. Okay, we'll pass no argument inside pop. Okay, so let's say we'll print languages dot pop. Okay, and let's print the updated list languages. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the last element, that was C, was removed, and the updated list you can see Python, Java, Ruby and Kotlin. Okay, so similarly let's put let's say -1 as the argument, languages and dot pop, and I'm going to put -1. Okay, so let's print the updated list languages. So let's run it. So you can see in -1 it has removed the last item, and the updated list you can see Python, Java and Ruby. So let's remove and return the 3rd last item. Okay, so for that I'll be putting -3 languages and then dot pop, and I'm going to put -3, and let's print the updated list. Okay, so languages. So let's run it. So you can see Python has been removed. Okay, so if you need to remove the given item from the list, you can use the list remove method, and you can also use the del statement to remove an item or slice from the list. So now let us see the reverse method. So before that, let me comment reverse okay method. So what this reverse method do? This reverse method reverse the elements of the list. Okay, so let's take a variable name systems. So this is our variable. Let's put Windows, and let's say Mac OS. Okay, and let's put Linux. Okay, so this is our list of systems. So this is our original list. So let's reverse it, system dot reverse. Okay, and let's print the updated list systems. So you can see it has been reversed. So now let's reverse the list using slicing operator. So now let's make a variable, let's say reversed underscore list. Okay, and let's put inside systems and let's slice -1. Let's print the output reversed underscore list. So let's see. So you can see it has come to the original form. So we will be accessing elements in reverse order. So let me put a for statement. Okay, so let's say for O in reversed, and let's say system. Okay, and now let's print O. So let's run it. So you can see the order. In this video we'll be learning about sort and copy method. Sort method sorts the elements of a given list in a specific ascending or descending order. So let us see an example. So let's take a vowels variable and let's store a list inside it. So let's say E, A, and let's say U, O, okay, and let's say I. So this is a random vowel list. So let's sort vowels dot sort, okay, and then we'll just make a print statement and we'll call the vowels. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see it has been sorted. So let's sort in descending order. So we are going to make vowels dot sort and the argument is reverse is equals to, so this will give the descending order. So let's print the vowels. So you can see here the descending order of the vowels. So similarly let's sort the list using key. So for that let's make a function named take second, okay, and then let's make a variable argument as lm, and then let's return int1, okay, and let's make a random list, random. So this random variable contains a list of peoples, okay, so let's say 2,2, 3,3, and let's say 4,1, and one more 1,3. Okay, so this is a random list. So let's sort random dot sort, okay, and then let's take key as take second, okay, and then let's print the random. So you can see here. So this is a sorted list. So now let's see the example of copy method. So before that let me give a comment copy, okay. So this copy method returns a shallow copy of a list, okay. So let's make a list. So a list can be copied using equal to operator. So let's make a old list variable and let's store a list as 1, 2, 3, okay, and then let's make a new list equals old list. So let's print the new list, okay. So you can see the new list or old list is being copied to new list. So the problem with copying list in this way is that if you modify new list, old list is also modified. So let's see another. So you have seen like this. So let's make a new underscore list is equals or let's say new underscore list dot append, okay, and then we'll append a to it, okay. So when you see the old list and new list, it will be same, okay. So let's say old underscore list, and then we'll print the new underscore list. So you can see both have the a element inside it. So let's see about the copy method, but the copy method does not return anything. So let me make a mylist variable, let me store a list inside it, let's say monkey and 0, and let's take a floating point number 6.7, okay. So let's copy new underscore list equals my list, okay, my list, and then copy. So let's print the new list. So you can see the new list over here, okay. So if you modify the new list in the above example, my list will not be modified. So let's make a mixed list, okay. Let's take this as the my list as the mixed list, and let's take a new, or let's say let's change a list, okay. Let's copy this and make this as a list, okay, and renaming it as list, okay. This has been changed to list, and then let's make a new list, okay. New list is equal to list, and then let's give a colon. So copying a list using slicing, okay. So new list dot append, and let's put inside it line, okay. So now this added element to a new list, and then let's print the old list. So our old list was list, and let's print the new list, let's print the new underscore list, okay. So you can see the new list contain line, but the old list doesn't have line. In this video we will be learning about clear and del method. Clear method removes all items from the list, and it does not take any parameter. So let's make a list, okay, and inside that list I am storing 1, 2, okay, and let's take a tuple a, okay, and let's take another list inside it. Let's take 1.1 and 2.2, okay. So this is our list. So now let's use the clear method dot clear, okay, and let's print the list now. So you can see here is an empty list. So now let's use the del method, okay. So list equals, let's copy the above, okay, and I pasted the above list. So let's do del list, and then we'll print the list. So you can see again there is an empty list. So let's learn delete statement more precisely. So let me make a class, okay, my class, okay. So this my class will contain a variable, let's say a, and we are assigning 10 to it. Let's define function and then self, okay, as the argument. Let's print hello inside it, hello, okay, and now let's print my class. Okay. So you can see the output, class main and my class. So now let's delete my class, okay, and now let's print my class. So you'll get a name error, okay. So you can see my class is not defined, here is a name error. So let me comment this line, otherwise we'll get the error again and again. So let me put some enter so that you can see it clearly. So now we'll be deleting variable list and dictionary. So let's make a my variable, and then I'm storing 5 inside it. So let's make a my table. Okay, and let's store, let's say Vibhishan and 33. Okay, and let's store a my dictionary also, and let's put the name as Vibhishan, and let's put the age as 33. Okay, so we have tuple dictionary and a simple variable. So let's delete all my variable, let's delete my tuple, and let's delete my dictionary. Okay, so you can see all the items are deleted. So let's remove items and slice from a list. Okay, so let's make a my list variable, and let's store inside it a list. Let me put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. Okay, and then we are deleting the third item. Okay, so we'll put my list and then 2 because we are deleting the third item. So let's print the my list. Okay, so you can see 3 is removed. So let's delete item from 2 to 4. So let's delete my list, and we are going to delete from 2 to 4. Okay, so let's print the my list. Here we have to give the slicing. So you can see here it is giving 1 6 7 8 and 9. So let's delete all items. So delete my list, and we are deleting all. Okay, so let's print the my list now. So you can see here is an empty list. So let me print the my variable again. So we'll get an error because it is been deleted previously. So we'll get a name error, my variable is not defined. Okay, similarly we can also print my tuple. Here also we will get the name error, and for my dictionary also we will get the same error. So you can see all are giving the same error. So let's remove a key value pair from a dictionary. Okay, so let's make a person variable, and let's make a dictionary key as name. Let's store name as Vibhishan, and then let me store another like age. Okay, and let me put programmer. Okay, let me say age is let's say 33, and let me put let's say profession. Okay, and let me put profession as programmer. Okay, and then let me delete the person profession. Okay, profession, and let's see the output person. Okay, so you can see the profession is being removed. So you can't delete items of tuple and strings. It's because tuple and strings are immutables, object that can't be changed after its creation. So let me show you that my tuple. Okay, and let me store inside it 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so let me delete the first item, my tuple, and let me put let's say 1. Okay, so you can get a type error. Tuple object doesn't support item deletion. So however, you can delete an entire tuple or string. So we have seen that above, as in the above example. Let me do like this. Okay, so it has been deleted. So let me print the my tuple. So you will get the error. Okay, because it doesn't exist now. So it is not defined, it is saying. In this video we will be learning about shallow copy and deep copy in Python. So we use equal to operator to create a copy of an object. So you may think this create a new object, but it doesn't. It only creates a new variable that shares the reference of the original object. So let me make a old list variable, okay, and then let me store a list inside it. Okay, so let's say I'm going to store 1, 2 and 3. I'll make another list inside it. Let's say 4, 5, 6. Okay, and let me make another list, and inside that let me store 7, 8 and let's say a string a. Okay, so now let me make a new list and we'll assign it with old list. Okay, and now let's make new underscore list and then 2 is equals 9. Okay, and now let's print the old list. And then let's print the ID of old list. So let's run it. So you can see the old list and the ID of old list. So similarly, let's do for new list. New list, and here also I am going to write new list. So you can see here the ID is the same and the objects are also the same. Okay, so now you can see here old list and new list share the same ID. Okay, so if you want to modify any value in new list or old list, the change is visible in both. So let's see the copy module. So copy module of Python for shallow and deep copy operations. So let's import copy method, copy library. Let me import copy. Okay, and then let me make copy dot copy of let's say x, and then copy dot deep copy of x. So here copy returns a shallow copy of x. Similarly, deep copy returns a deep copy of x. Okay, so let me make a, let's say, let's do the shallow copy. Okay, so let me comment shallow copy. Okay, so shallow copy creates a new object which stores the reference of the original element. So let me make a old list, old underscore list. Okay, and then let me put a 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6 and again 7, 8, 9. So this is our old list. So let me make a new list. Okay, inside new list let me do copy dot copy of old underscore list. Okay, so let me print the old list and let me print the new list as well. So you can see here the old list and the new list. So we created a nested list and then shallow copy it using copy method. So let's do adding of 4, 4, in a old list. Okay, so let me make a old list, old underscore list, and inside that let me store 1, 1. Okay, and then let me store 2, 2, and here let me store 3, 3. Okay, so this is our old list. So new underscore list is equals copy dot copy of old list. Okay, and then we'll make old list dot append. Okay, let's append 4, 4. Okay, so we are going to append this. So let's print old list and let's print the new list as well, new list. Okay, so you can see in the old list there is 4, 4, but in the new list there is no 4, 4. So when you change any nested object in old list, the change appears in the new list. So adding a new list object in shallow copy. So let's make our old list like the same as the above. Okay, let me copy this And then what we will do, we'll make a new list, new underscore list, and then copy of copy, let's say old list. Okay, and then we'll make old list 1 equals, let's say A and A. Okay, so let me print the old list, and again I'm going to print the new list. So you can see the change. Okay, so in this we made a change to old list, that is old list 1 that is equal to A, but sublist of old list and new list at index 1 were modified. This is because both lists share the reference of same nested object. So now let's see the deep copy. So in deep copy, it creates a new object and recursively adds the copy of nested objects present in the original elements. So let's make the same list. Okay, old and new list, and what we'll do, we'll just print the old list and new list, and we'll change here deep copy. Okay, and let me change here. Okay, and let me print the old list and new list. So let's run it. So you can see here. So we use deep copy function to create copy which looks similar, but if you make changes to any nested object in original object old list, you will see no change in the new list. So let's see that, adding a new nested object. Okay, so this, we'll take the same example, but here we are going to change the old underscore list, okay, at index 1 and 0 equals, let's say bb. Okay, so now let's print the old list, and here let's print the new list. So let's run it. So you can see there is no change in the new list. So we have assigned a new value to old list. We can see only the old list is modified. This means both old list and the new list are independent. This is because the old list was recursively copied, which is true for all its nested objects. In this video we will be learning about tuple count and index method. So our count method returns the number of times the specified elements appears in a tuple. So let's make a vowel variable. Okay, inside that let me store the vowels A, E, I, O and U. So this is our tuple. So let me make a count variable as well, and inside this count variable I will make vowels dot count, and let's see the count of I. Okay, so let's print the count. So we will see the count is 1. So let's print the count of, let's say P is not there, so we will get the count as 0. So now let's make a variable random, and inside this random I am going to store different data types, like first I will be making a tuple, let's say A comma B, and let's make another one A comma B. Okay, and let me make a list 3 comma 4. Okay, so let's see the count of A and B. Okay, index, random, and here I am going to put the index of, let's say A comma B. Okay, so let's print the output. So you can see the count is showing as 2. So let me put the list over here 3 comma 4. So we'll see the count of that 3 comma 4 list. So you can see the count is showing as 1. So now let's see the index method in tuple. So what this index method do? It returns the index of specified elements in the tuple. Okay, so let me make the vowel. Okay, so index. Okay, so I am going to make the vowels as the same as above, and I am going to make the index variable as let's say vowels dot index. Okay, and let's see the index of E. Okay, let's print the index variable. So you can see it is showing as 1. Again let's see the index of, let's say, I. So you will see the index of I is 2. Okay, so now we will be seeing which is not there. Okay, so P is not there, so let's see the index of P. We will get an error. Okay, so you can see here there is a value error. Okay, so now let's make another alphabets variable. Okay, alphabets. So this will contain alphabets like A, E, I, and then O, U, and let's say G, H, J, and let's say L. Okay, so this is our alphabet variable. So let's see the index. Let's put the index variable as alphabet dot index, and let's see the index of G. Okay, so let's print the index. So you can see the index is showing as 5. So let me put a start also here. So I am going to see for I, and let me put the index start as 4. So you can see here I is in the second position and I am starting it with 4. So you can see here the output, there is a value error. So if I put here 2, then the output is correct 2. It is not showing an error, but if I put 4, it will give a value error. Okay, so let's put an end also. So let me put the end as, let's say, 6. Okay, so here also there will be no error. Let me put here G. We will be searching G, the index of G, so it is no problem. It is showing as 5 because it is between 2 and 6. Okay, so if I put something like 4, we will get an error because it is out of range. In this video we will be learning about dictionary clear and copy method. So clear method removes all the items from the dictionary. So let's make a dictionary D variable, and I am going to store the dictionary key as 1, and let me store 1 as the value, and then 2 as the key, and then value as 2. Okay, so this is our dictionary. So D dot clear. So this will clear the dictionary. Let's print the D. So you can see there is an empty dictionary over here. So now let's see about the copy method. Okay, so what this copy method does, it returns a shallow copy of the dictionary. Okay, so it does not take any parameter. So let me make a original variable. Let me store 1 as the key and 1 as the value, and then 2 as the key and 2 as the value. Okay, so this is our dictionary. So let me make a new variable and let me call original dot copy. Okay, and then let's print the original as well as let's print the new. Okay, so you can see here both the dictionaries, original as well as new. So the difference in using copy method and equal to operator. So when we use copy method, a new dictionary is created which is filled with a copy of the reference from the original dictionary. But when we use equal to operator, a new reference to the original dictionary is created. So let's use a equal to operator. Okay, so let me say equal to operator. Okay, so in this let's keep the original as same, and I am going to make new is equal to original. Okay, and then let me clear the new. Okay, new dot clear, and now let me print the new and let me print the original. So let me run it. So you can see here both are empty. So here when new dictionary is cleared, original dictionary is also cleared. So let's use the copy method. Okay, so let me make the original as this. Let me copy this. So this is our original. Okay, and I am going to make new is equal to original dot copy. Okay, and then new dot clear. Okay, so this will clear the new, and let me print the new, and now I'm going to print the original. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here the new is empty and original has the values. So here when new dictionary is cleared, original dictionary remains unchanged. In this video we will be learning about from keys and get method. From keys method create a new dictionary from the given sequence of elements with a value provided by the user. So let us create a keys variable, and let me store inside the dictionary the vowels A, E, I and O, U. Okay, so this is our keys. So let me make vowels variable, and then dict dot from keys, and then I'll put the keys as the argument. Okay, so let me print the vowels. Okay, so you can see here the values are coming as none. So let me create a dictionary from a sequence of keys with values. Okay, so the keys will remain the same. Let me put the values as vowel. Okay, and then again I'm going to make vowels equals dict dot from keys, and then value, key and value as the argument, keys and value, and then I'll print the vowels. Okay, so let's run it. So here the argument should be values. Okay, so you can see here all the values have become the vowels. So let's create a dictionary from mutable object list. Mutable object list. Okay, so now our key remains the same and the value is 1. Okay, and then let's put vowel equals dictionary dot from keys and keys and value. Okay, and then let me print the vowels first. Okay, so when I run it, I'm seeing 1 as the key, as values. So let update the values, value dot append. Okay, and then I'm giving 2. Okay, so let print the vowels. So let's run it. So you can see here 1 and 2. So if value is mutable object like list, dictionary, etc., when the mutable object is modified, each element of the sequence also gets updated. So okay, so to avoid this issue we use dictionary comprehension. So let me make the same thing, keys as the vowels and value as 1. Okay, and then I'm going to make the vowels as, let's say, key, and then list of value. Okay, and then for key in keys. Okay, so now you can also use key and then use the slice, but here we are not using is print vowels. Okay, so let's see the vowels. So you can see here. So now I am going to append the value dot append. Okay, 2, and then let's print the vowels. Okay, so you can see here for each key in keys a new list from value is created and assigned to it. In essence, value isn't assigned to the element, but a new list is created from it, which is then assigned to each element in the dictionary. So now let me put some enter and we will see about the get method. Okay, let me comment it first, get. Okay, so get method returns the value from the specified key if key is in the dictionary. Okay, so let me make a dictionary named person, and let's name it as, let's say, name, and the name of the person is Nakul. Okay, and let's put the age as well, age, and let's put the age as 22. Okay, so now I am going to print the name. Okay, name and then I'm going to put person dot get name. Okay, similarly for age, print age and then person dot get age. Okay, so now value is not provided, so let's print the salary and then person dot get salary. So you can see here in the salary it is giving as none, so let's put some value. So print salary and let's put person dot get and then the salary as, let's say 0 salary, and we are going to put the value as 0.0. okay, so let's run it. So you can see 0.0 is assigned. In this video we are going to learn about items method and keys method. Items method return a view object that displays a list of dictionaries, key value tuple pair. It does not take any parameter. So let me take a sales variable and I am going to store apple as key and value as 2, and let me take grapes and 3, and let me put another orange and the value as 4. So this is our dictionary. So let us print the items of this sales dictionary dot item. Okay, so you can see here the dictionary items apple, grapes and orange. So we will see how items works when we modify the dictionary. Okay, so let me take sales dot items. Okay, and now let us delete the apple item. Okay, we will be deleting apple. Okay, and then let me print the remaining updated item. So print items. Okay, so you can see apple is been deleted. So if the list is updated at any time, the changes are reflected on the view object itself. So now we will see about the keys method. So keys method return a view object that displays a list of all the keys in the dictionary. Okay, so it also does not take any parameter. So let me take a person dictionary. Okay, and let us store the name of that person as Dushasan. Okay, and let us put the age of Dushasan as 33, and let me put a salary also, salary. Okay, and the salary, let us take the salary as let's say 12,000. Okay, so Dushasan salary is 12,000, and let us print the keys of the person dictionary, person dictionary. Okay, keys. So the keys will be seen as name, age and salary. So let us take a empty underscore dictionary. Okay, let us take an empty dictionary and let's see the keys of this empty dictionary. Okay, dot keys. So you can see the dictionary keys are empty. So now we will see how keys work when the dictionary is updated. So let's take the same person and we will delete the salary and we will then update the salary. Okay, so let me put the keys variable as person dot keys. Okay, and then let's print the key. You will see the two, name and age. So now we'll be updating it with salary. So person dot salary. Okay, and then let's person, we will be updating it to update, and then we put the salary. Okay, let's put the salary as 12,000 itself, and let me print the updated dictionary. So keys. So let us see the updated keys. Salary is also updated in the existing key. So here when the dictionary is updated, keys is also automatically updated to reflect changes. In this video we will be learning about pop method and pop item method. Pop method removes and return an element from a dictionary having the given key. So we will be making a sales dictionary. So let me put let's say apple as the key and 2 as the value. Let's put orange 3 and then grapes and the value as 4. So okay, our dictionary is ready. So let's make a element variable and let's call sales.pop and we'll be popping apple. Okay, so let's print the popped element and let's print the sales dictionary. So you can see here. So now let us delete an element or pop the element which is not present. Not, let's say pop, and we'll be removing papaya. Okay, so when we run it we will get a key error. So now let me add a mango also, and now let's print the popped element and let's print the sales dictionary. So you can see here the popped item is mango and you can see the remaining items in the sales dictionary. So now we will see about the pop item. Okay, so this pop item method removes and return the last element. Okay, so it removes the last element key value pair inserted into the dictionary. Okay, so it does not take any parameter. So let's take a person's dictionary. Okay, so I am going to name the person as, let's say Virat. Let's put the age as let's say 27 and then salary. So let's put the salary as 10,000. Okay, and now we'll make a result variable and let's call the person dot pop item and let's see the result which is popped out, and let's see the dictionary named person. So you can see here the result, but I forgot to put. So now let's see. So you can see the salary has been removed and the element you can see name and age is left out. So let's add a new, let's say person. We will be adding a new element. Okay, so let's put profession. Okay, we'll be putting profession. Okay, and then let's say plumber. So the profession is plumber, so this will be added. So let's see the result. Dot is equals person dot pop item. So this plumber is the last item now. Okay, so let's print the result and let's print the person dictionary. So you can see plumber is being popped out. So the pop item method raises a key error if the dictionary is empty. In this video we will be learning about set default and update method. Set default method returns the value of a key. If not, it inserts key with a value to the dictionary. So let us make a person dictionary. Okay, so inside person variable I am going to show, let's say name. Okay, and let's put the name as Bahu Shrawa. Okay, and then let's put the age as 25. Okay, so now I am going to make a age variable and I am going to call set default. Okay, person dot set default and then let me put age as the argument. So let me print the person and let me print the age. Okay, so you can see here the dictionary person and the age is 25. Okay, so now we will see how set default works when key is not in the dictionary. Okay, so let's put the person dictionary as name and Vikarna So this is our new dictionary. So let me put a salary variable, and I am going to call the person dot set default, and I'll put the value which is not present. Salary key is not there, so I'm going to set default the salary. Let's see what the output will be. Person, and let me print the salary. So you can see here it is giving the output as none. So key is not in the dictionary. Default value will be provided. So let me put a default value. Age is equals to person dot set default, and I am going to put the age as, let's say, 22. Okay, let me print the person dictionary and the age. So you can see age is here, salary is none, and age is 22. So now let's see the update method. So let me comment update. Okay, so this update method updates the dictionary with the elements from the another dictionary object or from an iterable of key or value pair. So let us make a dictionary named, let's say, D this time. Okay, and our dictionary will contain the key as 1 and the value as 1 and the key as 2. Similarly, we'll put 2 as the value. So now I'm going to make a D1 variable, and let me store inside it, let's say, 2 and 2. Okay, so now it updates the value of key 2. So D dot update, and then I'm going to put D1, and let's print the dict dictionary. So you can see here 2. So now I'm going to make D1 is equals to 3. Okay, 3, and then I'll put the value also 3. So now let's add element with key 3 dot update, and then I'm going to put D1 as the argument. Let's print the D. So you can see here 3 is also being updated. So now let's see when a tuple is passed. So let's make a dictionary X value, and the value is 2. Okay, and now I'm going to update Y is equals to 3. Okay, and let me put Z also. Z is equals to 0. Okay, so let's print D. So you know the output will be X, Y, and Z and their values. In this video we'll be learning about dictionary comprehension. It is an elegant and concise way to create dictionaries. So let's make a square underscore dict. So this will give us the square of numbers. Okay, so let me make a for statement for num in range of, let's say, 1 to 11. Okay, so we'll be printing the square till number 10. Okay, so dictionary num equals num star num. So this will give the square. Okay, so let's print the square dictionary. So you can see the squares. So let's see another method by which we can do this. So let's make square underscore dictionary equals, let's make it num star num. Okay, and then I'll make a for statement for num in range of 1 to, let's say, this time 21. Okay, and then let's print the square dictionary. So you can see here it is giving the square till 20. So now let us see how we can use dictionary comprehension. So let me make a new variable old underscore price, and inside that I'm going to store milk, and I'm going to put the value as 2.03, and let me put, let's say, bread, and let me put the value as 2.6, and again I am going to make another, let's say, butter. So if for butter key, I'm going to put the value as 2.6. okay, and then let me make a $2 variable, and let me put the price as 0.76. the value is 0.76. so now we will be making, let's say, the new price variable, new underscore price. okay, so for new price I'm going to put item, and then I'm going to multiply the value with $2 pound. okay, and let's make a for statement for item and value in old price dot item. okay, and then we'll print the new price. So you can see the new price over here. So here we retrieved the item prices in dollar and converted them to pounds. So let's make a conditionals in our dictionary comprehension. So conditionals. okay, so let me make a original dictionary, original underscore dictionary variable, and let us make the dictionary as lesson Duryodhan. okay, and let me put 36, and let's say Drona, and let's put the value as 48, and let me make Kripa. okay, and here I'm going to put 57, and let's say Karna, and for Karna I'm going to put 33. okay, so let us make a even dictionary, even underscore dictionary. okay, so I'm going to put the value K and V for key and value in original underscore dictionary. okay, dot items, and let me make a if statement. So this will see the even, so the value will be, we'll see the values reminder will be equal to 0. okay, so let's print the even dictionary, even underscore dictionary. So you can see Duryodhan and Drona have even values, so only the items with even values have been added because if clause in the dictionary comprehension. So let's make multiple if. okay, let's make multiple if. okay, so let's take the original dictionary as the same, and we'll put the new dictionary variable here. okay, so let us make a new underscore dictionary, and let me put key and value for key comma value, and then in original dictionary. okay, sorry, original underscore dictionary, and then dot items, and let's make a if statement. If the same v percentage 2 is equals 0. okay, and then let's say this time we will take not equals to 0. so, and we will take another if statement if v is less than 40. okay, so let me print the new dictionary. So you can see here the conditions are being satisfied, only the item with an odd value of less than 40 has been added to the new dictionary. So let us make a if else conditional dictionary, if else. okay, so our original dictionary remains the same. Let's make a new dictionary one. This time let's put key, and then the old if v is greater than 40, else we'll put young. Okay, now we'll make a if statement. Let's make a for statement for kv in original dictionary items dot items. Then we will print our, we have to close it over here. Our dictionary will be closed over here, so we have to remove from here, and let's print the new underscore dictionary 1. Okay, so you can see Kripa is old, Karna is young, Drona is old, and Duryodhan is young. So a new dictionary is created by dictionary comprehension. The item with a value of 40 or more have been added the value of old, while others have value of young. In this video we will be learning about set, remove and add method. Remove method removes the specified element from the set. So let us take an example. Let's take set1 variable and let's show a set inside it. Okay, so let me put welcome and then to Python. Okay, let's say course, and I am going to remove set1 dot remove, and let's say I am going to remove course. Let us print the set1. So you can see here the course is removed. Now we will remove an element from the set. So let's make a language variable. Let me put English, let's say Hindi and French and German. Okay, I am going to remove German. So language dot remove, and then I am going to put German. Okay, let's print the language. So you can see here German is being removed. So now we will be deleting an element that does not exist. So let me make an animal variable, and let me store cat, dog, rabbit. Okay, and then let me put a monkey. Okay, and now we'll be removing dot remove, and we'll be removing, let's say, fish, which is not there. So let's print the animal set. Okay, so you can see here are fish. So you can use discard method if you do not want this error. The discard method removes the specified element from the set. However, if the element does not exist, the set remains unchanged and you will not get an error. So now we will be seeing about the add method. Okay, so let me put some enter so that you can see clearly, and I am going to comment add method. So this add method add an element to a set. If the element is already present, it does not add any element. Okay, so let me make a set1 variable called set. So we are going to create an empty set. Okay, and then let's add elements inside it. Set1 dot add, and let's say 20, and let me add one more, set dot add, and then let's put hello. Okay, let me put let me print set1. So let's see the output. So here there is an error because I have to put comment over here. So you can see hello and 20 is there in the new set s1. So let's make a vowel variable, vowel, and let me put the vowels as a, e, and I and u. Okay, so now let's add o, vowels dot add, and I am going to add a O in the set. So let me add once again vowels dot add, and I am going to add A once again. So let's print the vowel. Okay. So you can see here E, E, I, O, U. So order of the vowel can be different. So we'll be adding a tuple to the set now. So let me vowels variable once again, and this time I'm going to show A, E and U. Okay, so let's make a tuple variable, and let me put I and O inside this. Okay, tuple, and now we'll be adding vowels dot add and then the tuple. Okay, so let's print the vowels. So you can see the tuple is been added. So you can add tuples to a set, and like normal elements you can add the same tuple only once. In this video we will be learning about set difference and difference update. So difference method returns the set difference of two sets. So let's take an example over here. Okay, I am going to make a variable named A, and I am going to put the elements as A, let's say B, C and let's say D. Let's make another variable B. Okay, and here I am going to store the set of C and F and let's say G. Okay, so now we will see the difference. So it will be equivalent to A minus B. So let's print A dot difference of B. Okay, and then let's print the dot difference of A. So the second one is equivalent to B minus A. So you can see here A, D, B, and the second one is G and F. So you can also find the set difference using minus operator in Python. So let's see that using minus operator. Okay, so here I am going to take the same. Okay, and then let's print A minus B, and let's print B minus A. Okay, so you can see here we are getting the same output. So now let's see the difference update. So let me put the comment difference update. Okay, so the difference update updates the set calling difference update method with the difference of sets. Okay, so let's see an example. We will be taking the same as A and B. Okay, and let me make a result variable, and inside that I will be storing A dot difference, okay, underscore update of B. Okay, so let's print the value of A, and let's print the value of B, and let's print the result. Okay, so you can see here the result is none. In this video we will be learning about set copy and clear method. Copy method adds a given element to a set. If the element is already present, it doesn't add any element. So we will be making a, let's say, numbers variable, and let's store inside it the set of 1, 2, 3 and 4, and I am going to make a new number and we'll assign it numbers. Okay, and now I am going to add new numbers dot add. Let's add 5 to the set. Okay, let's print the numbers, and I'm going to print the new numbers as well, numbers. So let's run it. So you can see here, so if you need the original set to be unchanged when the new set is modified, you can use the copy method. Okay, so the copy method does not take any parameter, so let's do that. Okay, so our numbers remain the same, or let's take let's copy this, otherwise 5 will also be there. Okay, so this is our numbers. So new underscore numbers is equals numbers dot copy method. Okay, so we are going to add 5 to the new numbers, and let's add 5. Okay, so now when we print the numbers and the new numbers, okay, so you can see here the numbers have 4 and the new number have the element till 5. Okay, so now let's see about the clear method. So let me comment clear. Okay, so this clear method removes all elements from the set. So let me make a variable vowels, and I'll be making a set of A, E and I, O and U. Okay, so now before clearing the vowel we have the elements. Okay, so let's clear vowels dot clear. So this will clear everything. So we'll be printing the vowels. So you can see an empty set. So now we'll be removing all elements from a Python set using clear. Okay, so let's make a set1 variable and let's store inside it welcome to Python course. Okay, so let's print the set1 and let's clear the set1 dot clear. Okay, and let's print set1. So let's see the output. So you can see the first one where the set is with the elements welcome to Python, and then when after using the clear it is cleared to an empty set. So we can also use del keyword to delete the set. Okay, so let's see here. Let me copy this and we'll be using the del method. Okay, so here I am going to put del set1. Okay, let's print set1. So this will give a name error. So you can see here set1 is not defined. In this video we'll be learning about set discard and is disjoint method. Discard method removes a specified element from the set if it is present. So let's take a numbers variable and let me store 2, 3, 4, 5 inside the set, and I am going to discard, let's say 3, discard 3. Let's print the numbers. So you can see here 3 is been discarded. So let's discard 10. 10 is not there in the set. So let's print numbers. So nothing will happen. 2, 4, 5 is the set. So let's see how this works, or discard method. So let me make the same set, and then I'm going to print the numbers dot discard 3. Okay, and now I'll be printing the before that let's run this. So it returns none because absence of the return value. Let's print the number. So you can see 3 is been discarded. So let's make a set1 variable and let me store inside it welcome to Python course. Okay, and I'm going to discard, let's say I will discard 20, but 20 is not there, so nothing will happen. It will return an unordered set. Okay, set1. So you can see here it has returned a unordered set. So now let us see about the is disjoint method. So let me comment is disjoint. Is disjoint. So is disjoint method returns true if two sets are disjoint set. If not, it returns false. So let me make a set A. Okay, inside A variable I'm going to make 1, 2, 3 and 4. Inside B variable I'm going to store 5, 6 and 7. Let's say inside C I'm going to store 5, 6, 7. Okay, or let's say 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now let's see if A and B are disjoint. So for that I'm going to call A dot is disjoint and then B. So let's run it. So it is giving the output as true. So let me check another. A and C are disjoint or not? Is disjoint. Okay. So here it is giving false as the output. So let's see with other iterables. Let me make A as the ABCD. Okay. A, B, C and D. Okay. Similarly, let me make another one B, B, E and let's say F. Okay, and let's make a C variable. Inside that I'm going to store a random D, E and let's say 4. Okay, and let me make a D also. Inside D I'm going to put like 1 and A and the key as 2 and then value as B. Okay, and now in E I'm going to store A and then 1 and let's say B and 2. Okay, so let's check if A and B are disjoint. So let's print A dot is disjoint B. So here the output is false. So let's print A and C are disjoint. A dot is disjoint C. Okay, so here the output is also false. So let's check the output for A and D are disjoint or not. A is disjoint D. So here the output is true. And finally let's see if A and E are disjoint or not. Okay, so here the output is false. So you can also find the intersection of sets using AND operator. So let's see with AND operator. So let's make a set. Let's say in A variable I'm going to store 100, 7 and let's say 6. Okay, and now in B let me put let's say 200, 4 and 5, and in C I'm going to put 300, then let's say 2, 3 and 7, and let's make a D also 100, 200 and 300. Okay, so let's check if A and C are disjoint. So A and C. So let's run it. So it is giving 7. So let's do for A and D. So here the output is 100. So similarly, let's check for A, C and D. So you can see here it is giving an empty set. So let's do for, let's say A, B and C and D. Okay. So here also it is giving an empty set. In this video we will be learning about set intersection and intersection update. So intersection method returns a new set with elements that are common to all sets. So let us make a variable A and let's store inside it a set of 2, 3, 5 and 4. Okay, let's take another one B. Okay, inside B 2, 5 and 100, and let's make C also, and let's put 2, 3 and let's say 8, 9 and 10. Okay, so these are our 3 sets. So let's print D dot intersection of, let's say, A. Okay, so here you can see 2 and 5, and let's print here B intersection of C. Okay, so you can see here only 2, and let's print A intersection of C. So you can see here 2 and 3. Similarly, let's do the C intersection of, let's say, A and B. Okay, so you can see here 2. So now let's take another example. Here I am going to take another A variable. Let's put 100, 7 and 8. Okay, let's take B variable and let's store 200, 4, 5. Okay, similarly let's take C, 300, 2 and 3, and let's check D also, equals let's say 100, 200 and 300. Okay, so these are our 4 sets. So let's print here A intersection of, let's say, D. So you can see 100. Let's print B intersection of C, or let's say intersection of D. Let's check D itself. So you can see 200. Let's take C intersection of D. You can see 300. Similarly, let's check the intersection of, let's say, A dot intersection of, let's check BC and D. Okay, BC and D. So you can see here it is giving an empty set. So you can also use AND operator for finding the intersection. So let's take the other set only, or we can change also, but let's take the above set and we'll be using the AND operator. Okay, let's say AND operator. So let's print A and C. So you can see here it is giving an empty set. Let's print A and D. So you can see 100. Similarly, let's print A, C and D. Okay, so you can see an empty set. So let's print A, B, C and D. So again it is giving an empty set. So let's find print B and D. Okay, so you can see it is giving the output as 200. So now let's see the intersection update. So let me put some enter and comment so that you can see it clearly. Intersection update method. So intersection update updates the set calling intersection update method with the intersection of set. So the intersection of 2 or more sets is the set of elements which are common to all sets. So let's take an example. So I am going to make a variable A. 1, 2, 3 and 4 are the elements. Let's take B, and inside that 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, so let's make a result variable and let me put A dot intersection update of B. Okay, and let me print the result. So you can see here the result is showing as none. Let's print the value of A. So you can see the value of A. Let's print the value of B. Okay, so now you can see the value of A and B. So let's take the intersection update with 2 parameters. Okay, so let me put let's say A as 1, 2, 3, 4, and B as, let's say, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let's take C as 4, 5, 6, 9 and let's say 10. Okay, so now let's put the result variable as C dot intersection underscore update of B and C, or let's say A. So let's print the result. So you can see here the result is none. So let's print C. So you can see 4. Let's print the value of A, let's say first B. So you can see here the value of B. So let's print the value of A now. So you can see 1, 2, 3 and 4. In this video we'll be learning about is subset and is superset. So is subset method returns true if all elements of a set are present in another set. If not, it will return false. So let us take an example. I am going to take a variable A and let's store inside it 1, 2 and 3. Let's take B variable and we'll make a set of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take C variable and let's take as 1, 2, 4 and 5. Okay, so let's do like A dot is subset, okay, of B. Okay, so here we know it's true. So let's print, let's say B dot is subset of A. So here we know it's false, okay, because B is not a subset of A. So let's print, let's say A is subset of C. So again here we will get a false. So let's print C dot is subset of the left dot B. So here you can see it is true. So if you want to check if the set is a superset of another set, we can use the is superset method. So let me comment is superset. Okay, so the is superset method returns true if a set has every element of another set. If not, it will return false. So we will take a similar example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take B as 1, 2, 3 and C also as, let's say 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's print A dot is superset of B. So here we know it's true. Let's print the B dot is superset of, let's say A. So here we will get a false. Similarly, let's print C dot is superset of B. So again we will get a true. In this video we will be learning about pop method and symmetric difference method. Pop method removes an arbitrary element from the set and returns the element removed. Pop method does not take any parameter. I am going to make a variable A and let's store A, B, C and D inside it, and let's pop an element from A. Okay, so let me print the remaining elements in A. So you can see B is being popped out. So now let's see how pop method works in set. So let me put a set variable, set1. Okay, I am going to store welcome to Python course. Okay, and then let's pop an element from set1. Let's print the remaining elements of set1. So you can see here course has been removed and the remaining elements welcome to Python is still there in an unordered manner. So now let's see about symmetric difference. It returns the symmetric difference of two sets. So let's see an example. So before that, let me comment symmetric difference. So I am going to make a variable A and let's store the same as above, A, B, C and D. Okay, and let's make a variable B now, and here I am going to make a set of C, let's say D and E. Okay, so now let's make another variable C and it is an empty set. Okay, so let's see the symmetric difference of A and B. A dot symmetric difference of B. So let's run it. So you can see A, E and B. So similarly, let's see the symmetric difference of B and A. Okay, So here I have put the lowercase letter, I have to put the uppercase. So you can see here A and B. So similarly, let's see with the empty side. Okay. So let me copy and paste. I'm pasting here B, or let's say C, and here let's say A. Okay. So here you can see all the elements of A. Let's put here C, and here as let's say A this time, or let's say B. So you can see E, D and C. So you can also use the caret symbol. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, we are going to put the caret symbol. Okay. So I'm going to put same A and B variable. So let me put the A caret B. So you can see here the elements. So similarly print B caret symbol A. Okay, and similarly we will do for the A and A also, A caret symbol and A. So you can see here it is returning an empty set. So let's print B caret symbol B. So again you are getting an empty set. In this video we will be learning about union method and update method. Union method returns a new set with distinct elements from all the sides. So we will take an example where we are going to take a variable A and let us store a set of A, C and let's say D. Okay, so this is our new set. Let's make a B set also. Let me put C, D and the integer 3. Okay, and now I am going to make a variable C and let's store 1, 2, 3. So let's print the union. Okay, A union B. So you can see A union B. So now let's print B union C. And let's print the union of A, B and C of B and C. Okay. So this will print the A union, B union, C. And now let's print A dot union. Okay. So let's run it. So you can see A, D and C. It has given a unordered set. So now let's use the pipeline operator and okay, so we'll take the same set A and B and C. So we'll just print A pipeline of B. This will give A union B. So you can see here A union B. Similarly, let's print B pipeline of C, that is B union C, and again let's print the A union B union C. Okay, so you can see the A union B union C. So now let's see about the update method. Okay, so what this update method does, it returns a new set with distinct elements from all the sides. So let's take a variable A. Let me store A and B inside it, and again I am going to take a variable B. Let's store 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's print. Before that, let me make a variable result. Okay, let's call update method. Okay, B, and then let's print the result. So before result, let's print the first value of A and let's print the result after that. So you can see here the result variable is showing as none and the value of A, you can see that. Okay, so similarly let's add elements of string and dictionary to a set. Okay, for that I am going to make a string underscore alphabet. Okay, so let me take a string of ABC. Let's take a number underscore site. Okay, and let me store 1 and 2 inside it. So I am going to add elements of the string to a set. So numbers underscore set. Okay, and let's make it numbers set dot update string underscore alphabet. Okay, and now let's print the numbers dot set. So let's run it. So here it's number underscore set. So you can see here A 1 2 B and C. So let's make a info underscore dictionary, and inside that let me make a key of, let's say key S1, and let's make another key lock and the value as 2. Okay, so now let me make the numbers underscore set equals A and B. Okay, so I am going to add keys of dictionary to a set, numbers underscore set dot update. Okay, then I am going to put the info underscore dictionary as the argument. So let's print the numbers underscore set. So you can see here the first value of number underscore set and the second value. If the dictionaries are passed to the update method, the keys of the dictionaries are added to the set. So let's add multiple elements now to a set. So let me make a set1 variable and let me make it a empty set. Okay, and here I am going to update, let's say I am going to put 20. Let's put a floating point number 30 point, let's say 45, and then let's put a string learn with, and let's put another one like Python. Okay. Okay, and now let me print the set1. So you can see here the new set1. So now we will be adding multiple elements to an existing set. So let me make a set2 variable, and here I am going to add, let's say welcome to Python, let's say course. Okay, then let's update it, set2 dot update, and let me put here also, let's say 20 30.45, and then let's put one more, let's say this time we are putting high. Okay. So now let us print the set2. So you can see the set2 values. In this video we will be learning about absolute and any method. So absolute method returns the absolute value of the given number. If the number is complex number, then the absolute method returns its magnitude. So let's take an example. I am going to make a variable named integer, and let's store -20 inside it. So let's see the absolute value of the integer. So EBS and integer. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the value is 20. So let's take a floating point number -30.33. So let's print the absolute value of the floating point number. Floating. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see 30.33. So let's take a complex number now. So I'm going to take 3 minus 4j. Okay, so this is our complex number. So let's see the magnitude of 3 minus 4j. So let's check ABS of complex. So let's run it. So you can see the absolute value is 5. So let's take any method. So any method returns true if any element of an iterable is true. If not, then this method returns false. So let's take a, let's say L variable. Okay, and I'm going to store a list of 1 2, let's say 1 4 3 4 and 0. Okay, so this is our list. So let's print any of L. So you can see it is giving the output as true, since 1, 3 and 4 at least one is true. So let's take a false. Okay, so L is equals to 0, false and 5. Okay, so let's print L now. So it is giving false because both are false. Okay, similarly let's take L is equals, let's say 0 and false. Okay, false. So let's print L. So again it is giving the output as false. So let's take an empty list equals empty list. So let's print any of L. Okay, so here also we will get false since iterable is empty. So let's take at least one element as true. So let's take S is equals, this is gold. Okay, so this is our string. So let's print any of S. So here it is giving true. Okay, so let's take S as 0, 0, 0 and now print S. Print the value of any of S. So here it is giving the value as true because now it is not a number, it is a string. Okay, so let's take an empty iterable. So let's print the any of S. So here the output is false since the iterable is empty. So now let's take the example of a dictionary. Okay, so let's take the asset dictionary variable and I'm going to store 0 and the value as false. Okay, and now I am printing the value of any B. So let's see. So here it is saying B is not defined. Let's make it D. So here the output is false. Okay, so let's take 1. So it might give true. Okay, so 0 and false, and let's take 1 as true. Okay, so let's print any of D. So here the output is true because 1 is true. So let's take 0 and false. Okay, D equals, let's take 0, false, and let's take 1 as 0, and let's take false as 0, false as 0. Okay, so here also you can predict the output, it is false. And let's take an empty iterable. Let's print any of D. So here also we are getting false. So let's take 0 is false, D is equals, let's take 0 and false. So here we will get the output as true and D because both are string. In this video we will be learning about bin method and all method. Bin method returns the binary string equivalent to the given integer. So let's take a number 5 and store it in number variable, and let's print binary equivalent of this number. So bin and then number. Okay, so you can see 0b101 is the binary equivalent of 5. So 0b represents the result in a binary string. Okay, so let's make a class, let's say quantity. Okay, so this will convert the object to binary. Okay, so apple equals 1, orange equals 2, and let's say grapes also as 2. Okay, so let's make index and then the argument will be self. Okay, and then we'll return self dot apple plus self dot orange and self dot grades. Okay, so now let's print the binary equivalent of quantity. So binary of quantity. Okay, so let's print. Here the Q is capital, so let's check here also capital Q. So you can see 0B101. So here we assigned an object of class quantity to the bin method. Okay, so now let's see about the all method. All. Okay, so all method returns true when all elements in the given iterable are true. If not, it returns false. So let's make a list of, let's say 1, 3, 4 and 5, and let's print the all of L. So you can see here it is giving output as true. So let's take a false. Okay, 0 comma false. Let's print all of L. So here you can see it is giving the output as false. So now let's take one false. Okay, L is equals, let's say 1 comma 3 comma 4 comma 0. Okay, let's print all of L. Here the output is false. So let's take only one true value, equals 0 false and 1. Okay, so let's print the all of L. So here again it is giving the output as false. So let's take an empty list. Print all of L. So here the output is true. The all method works in a similar way for tuple and sets like the lists also. So let's see how all work in a string. So let's take a string. This is good. Okay, so let's print the all of S. So you can see the output is true. So let's take the string of zeros. Zeros is false, but the string of 0 is true. So let's take all of S. So you can see it is giving the output as true. So let's take an empty variable. Let's print the all of S. So you can see here the output is true. So let's use all function with our dictionary. Okay, so let's take a dictionary 0 as key and false as the value, and let's take 1 also, and here also we will take false as the value. Let's print the all of S. So you can see the output is false. So let's take S as 1, and here we are going to take true, and 0. Let's say this time we take 2, and let's say false. So here you can see the all of S, which is true. So S is equals 1 of 2. Okay, and then let's take second as the key as false, and then we will take the value as 0. Okay, so here you can see it will say false. And now let's take an empty dictionary. Let's bring the all of S. So you can see here the output is true. So let's take both as string. S is equals, let's say 0. Okay, and then here also we are going to take 2. Okay, so let's bring the all of S. So you will get here 2. In this video we will be learning about bool and byte array method. Bool converts value to boolean using the standard truth testing procedure. So we'll be taking an example. Let's take a test variable and let's store a empty list inside it. So let's print, let's say test. Okay, and then we will say is, and then we will write bool test. Okay, so here it is giving the output as false. So let's take another example as test, and let me put 0. Okay, and similarly let's test it. So you can see here it is giving the output as true. So let's take now test is equals to 0.0. Now let's test it. So you can see here the output is false. So let's take test as none, and let's see. So here none is false. So let's test for true. So you can see here it is giving the output as true. So let's make the test variable a string, easy string. Okay, let's test it. So you can see here the output is true. So now let's see about the byte array method. Okay, so byte array method returns a byte array object which is an array of the given bytes. So we will make a string variable, and let's store a string. Python is interesting. Okay. And then let's make a ARR variable, and let's call byte array and then string. So here the string will be with encoding UTF-8. Okay, so we have specified it. So let's make the print ARR. So you can see here. Now let's put another example. Let's say I am going to take a size variable, and let's store inside it 5. So AR is equal to byte array and then size. So let's print the ARR. So you can see here the output byte array. Okay, so similarly let's take a R list variable, and let's put 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so we'll see the array of bytes from an iterable list. So byte array and then R list, and then let's say print ARR. So you can see the byte array. In this video we will be learning about callable method and byte method. Callable method returns true if the object passed appears to be callable. So it only takes object as the parameter. So let's make a variable x and store 5 inside it, and let's see if it is callable. So here the output is false, it is not callable. So let's make a function, test function. Okay, and then this function will print, let's say test. Okay, and I'm going to make a variable y and then test function, and let's see if the y is print callable. So you will get the output as true, it is callable, but the object x is not callable. So let's make a class named foo. Okay, and let's make a method, and let's put the argument as self. Okay, and this will print, let's say test foo. Let's see if it is printable. Callable and then foo. So here the output is true again. So let's make a instance of foo. Instance of foo. Let's make it foo. Okay, and let's call the instance of foo. So here it is giving the output as test foo. Okay, so let me comment the byte method.
bytes method. Okay. So this byte method returns a immutable bytes object initialized with the given size and data. So let's take a string variable, string, okay, and let's put Python is interesting. Okay. So this is our string, and now let's make an ARR variable and let's call bytes. Okay, and let's put the encoding as UTF-8. Okay, and let's print the ARR. So you can see here the output. So let's make another variable size. Okay, and let's make the put the value as 5 inside it. And similarly, we'll call the bytes size. Okay, let's print ARR. Now let's see the output. So you can see here the output. Okay, so similarly, let's make a rlist variable, and let me put a list of till 5. Okay, and let's call the bytes rlist. Let's print. So here again you can see the output as. In this video we will be learning about character method and compile method. Character method returns a character, that is a string, from an integer. It represents a Unicode point of the character. So it's take a single parameter as an integer. So let's take a character, let's say 97. So we'll get A as output. So let's print 65. So we'll get a capital A. So let's print character of 1200. So we'll get a symbol. Okay. So let's print a character out of range, that is -1. So here when we run the program we get a value error. So it's because the argument passed to character method is out of the range. Okay. So let's see the compile method. Compile. Okay. So the compile method returns a Python code object from the source. Okay, so let's see an example over here. Let's take a code in string. Okay, this variable will contain a, let's say a equals, let's say 5 / and b, okay, equals 6 / n, and then sum of a plus b, and then let's say slash of print sum, let's say equals and then let's take sum. Okay, so now let's take a code object and compile method, code in string, and then some string, and let's take a execute. Now let's execute the code object. So here we have to comment this line, otherwise we'll get error again and again. So you can see here it is giving the output as this, but there should have been some another output. There is some mistake over here. Let's take so here you can see the sum is 11. So here source in the normal string form, the file name is sum string, and the execute mode later allows the use of execute method. So compile method converts the string to Python code object. The code object is then executed using execute method. In this video we will be learning about class method. So it is a method that is bound to a class rather than its object.
so it does not require creation of a class instance much like static method. So let's create a class name person. Okay, so here we will be making a variable age and we'll assign 25 to it. Let's define a method print age. Okay, and let's put the argument as cls. So let's print the age is and then our cls dot age. Okay, and we'll be creating a print age class method now. So person dot print age equals class method and then person dot print age. Okay, and now let's call the person dot print age. So you can see the age is 25. So we have a class person with a member variable age assigned to 25. We also have a function print age that takes a single parameter cls and not self as we usually take. Cls accepts the class person as a parameter rather than person's object or instance. So now we pass the method person.printAge as an argument to the function class method. This converts the method to a class method so that it accepts the first parameter as a class. So in the final line we call printAge without creating a person object like we do for static method. This print the class variable age. So now let's create a factory method using class method. So factory method. Okay, so we are going to import date. Okay, date time, import date. Okay, and let's create a class name person. So let's create a method init self as the argument name and age. Okay, and then self dot name equals name and then self dot age equals age. Okay, so our class method from, let's say we created display and self. Okay, and let's print the self dot name plus we'll give the person's name like this. Let's put as ages and then we'll concatenate it with the string self dot age. So this will convert it into a string. Okay, so let's put the person variable as person and let's put the name here and let's put the age as 25. Okay, so person dot display. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see here Vikarna's age is 25. In this video we will be learning about complex and delete attribute method. Complex method returns a complex number when real and imaginary part are provided, or it converts a string to a complex number. So let's take a variable z. Let's say we take z as complex of 2 comma minus 3. Okay, and then we will be printing the z. So you can see the real part and the imaginary part. Okay, similarly let's take z is equal to complex 1 and let's print the z. So you can see here the complex part has become 0, that is the imaginary part is 0j. Similarly let's take complex, okay, and let's print the z. So you can see here 0j. Similarly let's take a string this time complex, let's say 5 minus 9j. Okay, and let's print the z. So you can see here it has printed 5 minus 9j. So let's create a complex number without using the complex method. Okay, so let's say a is equals 2 plus 3j. Okay, let's print a, and let's print the type of a. Okay, so you can see here it has printed the value of a, and then the class is complex. Similarly, let's take 2 equals, let's say minus 2j, b is equals to minus 2j, we'll be printing b, and the type of b, let's say type b. So here also it has given minus 0, minus 2j, and class as complex. Similarly, let's take 0j, print x. Okay, and let's print the type of x. So here also you can see it is giving the type as complex. So now let's see about the delete attribute. So let me comment delete attribute, DELEATTR. Okay, so delete attribute deletes an attribute from the object if the object allows it. Okay, so let's create a class, let's say coordinate. Okay, we are creating a coordinate class, and we will see how delete attribute works. So let's store 10 inside x, and in y let's say minus of 5, and in z let's say 0. Okay, so I'm going to make another variable, point1 equals coordinate. Okay, and then let's print point1 dot x, and printing point 1 dot y, and similarly we will be printing the value of point 1 dot z. So let's print it so you can see the values. So let's delete the attribute coordinate, and we'll be deleting z. Okay, and now let's say we run it. Okay, so it has been deleted. So let's print the z this time to raise an error because z has been deleted. So let's say point 1 dot z. Once again I am going to print. So here it is giving attribute error, object has no attribute z. So because we have deleted this, so let's delete it once again. So here attribute z is removed from the coordinate class using delete attribute coordinate and z. So let's delete attribute using del operator. Okay, so we'll be using the same as x is equals 10, y is equals to the, let's say minus 5, and z is equals to or 0. Okay, so coordinate. Okay, so we'll be printing the same thing. So let's print it and see the values once again. So we'll get the same values. Here it is. Let's comment this line so that we won't get the error once again. So you can see the values. So let's delete this time using the del keyword, del coordinate. Okay, and we'll be deleting z this time. Okay, so let's see, it has deleted. So let's print z once again. Let's see what happens. So point 1 dot z. So let's run it. So again you can see there is an attribute error. The output of the program will be the same as the above. In this video we will be learning about dict and dir method. So dict constructor creates a dictionary in Python. So we are going to make a numbers variable, and let's call it dict, and let's put the value x is equals to 5 and y is equals to 0. Okay, let's print the numbers, and let's see the type of numbers. So you can see the key is assigned as x and value is 5, similarly y and 0, and the type is class dictionary. Similarly, let's make a empty variable and store a dict. Okay, and let's print the empty, and let's print the type. So you can see here there is an empty dictionary and the type is class dictionary. So let's create a dictionary using iterable. So let's make numbers one variable and let's make dict, and then let's store, okay, x comma 5, and then let's make y and comma -5. Okay, so let's print the numbers 1. So you can see the value x as 5 and y as -5. Similarly, let's pass keyword argument. Okay, so let's make numbers 2 equals dictionary, and then let's put the value as x comma 5 and then y as -5 and then z as, let's say, 8, z equals 8. Okay, so let's print the number 2. So you can see the value of z also is been added. So let's create a iterable in Python using zip method. So let's take numbers 3 this time and let's call dict and dict of zip, and then let's put x, y and z, and let's put the values as well, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so now let's print the numbers 3. So you can see the x key value x and value as 1, y key as 2 and z key as 3. So similarly, let's create a dictionary using mapping. Okay, so let's make numbers 1 equal dictionary of, let's say, x as 4 and let's take y as 5. Okay, so let's print the numbers 1. So you can see here the key and values. So you don't need to use dictionary in the above code. So let's do like this: numbers 2 equals, just put x as 4 and y as 5. Okay, let's print the numbers 2. So you can see the values 4 and 5. Okay, so now let's make it with keyword argument. Numbers 3 equals dictionary, and let's put x as 4 and y as 5. Okay, and then let's put z is equals 8. So let's print the numbers 3. So you can see the values over here, x, y and z. So now let's take dir method, dir. Okay, so dir method tries to return a list of valid attributes of the object. Okay, so let's make a variable numbers and let's put a list of 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, and let's print the dir of numbers. So you can see here all the attributes. So similarly, we will be printing empty dir. So let's see what happens. So you can see here all the values, like you can see here spec, empty, package. Okay, so similarly let's use dir on user defined object. Okay, so let's make a class person and let's define a method dir Okay, then the argument as self, and now let's return, let's say age, and let's say name and salary. Okay, so let's make a variable teachers, and let's call person. Okay, and let's print the dir of teacher. So you can see here age, name and salary. In this video we'll be learning about divmod and enumerate method. Divmod method takes two numbers and return a pair of numbers consisting of the quotient and remainder. So we'll just take some numbers and we'll just print the divmod. Okay, so let's take the divmod of 8 and 3. So we'll get the quotient as 2 and the remainder as 2. So let's print the opposite. Okay, divmod of, let's say 3 and 8. So here we know that the quotient is 0 and 3 is the remainder. So let's take let's say 5 and 5, divmod of 5 comma 5. So we will get the quotient as 1 and 0 as the remainder. So let's take a floating point number this time. Okay, so let's take divmod of, let's say 2.6 comma 0.5. Okay, so you are getting the output as the quotient 5.0 and remainder as 0.100. Okay, so these are some example of divmod. So now let's take an example of enumerate method. So this enumerate method adds a counter to an iterable and returns it. Okay, so let's make a grocery list. Grocery. Okay, inside this grocery variable I am storing a list of, let's say, bread, milk and butter. Okay, there are 3 items. So now I am going to make another variable, enumerate grocery. Okay, and then I'll call enumerate and grocery. So let's print the type of this enumerate grocery, type of enumerate. Okay, so we'll see it is the class enumerate. So now let me convert it to a list and then enumerate grocery. So you can see here the counter has been added 0, 1 and 2. So now let's change the default counter to, let's say, 10. Enumerate grocery equals enumerate and then grocery comma 10. Okay, so this will change the counter from 0 to 10. So let me print enumerate grocery. Okay, so you can see here the counter has been changed from 0 to 10, 11 and 12. So let's loop over. Okay, loop over an enumerate object. So I am going to take the same list as grocery, so list will be the same. So let's make a for statement for item in enumerate grocery. Okay, and then I am going to print the item. So you can see here the counter 0, 1 and 2. Okay, so now let's put a next line, let's say /n, and then I'll make another for statement for count and item in enumerate grocery. Okay, now I'll print the count and item. So you can see here 0, 1 and 2. So let's change the counter this time. Okay, the start value will give it from, let's say, 100. Okay, this time we'll be giving the start from 100, count and item in enumerate grocery comma 100. Okay, and let's print the count and item. So you can see here it is starting from 100 and 101 and 102. In this video we will be learning about static method and filter method. Static method are methods that are bound to a class rather than its object. They do not require a class instance creation, so they are not dependent on the state of the object. So let's create a class mathematics and we'll be carrying out an addition. So let's create a method and numbers, add numbers, okay, and then we'll make the argument as x and y. So let's return the addition of x and y, okay, and now let's create a add numbers static method. So mathematics dot add numbers equals static method, and then mathematics dot add numbers, okay. So now we will be printing the sum. So the sum is, and let's say mathematics dot add numbers, so we'll be putting the x and y as, let's say, 5 and 10, okay. So let's see the output. So you can see the output as 15, okay. Similarly, let's take another example. So we'll create a utility function as a static method. So let's create a class named dates, okay, and then we'll define init and self as the argument and date, okay. So self dot date equals date. Let's create another method, get date, okay, self as the argument, return self dot date, okay. So now our static method to dash date, okay, and date as the argument. So we'll return date dot replace. So we'll replace slash to dash, okay. Now let's take a date variable, date equals dates, and let's put the date as, let's say, 20, 10, and then 2022, okay. So we'll take another date from db equals 20, 12, let's say 10, 2022. So date with dash equals dates dot to dash date, okay, and I'm going to put it as date from db, okay. So let's make a if statement. If date dot get date, okay, and then equals date with dash, we'll print equal, okay. We'll make else statement, print unequal. So now let's run it. So here there is a, I have put the capital C. So here you can see the output is equal. So here we have a dates class that only work with dates with dashes. However, in our previous database all dates were present in slashes. So in order to convert the slash date to dash date, we have created a utility function to dash date with dates. So it is a static method because it doesn't need to access any properties of dates itself and only require the parameters. So we can also create to dash date outside the class, but since it works only for dates, it's logical to keep it inside the dates class. So let me put some enter, and I am going to comment filter method. Okay, filter. Okay, so this filter method constructs an iterator from elements of an iterable for which a function returns true. So let me make a list and let me put it inside letters variable. So I am going to put like A, B, D, E, okay, I, and similarly let's say J, and I am going to take one more as let's say O. Okay, so this is our letters. So we will take a function that filters vowels. So filter, okay, filter vowels, and let's say letters as the arguments letter. Okay, and now I am going to make a vowels variable, and let me store the vowels inside it. A, E, I, O, and U. So this is our list of vowels. So let's make a if statement if letter in vowels, okay, and we'll return 2 if it's there. Let's make else statement, else return false. Okay, so let's make a variable filtered vowels, filtered vowels. Okay, so let me call filtered vowels, and letters. So let's print the filter vowels. Let's say the filtered vowels are, okay, and let's make a for statement for vowel in filtered vowel. Okay, we'll print the vowel. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the filtered vowels as A, E, I, and O. So here we have a list of letters and need to filter out only the vowels in it. So we could use a for loop to loop through each element in letters list and store it in another list. But in Python this process is easier and faster using filter method. So we have a function filter vowels that checks if a letter is a vowel or not. This function is passed into our filter method with the list of letters. So filter method then passes each letter to the filter vowel method to check if it returns true or not. In the end, it creates a iterator of the ones that return true, that is the vowels. Since the iterator doesn't store the values itself, we loop through it and print out only vowels one by one. So let's see how filter method works without the filter function. So let's put a comment without filter function. Okay, so let me put some enter, and I am going to make a list. Okay, here random list equals, so let me put a random 1 A, and let's say 0, and one more as false, and let's say true also, and let me put a string that is 0. Okay, so now let's make a filtered list. Okay, and let me put filter none and random list. So now let me print the filtered element R, and now let me make a post statement for element in filtered list. Okay, I will be printing the element So you can see the element 1, A, 2 and 0. So here we have a random list of numbers, string and boolean in random list. We pass random list to the filter method with first parameter, filter function as none. With filter function as none, the function defaults to identity function and each element in random list is checked if it's true or not. So when we look through the final filter list, we get the elements which are true, that is 1, A, true and 0. So 0 is a string, it is also true. In this video, we'll be learning about eval and float method. So eval method passes the expression passed to this method and runs a Python expression within the program. So we will take a variable x, okay, and let's store 1 inside it. So I'm going to print eval and let's add 1 to x, okay. So x plus 1. So here you can see the output as 2. So now let's see a practical example where we can demonstrate the use of eval. So let's make a function named calculate, okay, perimeter, and let's put L as the argument. So we'll make the return statement as 4 star L, that is 4 into side, okay, and let's calculate area also. Calculate area and L as the argument, okay, we will return L star L, that is side into side, okay, and let's make an expression variable. Expression equals, we'll ask for the user input here. User has to input this type of function. He wants to proceed perimeter or to calculate the area, okay. So here the user has to type the function name. So let's make a for statement for L in range of, let's say 1 to 5, okay, and then let's make a statement if expression is equals calculate perimeter L, okay, then we'll print the length is, if length is, and then we'll put the L, and then let's call the perimeter, okay, equals, and we'll use the eval expression, okay. Similarly, let's make a elif statement. Expression is equals calculate area and L as the argument, okay, then we will calculate the area. Let's print the same as above print statement. If length is, okay, and then let me put the L, and here the area, okay, is equals eval expression, okay. Let's make else statement as well, else it will print the wrong function, okay, and we'll put a break statement, okay. So let's run and see the output. So here let's type the function. So first we'll calculate the perimeter. So calculate perimeter L as the argument, okay. So you can see the for length 1 perimeter is 4, and for length 3 it is 12, and length 4 it is 16. So let's type the calculate area L as the argument. So you can see the area for 1 it is 1, 2 it is 4, 3 it is 9, and for 4 it is 16. So let's type a wrong function. Calculate, let's say area in small, okay, So it will print the wrong function. Okay, so let me put some enter and we will see the next method, that is our float. Okay, so let me put a comment here, float. Okay, so this float form method returns a floating point number from a number or a string. So we are going to take the print statement and let's make a float of 10. Okay, so let me comment the above lines, otherwise it will ask for. Okay. So here we have to comment every line. So you can see here the float is 10. Okay, 10.0. So let's print the float of, let's say, of a floating point number itself, 11.22. So you can see the same output. So let's print for float of minus 13.33. So it is giving the same. Okay, so let's put some white spaces in between. Float of, let's say, space and minus 24.55, and then let's put a slash n as well. So you can see here the white spaces are removed and there is a floating point number. So let's print a string inside it. So it will give an error ABC. So you can see here it is giving an error, could not convert string to float. Okay, so let me put some numbers here so that it won't give a error. So let's see for infinity and not a number. So I'm going to print float of NaN not a number. So here you can see it is giving the output as NaN. So let me copy this and change it to like caps of NaN. Okay, so here you can see it is giving the output as NaN. Similarly, let's do for infinity. Okay, so I am going to INF for infinity. So it is printing INF. So let me put I and F as caps. So you can see it is giving the same output. So let me put here this time complete infinity. So you can see INF as output. So let me change the caps over here. Infinity. So here also you are going to see the output as INF. In this video we will be learning about frozen set function and format function. Frozen set function returns a immutable frozen set initialized with elements from the given iterable. So if no parameters are passed, it returns an empty frozen set. So let's make a tuple of vowels. So I am going to store A, E, and let's say I, O and U. Okay, and now let's make a fset variable and we'll call frozen set vowels. Okay, so let's print the frozen set. Okay, fset. So this is our frozen set. So let's print the empty frozen set. Frozen set. Okay. So you can see here empty frozen set. So now we can see the frozen sets are immutable. So let us add another letter to it. Let's say add. We are adding V. So we will get an attribute error. So you can see here frozen set object has no attribute add. So let's comment it because it won't work and it will give errors again and again. So let's see frozen set for dictionaries. So I'm going to make a variable person and let's make the key as name, value as let's say John, okay, and age as 22 and let's put the gender male. So let's make the frozen set variable, frozen set and person, and let's print the frozen set. So you can see the frozen set. Okay, so now let's initialize a variable a, and let's make frozen set of, we'll put a list 1 2 3 4, and let's say b equals frozen set, and let's check here 3 4 5 and 6. Okay, so let's copy a frozen set equals a dot copy by using the copy method. Okay, let's print the c. So you can see the values of a are copied to c. So let's see the union. Okay, a dot union, let's check b. Okay. So you can see the union 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. Now let's see the intersection. A dot intersection of b. So you can see the intersection is 3 and 4. Let's see the difference. Before that we have to make the difference. A difference of b. So you can see 1 and 2. So let's see the symmetric difference. Okay, symmetric difference of, let's say, b. So you can see 1 2 5 and 6. Okay, so now we will see about the format method. So let me put here format. Okay, so format method returns a formatted representation of a given value specified by the format specifier. So we will take a, let's say, a binary first. Okay, so let's call format and let's say 12 and b for binary. So the 12 will be represented as 1100. So 8421. So 8 is 1 and 4 is also 1, that is 12. So it is printing 1100. So let's print the format of a floating point number this time, and let me put here as f for floating point. Now let's print for an integer format, and let's put d for integer. So you can see the integer also here. Now we will take some signs. Okay, format, here I am going to take an integer number, and let's take star greater than plus 7. Okay, and d for integer. So you can see here the output. So let's print another one now. So let's take a floating point number this time, and let's put here 9 and 3, and let's take f for floating point. Okay, so you can see here the output. So now let's see, by taking a class we will override the format. Okay, so let's make a class name person, and I'm going to define a method name format. Okay, and self format. Okay, we will take a if statement. If the format is equals to the age of the person, then we will return the age. Okay, let's take the age as 25. Okay, we will return none. Okay, so let's print the format of person and age. Okay, so you can see the age 25 is being printed. So here we have overridden the format method of the person class. Okay, in this video we will be learning about get attribute method and globals method. So our get attribute method returns the value of the named attribute of an object. If not found, it returns the default value provided to the function. So we are going to make a class, okay, person. So we'll learn here how get attribute works in Python. So we'll make a variable age. Let's store 22 age. Name as, let's say, Chantini. Okay. And I'm going to make a person variable. Let's call person. Okay. And I'm going to print the age of the person. Okay. So get attribute person and age. Okay. And here I am going to print the person dot age. So you can see here both are printing 22. So let's see when get attribute is not there. Okay, so let's print get attribute of person and age, and let's say here I am going to take male. Okay, so default value was provided. Okay, so let's print here get attribute person and let's say gender. Okay, so here there is an attribute error. Person object has no attribute gender, so the named attribute gender is not present in the class person. So when calling get attribute method with a default value male, it returns male. But if we don't provide any default value, when the name attribute gender is not found, it raises a attribute error saying the object has no gender object. Okay, so now let's see the globals method. Let me comment globals. Okay, so the global method returns the dictionary of the current global symbol table. Okay, so I'm going to take a example over here. So let me just put here globals. Okay, so you can see here then different things of here. You can see here. Okay, there are many like name, main, doc. Okay, everything, module, package, none. So similarly we can also do for modifying global variable using the global method. So let's take the age variable as, let's say, 22. I'm going to put globals and age, okay, equals 25. So let's print the age is under age. So you can see the ages, but before that we have to comment this line, otherwise this will show again and again the same error. So you can see the age is 25. Here the global symbol table also stores all global variables, that is in this case age. The value of age can be changed using the globals function. So the dictionary return is accessed using the key of the variable age and modified to 25. Okay, you see here this is reflected in the global symbol table again. In this video we will be learning about help method and has attribute method. So help method calls the built-in Python help system. So let me print here help list. So you can see here it is giving the detail about the list. So you can see here insert, pop and others. Okay, extend, count, copy, clear, all these things we have learned. But if you want to know more, you can use the help method. Okay, similarly we can print help dict. Okay, so you can see here it is giving the value of and details of the dict method itself. So you can see here get attribute and all these things. So it is there. So similarly we can also put like print of help print. Okay, so you get the details of print function. So let me print help of def. Okay, so it will give the details about the function definition. So you can see here, okay, all the details about the function definition. Okay, similarly we can take help in whatever we want from the Python help system. So similarly, let's take the example of a has attribute function. Okay, so has attribute function returns true if an object has a given named attribute and false if it does not. So let's make a class name person. Okay, and I'm going to put the age as 22. Let's put the name as Virat. Okay, making a variable person, and then let's print the has attribute of person age. Okay, so let's print another. Let's say has attribute of person attribute person, and let's put salary. Okay, so salary is not there. So you can see here, first it is giving true, and second, because salary is not there, it is giving the output as false. In this video we'll be learning about the hex function and the hash function. So our hex function converts an integer number to the corresponding hexadecimal string. So let me take a number variable, okay, and I am storing 435 inside it. Okay, 435. Let me print the hex of this number. So here you can see 0x1b3. So let me assign 0 this time to the number, hex of number. So you will get 0x0. Let's take a negative value this time, let's say -34. Print the hex of number. So you can see -0x22. So this, let's see the return type of our hex. Okay. So I am going to put hex, let's say type of hex and number. Let us print the return type. So here it is a string. So now if you need to find the hexadecimal representation of a float, you need to use the float.hex method. So let me make the number variable this time as 2.5, and let us print the float.hex of number. So you can see 0x, 1.4 and so on. Let's say number equals 0.0 this time. So you can see here 0x0.0p. So in the above case you have seen in the integer 0x0, here 0x0.0p. So let's take the number as 10.5. Let's print the hex of, let's say float hex of number. So you can see here 0x1.500. Okay, so this was the case of a hexadecimal. So let us take the hash method this time, hash. Okay, so this hash method returns the hash value of an object if it has one. So let me see the hash of a number, let's say hash of 181. So you can see the hash of 181 is 181 itself. So let's see a hash of a decimal number, let's say 181.23. So you can see here the hash value is 53034 and so on. So let's take a string this time, hash of, let's say Python. So you can see the hash of Python is -737542 and so on. So let's see how hash work for immutable tuple object. So let me take a tuple named vowels and store a tuple of A, E, I, O and U. Okay, So now let's see the hash of this vowel tuple. Okay, hash of vowels. So you can see the hash is -14467 and so on. So now we'll see the hash for a custom object. So let's create a class in person and let's override the hash method this time. So let's create a init method. Let's put self, age and name as the argument. Okay, so self dot age equals age and self dot name equals name. Okay, so let's create EQ function also. Let's make EQ and self as the argument. Let's take other also as the argument. Okay, we'll return self dot age equals other dot age and let's say self dot name equals other dot name. Okay, so now let's create our hash function, hash method. Okay, so hash and let's put the argument as self. Let's print the hash. The hash is, and we'll return the hash of the age and name. Okay, so return hash of self dot age and self dot name. Okay, so now let's make a person variable. Person, let's call the person. Okay, and let's put the age as, let's say 33. Okay, let's put the name as Yuyutsu. Okay, and let's print the hash of person. So here there is an error in our spelling of return is little wrong. So you can see the hash is 1899760 and so on. So we don't have to implement the EQ method for the hash as it is created by default for all objects. In this video we will be learning about isInstance function and ID function. So isInstance function checks if the object, that is our first argument, is an instance or subclass of class info class, that is our second argument. So let's see how the isInstance method works. So I am going to make a class named foo and storing 5 inside a. Let's make a is, let's take foo instance. Okay, foo instance variable. Okay, let's see if it's isInstance of, let's say, foo instance as first argument and second as foo itself. So we'll get the output as true here. So let's see the isInstance of foo instance, and in the second argument I am going to take a list and let's say tuple. Okay, so the output is false this time. So let's take this time instance isInstance of foo instance and the second argument as list tuple and our foo. Okay, so here you will get the output as true. So now we'll see the working of isInstance with native types. So let's take a numbers variable and store 1 2 3. So I have stored a list of 1 2 3 inside it. So let's make a result variable also this time. We'll check isInstance of numbers and list. Okay, so let me print here the result. Okay, so you can see the output is true here. So let's change the result to this time as isInstance of numbers and a dictionary. Okay, so let's print the result. So here you can see the output is false. So let's take result as isInstance of let's say numbers and the second argument as dictionary and a list. Okay, so let's print the result. So here you can see the output is true. So let's take another variable as number, and I'm going to store 5 inside it. So let me say the result as instance of number and a list. Let us print the result. So you can see here the output is false. So let's make the result variable as instance of number and int. Okay, let's print the result. So you will get the output as true this time. So now we will see the id function. So let me comment id. Okay, so id function returns a identity, that is unique integer of an object. So I am simply creating a class named foo. Okay, let's store 5 inside b. Let's make a dummy foo variable. Okay, and then let's see the id of dummy foo. So here you can see the id as 243033 and so on. So let's see more examples on id. So let's print the id of, let's say, 5. Okay, so you can see the id of 5. So let's print, or let's say I'm assigning 5 to a, and let's print the id of a. So you can see the id of a. Okay, and 5 as the same. Let's store b is equals to a, and let's print the id of b this time. Okay, so you can see the same id. So let's store 5.0 inside c, and let's print the id of c. So you can see the id of c also here. So it is important to note that everything in Python is an object, even numbers and classes. So hence integer 5 has a unique id. The id of the integer 5 remains constant during the lifetime. Similar in the case of the float 5.5 and other objects. In this video we will be learning about is subclass function and iter function. So this is subclass function checks if the class argument, that is the first argument, is a subclass of class info class, that is the second argument. So let's create a class named polygon. Okay, so this is our new class, and let's define a method init. Okay, and let's put the argument as polygon type. Okay, so this is our argument. So let's print polygon is a. Okay, and then we'll put the polygon type. Okay, so now let's create a class named triangle, and I'm going to put the argument as polygon. Let's define an init method, self as the argument, and then polygon dot init. Okay, and then we'll put triangle. Okay, so now let's print the is subclass triangle as the first argument, and the second argument as polygon. So let's check. So the output is true. So let's print is subclass. Okay, the first argument I am taking as triangle, and let's take second as a list this time. Okay, list. So let's check this. Here the output is false. Subclass. So here I am going to take the first as triangle, and let's take second as list and polygon. Okay, polygon. So here the output is getting as true. so is sub class of, so first I'm going to take polygon, and the second as, let's check here as list and polygon. So let's run it. So here you can see the output is 2. So it's important to note that class is considered a subclass of itself. So let's check the example of the iter function. So let me comment iter. Okay. So this iter function returns a iterator for the given object. So let me make a vowels list. Okay. And we'll see how the iter function works over here. I, O and U. So this is our list. So let's make a vowels underscore iter variable, and let's call iter and then vowels as the argument. Okay. So let me print the next of vowels underscore iter. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the output is A. So let's run it again. So you can see E, again you can see I, and similarly you will get O and U also. So let's make a custom object. For that, let's create a class named print number. So this is our new class. So let's define init method, init. Okay, means let's take self and max as the argument. So self dot max equals max. Let's define another iter method, iter, and self as the argument, and self dot num equals 0, and will return the self. Okay, so let's make a new method named next, and self will be the argument. Let's make if statement if our self dot number is greater than equal to self dot max, then we will raise a stop iterator error. Okay. Raise stop iteration. Okay, and then let's increment the self dot 1 num with 1. Okay, and we'll return the self dot num. Okay, so now let's make a print underscore num variable, and then we'll call print number. Let's say 3 this time. Okay. So let me put print underscore num underscore iter variable, and then put here iter and print num as the argument. Okay, so let's print the, here we are going to put the print underscore num underscore iter. So let's run it and see. So you can see the output is 1. Okay, so after 3 we will get an exception. Okay, we stop iteration. So before that, let us print 2 also, and here we will get the output as 3. Now we will get a stop iteration error. Okay, so let me delete that, otherwise we will get the error again and again. So let's make a class this time. Let's take the class name as double it, and I'm going to define with method self as the argument. So let's put here self dot start as 1. Okay, So let's define another method named iter, self as the argument. So we'll return the self here. Okay. So let's define another method named next, self as the argument. So here we are going to put the self dot start as start equals to, and then return self dot start. Okay, so let's make here call equals next. Okay, so now let's make a myiter variable and we'll call iter $i3 and let's take 16 over here. Okay, so I am going to make a for statement now for x in myiter. Okay, we'll print x. So let's run it. So you can see here 2, 4 and 8. So here we have implemented a custom iterable object without a stop iteration condition. In this video we will be learning about list and locals. List constructor returns a list in Python. So let me print a empty list. Okay, so you can see here is an empty list. So now let me make a vowel string. Okay, so I am going to take a string a, e, I, o, u, and let's print the list of vowel string. So you can see the list over here. So let's take a vowels tuple. Let's put a, e, I, o and u. Okay, so now let's print the list of vowel tuple. So you can see the list over here. So let's take a vowel list itself, vowel underscore list equals, let's make the list, let's print the list of vowel list. So you can see here the list. So let's create a list from vowel set. Okay, so let's print the vowel list of vowel set. Okay, you can see here. Let's take a vowel dictionary. Okay. So let's make the key as a and value as 1. Similarly, let's take here also we will take 1 and here value will be 2. Let's take here 3. Let's take here 4 and here the value is 5. Okay, so let's print the list of vowel dictionary. So here in the case of dictionary, the keys of the dictionary will be the item of the list and the order of the elements may be random. Okay, so let's take the class name power of 2. Okay, so here we will be creating a list from an iterator object. So let's define a init method, self as the argument, and let's say max. Okay, and here self dot max equals max. Let's define another method. Let's take iter and self as the argument, self dot num. Let's assign 0 to it, and we will return the self. So now we will define the next. Okay, self as the argument, and let's create a statement. If our self dot num, okay, is greater than equal to self dot max, then we'll stop the iteration. So we'll raise a stop iteration. Okay, and then we'll put the result variable and we'll assign 2 to the power of self dot num. Okay, and let's increment the self dot num with 1 and we'll return the result. Okay, so let's make a variable name power underscore 2. Okay. And we'll call power 2. Let's take 5. Okay, and now let's make another power of 2 iter. Okay, and let's put iter and then power of 2 as the argument, and let's print the list of power underscore 2 underscore iter. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see 1 2 4 8 and 16. So now let's see the locals function. So let me comment locals. Okay, so the locals method updates and returns a dictionary of the current local symbol table. So we will just take a simple example. We will define a function name, let's say locals not present. Okay, and we'll return the locals. Okay, so let's define another locals present, and here we'll make a present variable and let's do 2. Okay, and we'll return the locals. So let's print the locals not present, and let's print the locals present. Okay, so let's see the output. So you can see there is an empty dictionary, and in the locals present there is present and true. So let's update locals dictionary value. So let's put locals present. Okay, we'll make the same present equals to. Okay, and we'll print the present. Okay, and now locals and then value present equals, let's say false, and we'll print the present again, and let's call the locals present. So you can see true and true. So unlike globals dictionary, which reflects the change to the actual global table, locals dictionary may not change the information inside the locals table. In this video, we will be learning about len and max function. So this len function returns the number of items, that is the length of an object. So let's see how len function work with tuples list and range. So let's make a test list. Okay, and let me store it as empty. So let me print the length of test. Okay, so you can see it is giving the length as 0. So let's make it 2 3 4 5. Okay, like this. Let's print the length of test list. Okay, so you can see here it is giving the output as 4. So let's take a tuple this time. Okay, so let's print the length of test tuple. So you can see here it is giving the output as 7. So similarly, let's make a test range. Okay, in this test range I am going to put the range as, let's say 0, let's say 1 to 10. Okay, this time I am going to take 1 to 10. So let's take the length of test range. So here you can see the output as 9. Okay, so now let's see how our length works with the string. Okay, so I am going to take a test string. So the test string is equals to empty string I am taking this time. So let's print the length of the test string. So you can see the output as 0. So I am going to take the test string as let's say Python. equals python python, and then let's print the length of the test string. Okay, so I'm going to take test string. So let's print the output. So here you can see the output as 6. So let's take a test byte this time, test byte variable, and let's store d and then python. Okay, and here let's print the output length of test byte. So you can see here the output is 6. So I am going to take a variable this time as, let's say, test list itself, test list, and let's store a list of 1 comma 2 comma 3, and now I am converting this to a byte. So test byte equals, I'm going to take bytes, okay, and then the test list. Now let's see the length of test byte. Print length of test byte. Okay, so you can see the output is 3 here. So now we'll see how the length work with the set. Okay, set and dictionaries. We'll say take dictionaries also, 1 2 and 3, and let's see the length of test set. So you can see the output is 3. So let's take a empty set and let's print the length of test set. So you can see the output is 0. So let's take a test dictionary. Okay, so I am going to store, let's say, key as 1 and 1 as the value, and let's take 2 as the key and 2 as the value. So let's print the length of test dictionary. So you can see the output is 2. So let's take a test set this time, and let me take 1 and 2 inside it. Okay, and let's take a make a frozen test set. Okay, and then frozen set, and I'm going to make test set as the argument. Now let's print the length of the frozen set. Okay, frozen test set. So you can see the output is 2. Okay, so now we'll see how the length works with the custom object. So let's create a class name session. Okay, so I'm going to define a init method, and let's put self as the argument, and let's make number as 0. Okay, so self dot number equals number. Let's define another method, let's say length. Okay, self as the argument. So here I am going to return self dot number. Okay, so now the default length is 0. So s1 variable is equal to, let's call session. Okay, and we'll print the length of s1. Okay, so here you can see the output is 0 because the default length is 0. So let's give a custom length. Okay, session, let's give the length as 6. Okay, so let's print the length of s2. So you can see the output is 6 here. So now we will see the max function. So let me comment first the max function. Max. Okay, so the max function returns the largest item in an iterable. It can also be used to find the largest item between 2 or more parameter. So let's make a list of number. Okay, I'm going to make number variable, and I'm going to store, let's say, 3 2 8 5 10, and let's say one more 6. Okay, so let's print the max of number. So you can see here the output is 10. Okay, similarly let's take a languages variable and let's store inside Python. Okay, let's say C programming, and here I am going to take another Java and let's say Java script. Okay, so now I'm going to make a largest underscore string variable and let's make max languages. Okay, so let's print the largest string. Okay, so you can see Python is the output. In this case, in the case of dictionary, max returns the largest key. Let's use the key parameter so that we can find the dictionary's key having the largest value. So I am going to take a square variable and I am going to store the dictionary key as 2 and value as 4, and let's take -3 as key and 9 as value, and let's take -1 and 1, and similarly -2 and 4. Okay, so let's make a key variable and we'll see the largest key. So max and square. Okay, so let's print the, here I'm going to make this as key 1. Okay, because I'm going to take another one also next time. So key 1, so 2 is the output. So let's take another key 2 variable. Okay, and let's make max of square and key equals lambda and key square of key. Okay, so here the keys whose value is the largest. Okay, so let's print the key 2. So you can see the output as, so here I have given the capital K. So here the output is -3. So let's get the largest value. We'll print the square of, let's say, key 2. Okay, key 2. So you will get the output as 9. Okay, so in the second max function we have passed a lambda function to the key parameter. Key is equal to lambda k square k. The function returns the values of dictionary. Based on the values, the key having the maximum value is returned. So let's take a result variable and I am going to make max of, let's take 4 minus 5, let's say 23 and 5. So you'll find the maximum among these numbers. So let's print the result. So you can see the output is 23. So if you need to find the smallest item, you can use the min function. In the previous video we have studied about the max function. So in this video we will see the min function and map function. Min function returns the smallest item in an iterable. It can also be used to find the smallest item between the two parameter. So let me make a number variable. Okay, and I am storing some numbers inside a list. Okay, so this is our numbers variable. So I am going to print the min of number. So you can say 2 is the minimum number. So let me take a string this time, languages. Okay, equals, I am going to put some, let's say, Python. Let's take C programming and let's say Java. So let me print the min of languages. So you can see C programming. Okay, so it takes the smallest item ordered alphabetically. Okay, so let me make a dictionary here. Square of, let's take 2 square is 4. Similarly -3 and then 9 is the square. Okay, let's take -1 and 1. Let's take -2 and 4. So these are the square. So let's take a key 1 variable and min of square. Let's print the key 1. So you can see here -3. So let me make a key2 variable now and I'm going to put min of square, and let's take a p equals lambda k and then square k. Okay, so I'm going to print the k2 now. So you can see the output is, so here k is not defined, it is saying, so I have to put small k here. So you can see the output is -1. Okay, so let's print the square of q2. Square of q2, so you'll get output as 1. Okay, so in the second min function, we have passed a lambda function to the key parameter. The function returned the value of dictionaries. Based on the value, the key having the maximum value is returned. So let's see our map. Okay, so let me comment map function. So map function applies a given function to each item of an iterable and returns a list of result. So we are going to create a function over here, calculate square. Okay, and let's take n as the argument. So now I am going to return n star n, that is the square. Okay, and now let's make a numbers variable, and I am going to put 1, 2, 3 and 4. So let's make a result variable and make map, and first argument as calculate square. Okay, and then numbers as a second argument. I'll print the results. So you can see here it's a map object. So let's convert the map object to set list or tuple. So number square, okay, number square equals set of result. So this will give you the output in a set. So let me put numbers square. So you can see 16, 1, 4 and 9 is an unordered set. Since map expects a function to be passed in, lambda function are commonly used while working with map functions. So let me make a new numbers variable, and I will be putting 1, 3, 4. Okay, and we'll make a result variable, and let's call the map, and I'm going to use a lambda. Okay, x and then square x star x. Okay, and then numbers. So let's print the result. So here again it is giving the map object. Okay, so let me make numbers square, and let's convert it to set list or tuple. So we'll be making a set result. Okay, so let's print the result. Again it is giving the output as a map function. So let's see where we have made a mistake. So I have to put here number square. Okay, so now it will give a set. Okay, so there is no difference in functionalities. In this video we will be learning about memory view and next function. So memory view is a safe way to expose the buffer protocol in Python. It allows you to access the internal buffers of an object by creating a memory view object. So let's take an example. I am going to make a random byte array variable, and then let's call byte array, and I am going to store ABC, and the encoding will be UTF-8. Okay, so let's make empty variable and we'll call memory view. Okay, and random byte array. So now we'll access the memory views 0th index. Okay, so let's take 0. So you can see here the output is 65. So let's create byte from memory view. So I'm going to print bytes and then MB 0. Okay, so you can see the output here, EB Okay, so let's create the list from memory view. So I'm going to put list and MV 0 and 3. So you can see 65, 66 and 67. So here we created a memory view object MV from the byte array, random byte array. Then we accessed the MV 0th index A and printed it, which gave the ASCII value, that is the 65. Again we accessed the MV's indices from 0 and 1, that is AB, and converted them into bytes. Finally we accessed all indices of MV and converted it to a list. Since internally byte array stores ASCII value for the alphabets, the output is a list of ASCII value of A, B and C, that is 65, 66 and 67. So let's modify the internal data using our memory view. So random byte array equals, let's take byte array, and here also I am going to take A, B, C, and the encoding will be UTF-8. Okay, so I am going to print before updation the random byte array. Okay, and then let's make a MV variable and we'll call memory view and random byte array. Okay, so I am going to update the first index of MV to Z. Okay, so I am going to print the after updation random byte array. So you can see before updation and the after updation. So here we updated the memory views first index to 90, the ASCII value of Z. Since the memory view object MV references to the same memory buffer, updating the index of MV also updates random byte array. So now let's take an example of our next function. Okay, so this next function returns the next item from the iterator. So let me make a random variable and I am going to store a list of, let's say 5, 6 and let's say a string Python. Okay, so I am converting the list to iterator. So random underscore iterator, okay, equals iter random. Okay, so let me print the random iterator. So you can see here. Okay, so now let's print the next random iterator. So you can see here it is giving the same output. So let me print it once again. So you can see here 5 and then 6 and the next output should be Python. Okay, so if I print it again it will give a error, stop iterator error. Okay, so list is an iterable and you can get it iterator by using the iter function. Okay, so we got the error in the last statement in the program because we tried to get the next item when no item was available. Okay, so let me delete this, otherwise we will get the error once again. So now I am going to make a random with only two objects, that is 5 and 9. So two elements are there. I am going to convert this list to an iterator. So random iterator equals iter and random. Okay, so I am going to print next. Okay, and then random iterator and then let's put -1. So you can see here 5. So similarly let me print once again. So you can see here it is giving the output as 9. So let me print it once again. So you can get -1. So random iterator is exhausted. So we'll get once again -1.
In this video, we will be learning about object function and octal function. Our object function returns a featureless object which is the base for all classes. So let's see how the object function works. So I am going to call object, okay, and let's print the type of test variable. So you can see it is an object. So let's see the attributes of the object. So you can see here different attributes. So here we created an object test, and then we use the type to get the type of the object, and then we use the dir method to get all the attributes. These attributes are common to instances of all Python classes. So let us see the octal function. So our octal function takes an integer number and returns its octal representation. So let's see a decimal octal representation. Okay, so I am going to take 10. So you can see here 0, 0, 1, 2. Okay, so let's take a binary this time. Octal of, let's say, 0B101. So you can see 005. So let's print a hexadecimal to octal. Okay, octal of, let's say, 0x and e. Okay, so you can see here 0, 0, 1, 2. So now let's take octal function for custom object. So I am going to make a person function, and I am going to assign 22 in age variable. Let's define index method, okay, and self as the argument. I am going to return the self dot age. Similarly, I am going to define a int method, okay, and here also self is the argument. Let's return the self dot age. Okay, so let's make a person variable. I am going to call the person function from it. So let's print the octal of person. Okay, so you can see here the output is 0026. So here the person class implements int method and index method. That's why we can use octal function on the objects of person. In this video, we will be learning about open function. It opens the file and returns the corresponding file objects. So let me make a variable f, and I am going to open a file. Let's say test.txt. Okay, so let's run it. So here you can see there is no error. So now we'll open a file by specifying the path. Okay, so I am going to open a file. Let's say a file is there in E, and the file name is data.txt. Okay, so let's run it. So here also the file is open. So since the mode is omitted, the file is opened in R mode, opens for reading. So let's provide mode for open function. So f is equals open, and then I am going to give the path as e data.txt. Okay, and let's give the mode as read only equals r. Okay, so let's run it. So the file is opened in read only mode. So similarly, we can give the write mode by giving w. Okay, and then there is a mode a. So it opens a file for writing to the end. Okay, so Python default encoding is ASCII. You can easily change it by passing the encoding parameter. So similarly, I am going to give the encoding as, let's say, encoding equals, and then I am going to give UTF-8. Okay, so let's run it. So there is no error. Okay, so now we'll see about the ORD function. So ORD function returns an integer representing the Unicode character. So let me print a ORD of, let's say, 5. So you can see 53 is the Unicode. So let's print ORD of capital A. So here it is 65, and let's print the ORD of dollar symbol. So you can see here 36. So by the way, the ORD function is the inverse of character function. In this video we will be learning about power function and property function. So this power function returns the power of a number. So let us print the power of 2 comma 2. So we are getting the output as 4. So let's check x as negative this time and y as positive. So we are getting the same output 4. So this time we are going to take y as negative. So we'll get minus 0.25, and this time we are going to take both as negative, minus 2 and minus 2. So we'll get the same output 0.25. So now we'll take the 3 arguments. So we'll get the output as x to the power of y and then percentage of z. Okay. So now let's print, or let's say we are going to take x as 7, y as 2 and z as 5. Let's print the power of xyz. So we are getting the output as 4. So now let's see about the property function. Okay. So this property function returns the property attribute. So let's create a class named person. Okay, and let's define a init method, self and name. Okay, and self dot name equals name. And let's define another method, get name, and here we are going to take self as the argument. So we are going to print, let's say, getting name. Okay, and we'll return the self dot name. Okay, so let's define another method, set underscore name. Here we are going to take self and value as the argument. And we'll print here, let's say, setting name to. Okay, and then we'll concatenate with the value, and here we are going to put self dot name equals value, and let's define another method, delete underscore name. Okay, self as the argument, and let's print deleting name, and here we'll delete self dot name. Okay, so now let's make a variable name, and we'll call here property get name comma set name comma delete underscore name. Okay, and then we'll put the name property. Okay, name property, and now we'll make a variable, let's say p. We'll put person. Okay, let's put Sahadev as a name. We'll print p dot name, and let's put another name, p dot name equals, let's say, Nakul. Okay, and we'll delete p dot name. So let's run it. So you can see here getting name Sahadev, setting name to Nakul, and then deleting name. So here name is used as the private variable for storing the name of person. Okay, so now let's use property decorator. So I am going to create the class name as person itself. Okay. Let's put property decorator. Okay. So I am going to take the same class name person, and now I am going to define init self and name as the argument. Okay. And here also I am going to put self dot name equals name, and here that property. Okay, we are going to define name and self as the argument, and let's print getting name will return self dot name. Let's define name dot setup. So here we are going to define the name, self and value as the argument. Okay. So here I am going to print setting name to, and then we'll concatenate it with the value. So self dot name is equals value. So now at the name dot deleter. Okay. So here we will define name, self as the argument. Okay. So let's print deleting name. So we'll delete the self dot name. Okay. So now I am going to make a variable p. Let's call person, and let's put the same name Sahadev. Okay, and we'll print the name is. Okay, and let's put p dot name, and now I am going to put p dot name equals, let's say Nakul. I will delete p dot name. So let's run it. So you can see here the name is Sahadev, setting name to Nakul and deleting the name. So here instead of using property, we have used @property decorator. So first we specify the name method is also an attribute of person. This is done by using @property before the getter method as shown in the program. So next we use the attribute name to specify the setter and deleter. This is done by using @name.setter for the setter method and @deleter for deleter method. So we have used the same method name with different definitions for defining the getter, setter and deleter. Now whenever we use p.name, it internally calls the appropriate getter, setter and deleter as shown in the printed output inside the method. In this video we will be learning about reversed and round function. Reverse function returns the reverse iterator of the given sequence. So let's take a string. Let me store string inside the sequence underscore string variable. So I am going to take the string as Python. Let's print the list of reverse and then the sequence of string. So let's run it so you can see the reversed order. So let me make a tuple. So let's store Python py t h o and n. So let's print the list of worst underscore tuple. So you can see the reversed. Okay, so this time let's take a range. So let's take the range from 5 to 9. Okay, so I'm going to print the list of reversed and then the range. Okay, so you can see 8, 7, 5, 8, 7, 6 and 5.
So let's take a list this time. So I am going to show 2 3 like any sequence, okay, and then I am going to print the list of reversed and then sequence underscore list. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the reversed order. Okay, so we have converted the iterators returned by reverse function to list using the list function. So let's make a custom object. Okay, so let me make a class named vowels. Okay, and I am going to make a vowels variable and storing A, E, I, O and E. Okay, and I am going to define method named reversed. Okay, and let's make self as the argument. So I am going to return reversed and then self dot vowels. So now let's make a v variable and we'll call vowels. Okay, so let's print the list of reversed v. Okay, so let's run it. So in the line 20 there is an error. So let's run it. So you can see here the reverse order of the vowels. So let me put some enter and let me comment the next function, that is our round. Okay, so the round function returns a floating point number rounded to the specified number of decimals. So let me print, let's say round of 10. So you can see the output is 10 itself. So let's print a floating point number this time, round of 10.7. So you can see here the output is 11. Let's take round of, let's say 5.5. So you can see the output is 6. So let's take round of 2.665 comma 2. Okay, so you can see the output is 2.67. So let's print round of 2.675 comma 2. Okay, so it will be rounded to the 2 decimal places. In this video we will be learning about set function and set attribute function. So set function create a set in Python. So let's create a empty set. Okay, so you can see here we have printed an empty set over here. So let's print a string. Okay, set of, let's say we are taking the string as Python. So you can see an unordered set over here. So let's print a set from the tuple. Okay, so I am going to take a tuple over here of vowels. Okay, so you can see here the set of vowels. So let's print a tuple from a list. Okay, so we are again taking the vowels itself. So you can see the set. Okay, so let's take now a range. Okay, range of 5. So you can see a set of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So now let's create a set from a set itself. We are going to take the set of, let's take AIOU. So you can see the set over here. So let's take a dictionary now, set of a dictionary. Okay, so let's take the key as A and value as 1. Similarly 2, 3, 4 and 5. So you can see all the keys of the dictionaries. So let's take a frozen set. Frozen set equals frozen set of, okay, so let's take AIOU. Let's print the set of frozen set. Okay, so you can see here the set. Okay, so now we'll be creating a set for a custom iterable object. Let's take a class
print number. Okay, and I'm going to define a method named init. We'll take self and max as the argument, and here I'm going to put self dot max as max, and then we'll define another method eta, self as the argument. Okay, so we'll assign self dot num equals 0. Okay, then return the self. Okay, so let's define another method next. Okay, we'll take self as the argument. So let's make if statement if our self dot num is greater than equal to self dot max. Okay, then we will raise the stop iteration. Okay, and we'll increment the self dot num by 1. Okay, and we'll return the self dot num. Okay, so now we'll make a print num as an iterable. So print underscore num equals print number, and we'll put 5. Okay, so it will print the numbers till 5. So set of print underscore num. So let's see the output. So you can see 1 to 5. Okay, so now let me comment our next function, that is set attribute. Okay, so this set attribute function sets the value of the attribute of an object. So let's see how set attribute function work in Python. So I am going to create a class named person. Okay, and let's name the person as, let's say, Anant. Okay, and then I am going to assign p equals person. Okay, so let's print the before modification name p dot name. Okay, and then we'll set the attribute, okay, to, let's say, p, and then the name, and then we are going to change it to, let's say, Akash. Okay, here also it will be name. Okay, so let's print the name after modification. So p dot name. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the name has been changed. So let's see when the attribute is not found in set attribute function. So let's create a class person. Okay, the name will be, we'll put the same name, Anant. Okay, and then p equals person. Now we'll put the set attribute. Okay, p, and then we'll change the name to, let's say, Akash, and then we'll print the p dot name. Okay, so you can see here Akash. So let's set an attribute which is not present. Set a attribute. Okay, and then let's put p comma age, and then let's put the age as 22. Okay, so let's print the p dot age. You can see here 22. So you can check all the attributes of an object by using the dir function also. In this video we will be learning about slice and sorted function. So our slice function returns a slice object that can be used to slice string, list and tuples. So let's take a result variable. Okay, let's name it as result1, and I am going to slice, let's say, 3. Okay, so let's print the result1. Okay, so you can see none, 3 and none. So similarly I am going to make a result2 variable, and I am going to slice 1 comma 5 comma 2. Okay, so I am going to print the slice of or let's say result 2. So you can see slice of 1, 5 and 2. Okay. So here result 1 and result 2 are slice objects. So now we know about slice objects. Let's see how we get substring, sublist, subtuple. Okay. So let me make a string py underscore string and let me store Python inside it. Okay. So I am going to make a slice underscore object and I am going to slice 3. Okay. So I am going to print py underscore string and then slice underscore object. Okay. So let's run it. So you can see py t as the output. So it's stopped at 3. Okay. So let's make another slice underscore object and let me put slice of 1, 6 and 2. So it will contain 1, 3 and 5 indices. So let me print py underscore string and then string object, sorry, slice object, slice underscore object. Okay. So you can see y, h and n. So we'll get a substring using negative indice now. So py underscore string, which is Python. Okay. So let me slice underscore object and we'll slice -1, -4 and again -1. So let me print the py underscore string and then the slice object. So you can see NOH as the output. So now we will get a sublist and subtuple. So let me make a list first. So let me put inside it P Y T H O N. Okay. So similarly we will make a tuple also. Py underscore tuple equals. So here is our list and tuple. So I am going to make a slice underscore object and slice 3. Okay. So now we will print the py underscore list and then the slice object. So we'll get output as py and t. Okay. So similarly, let's make the slice underscore object as slice. Okay, and then 1, 5, 2. So let me print the py tuple, okay, and then the slice object. So you can see y and h as the output. Okay. So now let's make the py string, py underscore string, and we will assign it with Python, and then I'm going to print the py underscore string and we'll slice from 0 to 3. Okay. So you can see pyt. Similarly, let me print between 1 and 3. So py underscore string and then let's put 1, 5 and 2. Okay. So here is an extra. So you can see y and h as the output. So let me comment our next function, that is the sorted function. So sorted function returns a sorted list from the items in an iterable. So let's make a py underscore list and we'll store, let's say U, O and I. So these are the vowels. So let me print the sorted py list. So you can see the sorted py list. Okay. Similarly, let me put py underscore string and let me store inside it as Python, and let's sort this print sorted of py underscore string. So you can see the sorted list. Okay, so sorted string. So let us now use a tuple. Okay, underscore tuple equals, let's store the same vowels list. Okay, we are taking the data from the vowels list, and let's print the sorted tuple. Okay, py underscore tuple. So you can see the sorted tuple. Okay, so now let's here take a py underscore set. Okay, and we'll be taking the set as the same vowels. So let's print the sorted, and we'll use the py underscore set, and let's put another as reverse. Okay, equals true. So let's run it. So you can see the reverse order of sorted set. Okay, so let me put py underscore dictionary. Okay, and let me put the keys and values. So here I am going to take the value as 1, here as 2, here as 3, then 4, and here 5. Okay, so let me print the sorted py underscore dictionary and the reverse as true. Okay, so you can see here again the same. So let's take a frozen set now. Frozen set. Okay, equals frozen set of, let's take the same vowels, and we'll be printing the sorted frozen set and reverse equals true. Okay, so here the same output. So now let's sort the list using the sorted function having a key function. So I am going to define a function like take underscore second, and let's take element as the argument. So we'll return. Okay, and then 1. So let's make a random list. Random equals, let me store, let's say 2, 2, and 3, 4. Let's say 4, 1, and 1, let's say 3. Okay, so let's sort the list with key. So we'll make a sorted list variable. Let's call sorted, and then the random, and key equals take second. Okay, so let's print the list. So you can see the sorted list. In this video we'll be learning about str and some function. So str function returns the string version of a given object. So I am going to make a result variable, and I am going to put str of 10. So let's print the result. So you can see you get the output as 10. Similarly, let's take the str of, let's say Adam. Okay, so you get Adam as the output. So let's take a byte now. We are going to put str of Python. Okay, so you can see here the output. So now let's take the example of bytes. Okay, so let's take the variable and let's call bytes and then Python, and let's put the encoding as UTF-8 encoding equals UTF-8. Okay, so let's print the str of the encoding. We'll be changing it to ASCII, and then we'll make errors equals ignore. Okay, so you can see here the output. Okay, so now let's see about the sum function. Okay, so the sum function adds the items of an iterable and returns the sum. So let's make a list and store it in numbers variable 2.5. okay, let's say 3, 4 and -5. okay, so I am going to make numbers underscore sum. So we are not providing the start parameter, so sum numbers. Okay, so let's print the numbers underscore sum. So you can see 4.5 is the output. So let's provide the start as 10 this time. Okay, so let's put numbers dot sum equals sum of numbers and then 10. Okay, so let's print the numbers sum. So you can see 14.5 is the output. So if you need to add floating point numbers with exact precision, then you should use mat.fsum. Okay, so if you need to concatenate item of the given iterable, so then the item should be strings. Then you can use the join method also, string.join, and you can give the sequence as the parameter. In this video we will be learning about super and zip function. So super function is a built-in function which returns a proxy object that is a temporary object of the super class that allows us to access method of the base class. So let's create a class named mammal. Okay, and let's put object as the argument. Okay, so here we are going to define an init method and we'll put self and mammal name as arguments. So here we are going to print the mammal name and is a warm blooded animal. Okay, and let's create a dog class, dog. Okay, and let's put mammal as the argument, and here also we'll make a init method. Self will be the argument. So we'll print here dog has 4 legs. Okay, and we'll call the super. Okay, dot init and we'll put dog. Okay, let's make a d1 variable and call dog. Okay, so let's run the program. So you can see here dog has 4 legs and dog is a warm blooded animal. So here we call the init method of the mammal class using super dog init dog instead of mammal dot init. Since we do not need to specify the name of the base class, when we call its member we can easily change the base class name. Okay, so now let's see about the zip function. So our zip function takes iterable 0 or more and then aggregates them into a tuple and return it. So let's make a list of number, let's say number underscore list. Okay, and I'm going to store 1, 2, 3 inside it, and let's make a string underscore list here, and we'll be storing the same in string 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so let's take zip without any table. So let's make result equals zip. Okay, so let's convert it to a list. Result underscore list equals list of result. So let's print the result list. So you can see here an empty list. So let's check two iterables here. Result equals a zip of, let's check number list and str underscore list. Okay, and let's convert this into a set. Result underscore set, okay, equals set of result. Let's print the result underscore set. Okay, so you can see the output. So let's check different number of iterable elements now. So let me make a numbers list and let's do 1 2 3. Okay, and let's make a str underscore list also. This time we will take 1 and 2. Okay, and now let's take a numbers underscore tuple. Okay, so we'll store inside this, let's say 1 2 3 and 4. Okay, so now let's make the result variable and call the zip numbers list. Okay, and a number tuple. Okay, so let's convert it to a set equals set of result. Okay, and then we'll print the result underscore set. So you can see the output here. Okay, so let's make a variable result equals zip of our number list. Okay, and our str underscore list and our numbers tuple. Okay, so let's convert it to a set. Result underscore set equals set of result. Let's print the result underscore set. So you can see the output 1 1 1 and 2 2 2. Okay, so the star operator can be used in conjunction with zip to unzip the list. Okay, so let's unzip it. Unzip. Okay, so let's make a coordinate variable and let me put x, y and z inside it. Okay, and the value variable, and let's store 3 4 and 5. So I'm making a result variable and we call zip of coordinate. Okay, and value. So let's make a result underscore list variable and we'll convert it to list result. Okay, let's print the result underscore list. Okay, so you can see here the output. Similarly, let's check c comma v and we'll zip star result underscore list. Okay, and let's print the value of c equals c and print the v equals v. Okay, so let's run it. So you can see the value of c and the value of v. In this video we will learn about a nested while loop. So it is a while statement inside another while statement. So in a nested while loop, one iteration of the outer loop is first executed, after which the inner loop is executed. So the execution of the inner loop continues till the condition described in the inner loop is satisfied. So here we are going to print
1 to 10 multiple times. So I am going to take I equals 1, and then while I is less than equals to 3, then j equals 1, then while j is less than equals 10, so this will print till the 10th value, then I will print j, and then it will end. Now I will increment the value of j by 1, and then I will increment I by 1, and then I will print. So when I print it, I can see the values here are printed 3 times. So you can see here I is less than equal to 3 and I was 1, so it is printed 3 times. Now we will print the star pattern as printing pattern. So I am going to take I equals 1, then while I is less than 6. So here if I take I is less than equal to 6, so then it will print 6 times. So here I am just printing I is less than 6, so it will print 5 times. Then j equals 0 while j is less than I. Then I will print star, and it will end with a space. Now I will increment the value of j by 1, and then I will print, and then I will increment I plus equals 1. So when I print it, I am seeing the pattern 5 times. So if I put a equal sign here, it will print 6 times. Now I am going to take an example of the same with a for inside a while statement. For inside while statement, here I is equals 1 while I is less than equals 6, then for j in range of 1 to I plus 1, I will print star, and then it will end with a space. I will print it, and then I will increment the value of I by 1. So you can see the same output is there.
In this video we will be learning more on while statement. I am going to make a variable name. Inside that I am going to put a name Dhritarashtra, and now I will be taking I equals 0, then res equals, let's say, length of name minus 1, and now I will make a while statement. I is less than equals res. Now I will print the name, and then I will increment the value of I by 1. So when I print it, it is printing every letter by letter, and if I erase minus 1 here, I will not be using equal sign here. Let's say I erase this, then the output will be the same. You can see. Now what we will be doing, we will be printing the numbers like this. Number equals 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are the numbers. So I am going to make a variable size equals length of number, and then same I equals 0, and while I is less than size. So here I am not taking the equal sign. I will print number of I, and then we will increment the value of I by 1. So when you print it, it will be printing all the numbers.
one by one. So now let's take a list with different data type. So I'm going to make a variable list equals, let's say 60, then Python, and let's take a floating point number 50.2. Okay, I equals 0 while I is less than 2. So it will only print the first two values, it will reject the last value. So we'll print the list of I and we'll increment the value of I by 1. So when we print it, it will be printing till Python and the value of the floating point is not being printed. Now let's print the squares of numbers till 10. So I am going to take while I is less than equals 10. So we are taking equal to sign because we will be including 10. We will print I star star 2 and then we'll increment the value of I by 1. So you can see it is printing the square till the number 10. Similarly we can take the cube also. So here we will not take equal to sign, so it will print till 9. Now we will print, let's say I star I, and then we'll increment the value of I by 1. I plus equals 1.
Welcome back everyone. In this video we are going to learn about decorators. It is a simple syntax for calling higher order functions. A decorator is a function that takes another function and extends the behavior of the later function without explicitly modifying it. So we are going to define a function named decorator. Arguments will be my func, and then we will define another function inside decorator star args is the argument. Now I'll print inside decorator function executed, function executed before opening and closing braces. So this will print the function which we will be creating afterwards. We'll write format and then my func dot name. Now we will just return the my func and the argument args, and then we will return the inside function inside decorator @decorator, and then we will define another function named display. Argument will be star args, and now this function is passed as an argument to the decorator function specified above after the @ sign. So we will print in display function and then we'll print the star args, print star args, and finally we'll display, and we'll put let's say hi, how are you, and then I'll put some integer also. Let's put some integer. Okay. So you can see it is printing inside decorator function executed. So this was printed first. In this video we will be seeing some more concepts of decorators such as property decorator. So we will create a class named bank account, and then the argument will be object. Now I'll define a method named init. Argument will be self, first name,
and last name. Now I'll put self dot first name as first name, and then self dot last name equals last name. Now at the rate property, so this is a property decorator. So def full name, and then self, I'll return self dot first name plus, and then a space in between, then plus self dot last name, and now at the rate full name dot setup. Now I am going to define another method name full name self comma name, and then first name, and then comma last name equals name dot split, and then I'll put a space in between self dot first name equals first name, self dot last name equals last name, and then I'm going to create a if statement. If name equals name, then ACC equals bank account, and then I'll put the name Sumit, and then with separated with a comma I'll put comma, and then I'll print ACC dot full name we can add another also ACC dot full name equals, I'm going to put another name, let's say Sumit sir, Sumit, and then I'm putting sir. I'll just print ACC dot full name. So let's see, so you can see the output has been printed. So you can notice that we can access the method for our class bank account without parenthesis. This is because of property decorator. In this video we will be continuing with Python generator. So it is a function which returns a generator iterator, just an object we can iterate over by calling yield. So we are going to define a function called simple generator, and the argument will be numbers, and then I equals 0 while 2, and then we'll make a variable name check, and we'll ask user for the input, and we'll say do you want to generate a number, and then if yes press Y, else press N. Now we'll make a if statement if check in capital Y and small y, and len of numbers is greater than 1, then yield number of I will be incremented with 1, and then else will print by, and then we'll put a going, and now I'll make a for statement for number in simple generator, and I'll put some numbers in it, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14, and then I'll print the number. So let's see the output. So you can see it is asking for the user input. I say yes, so it is printing 10. The next time it will print 11, again 12, 13, 14. In this video we will be learning about positional arguments. So we are going to define a function name greet, and then we are giving the arguments as name and message. Okay, now we'll print hello, and then we'll put the argument which is the name, and then we'll concatenate it with a comma, and then again we'll put the message. Now I'm going to call the function greet. I'll put the name Sumit, and then the message will be good morning. So when I run it, you can see it is saying hello Sumit, good morning. So now if I'll put just one argument, let's say I'll say greet Sumit, so it will give an error. It is saying one positional argument is missing. Now if I put nothing here, then it will ask for the two arguments which is missing, name and the message. So let's take another example. Let me clear this, and I am going to take another example of add. Here I am taking two arguments a and b, and then I will print a plus b. I'll call the function add, and I am going to put some numbers here. When I run it, it is giving 66 as answer, but if I increase one argument, then it will give an error. It is saying add takes two positional arguments, but three were given, so one extra argument is being given. Now I am going to take another example of queue. Let's take an example of a queue. Let's say queue, and then I am going to give x as the argument, and y equals x star x star x. So this will make the cube. I will return y, and then I am going to take a variable z. Inside that I will call cube of, let's say 4, and then I will print z. So it will give the output as 64. So when I called the function, we required to pass the argument here as 4. So if I put nothing, it will give error. In this video we will be learning about variable function arguments. We will define a function that can take variable number of arguments. So here we are taking an example of default arguments. So we are going to define a function named greet, and the argument will be name and msg, and we are going to put good morning as the message, and then we'll print hello, and then we'll put the name, and then we'll put a comma. Again we'll concatenate it with the message. Now I am going to call the function greet. So here you will notice that I am just using one name like Bhishma. Okay, only one argument is given, and again I'll put two arguments, and I'll change the message here. Let's say Duryodhan. Okay, and I am going to change the message as how do you do. Okay, and now I'll greet, let's say Karna, and then I'll change the message as good night. So let's see the output. So you can see the output. So now we'll take the example of keyword argument. So here I am going to define a function named, let's say, add two number. So arguments will be num1 and num2. So this is the example of keyword argument. Okay, and now I'll put total equals num1 plus num2, then I'll return the total, and then I'll just print add two numbers. So here the order doesn't matter. You can put, let's say, num2 in first place. Num2 is equal to, I say, 70, and num1 equals 43. So when I print it, you can see it is printing 113 as the output. So the next one is the arbitrary arguments. Okay, so we use arbitrary arguments when we do not know how many arguments is required. So we will use asterisk symbol or star. So here I am going to create a function named greet, and then I'll put star names, and then I'll put a for statement for name in names, then I'll print hello, and then I'll put name, and then I'll just greet how many persons I want. I'll put here 2, 3 state, then Arjun, Bhim. Here I can put as many arguments I want, so I'm putting one more, let's say Nakul, and then Sahadev. So when you print it, you can see it is printing all the arguments. So now let's take another example of addition. Okay, so I'm going to put star numbers, and then total equals 0, then for number in numbers, total equals total plus number, then I'll print sum is, and then I'll put the total. Now I'll call the function. So I'm not giving any argument, and then addition, and then here I am going to put, let's say, 3 arguments, and here again when I call I am putting different arguments, let's say 50.11. So when I print it, you can see in first one it is taking no arguments, that is 0, and then again in the second one it is taking 3 arguments, and in the last one it is taking 5 arguments. In this video we will be learning about recursion. So recursion is a function that calls itself again and again. So I am going to define a function named factorial. N is the argument, then I'll say if n equals 1, then return 1. So our recursion ends when the number reduces to 1. This is called the base condition. Every recursive function must have a base condition that stops the recursion, or else the function calls itself infinitely. I'll put a else statement here, else return, I'll return n multiplied by factorial of n minus 1. So you can see I'm calling the factorial from inside the function. So when we call this function with a positive integer, it will recursively calls itself by decreasing the number. So each function multiplies the number with the factorial of the number below it until it is equal to 1. So I'll just put a variable name num equals 3. So what it will do, it will multiply 3, 2 and then 1. So that will give the output as 6. So I'll print the factorial of and I'll put the num and then is and factorial of num. So let's see the output. So you can see the factorial of 3 is 6. So let's change the num to 6. So it will give the output as 720. So you can see it is giving the output as 720.
In this video, we will be learning about iterator. Iterator is simply an object that can be iterated upon, an object which will return data one element at a time. So we will use next function to manually iterate through all the items of the iterator.
So we are going to make a list, my list, and then we'll put some item inside it.
We have 4 items inside this list, and we'll create a iterator using iter equals iter,
and then we'll put the my list,
and then we'll iterate through it using next. So we'll print next and then my iter.
So let's copy this and again we'll put that.
So we can also use next object like this, print
my underscore iter, and then we can use next, and then we'll copy this, we'll use my iter, and again we'll paste it.
Let's run it. So you can see it is printing all the items, but if we'll put one more print, it will give stop iteration. So you can see there is an error because the items in the list are finished. That's why it is giving this error. Now this can be done by a for loop itself.
So let's say element in my list, and then we'll print the element.
So when we print that, you can see it is printing all the items by using for loop. So now we'll build a custom iterator.
So let me erase this and clear this. So we'll be making a class power of 2, and then we'll define init self comma max equals 0, and then self dot max equals max, and we'll also create iter. This is the iterator, self, and then self dot n equals 0. It will return the iterator object self. Now we'll define the next, and then we'll put a if self dot n is less than equals self dot max. Then we'll make a variable result equals to star star self dot n. and then self dot n will be incremented by 1, and then we'll return the result. Now else statement will be raising and stop iteration. Now we'll create an object numbers equals u2, and we'll put 4 inside it, and we'll create an iterable from the object I equals iter, and then the numbers. Now we will use the next to print the next iterator. So print next of I. So let me copy and paste it. So you can see it is giving 1, 2, 4 and then 8. If I print it once again, so it is giving 16 also. Now again one more time, so it is giving stop iteration. So this can be done by for statement itself. You can see that for I in POW 2, let's say 5, and now we'll print I. So you can see it is printing till 32. In this video we will be learning about anonymous function. So anonymous function is a function that is defined without a name. It is also known as lambda function. So we are going to take an example of even numbers. So I am going to create a list named L equals, I am going to put some values inside the list. You can see some values are there inside this list, and then I am going to make a variable even numbers equals, and then I am going to write list and then filter. So this filter takes a function and a list as an argument. So I am going to put the function as lambda of x %2. So this will search for the even number equals 0, and the other one is the list L, and then I am going to print even numbers are, and then I'll put the even underscore nose. So you can see the output, it is showing the even numbers. So let's take another example of double equals lambda x star 2. So it will multiply the number by 2. So I'll print the double of, let's say 10. So it will give 20 as the output. So here is an error. So you can see it is giving 20 as the output. So there are many examples of this. So I am going to use map and reduce also. So let's take the example of a map. So map takes a function and a list. So you can see I am going to make a list name my list, and then I am going to put some value inside it. Let's say 1, 6, 7, 3, 45, 76, 90, like this, and then I'm going to make a new list equals list, and then I'm going to use map and then lambda x star 2, and then the my list, and then I'll print double values are, and then I'll print the new list. So you can see the output, all the values are multiplied by 2. So again I'll take an example of cube let's make some cubes. So list1 equals 2, 5, 7, 89, 90, 100, and let's say 170, like this. And list2 is list of map and then lambda x then star x star x. So this will give the cube and it will be stored in list2. So I'm going to put the list1 here and then I'll print cube values are, and then I'll put the list2. So you can see the output, it is giving the cubes of the values in the list1. So now I'll use the reduce function. So reduce function is used to minimize sequence elements into a single value by applying the specified condition. So the reduce function is present in the func tool. So we'll import it from func tools, import reduce, and then I will make list 1 equals 20, 78, 54, 67, 89, 90, and then 102, like this. And then I'll make a variable add equals reduce of lambda x comma y, and then I'll make x plus y, and then the list1 I'll print addition of all list elements is, let's say I'll put add. So you can see the addition is 500. In this video we will be learning about passing the variable number of non-keyword arguments to function and variable number of keyword arguments to the function. So let's take an example. I am defining a function named addup, and inside that I am going to put x, y and z. So there are 3 arguments in this function. So I am going to print the sum and then I will add x, y and z, x, y and z. Okay, and now if I call the function and put the arguments like this, so when I will run the program, it is saying there are 9 arguments but it can only take 3 because we have defined here 3 arguments. So first we'll take an example of non-keyword argument. So this will take multiple non-keyword argument. So let me take an example of this. So I'm going to create adder and it is defined by the star and then the argument, then sum equals 0 for n in num. I will add sum equals sum plus n, and then I will just print the sum. Now I will call the adder and put some variables. Here there are 5, and then here I am going to take multiple arguments. So when I run it, so you can see it is taking multiple non-keyword arguments. So now we will take the example of multiple keyword arguments. Keyword arguments. So like above example, we will just put double star in this intro and then double star data, and then we'll print the data type of the argument /n data type of argument. Okay, and then I will just put the type of the data. Now I'll make a for statement for key and value in data dot items, and then I will print is, and then dot format key and value, and now I will call the intro function intro, and I'll put some keywords inside it. So I'm taking first name equals, let's say, Subhadra, and then I'm going to take the age equals 24, and phone equals 888-1212. I'll just copy it, and again I will call this and change the data inside it. So first name I am going to take as Draupadi, let's say age is 42, phone number is 4242, and I am going to add email also inside it. Email is equals panchali@gmail.com. So when I run it, so you can see first it is giving the data type of the argument, which is dictionary, and then it is printing the name, age and phone number. In this video we will be learning about converting datetime and datetime objects to its equivalent string. So we will import datetime from datetime. So from datetime we will import datetime, and a variable now will contain datetime dot now. So this will contain the current date and time. I'll print now. You can see it is printing the current date and time. So now we'll create a variable year equals now dot strf time, and then we'll put a format code %y. So this will give the year, print year, and then we'll put year variable inside it. So you can see it is printing the year variable. So similarly we will do it for the current month and current date. Okay, so we'll change the format code for month as M, and then we'll put here month. We'll change here also month, and then here also I am changing it to month. Here the format code for day is D, and then we'll change here to day, and then here also I'll change to day, and here also I'm changing it to day. So when we run it, so you can see it is printing year, month and day also. So now let's do here for the time also. So time equals now dot strf time, and then we'll put the format code as %h, %m, and then %s for second. Now we'll just print it, point time, and then we'll put the time. So you can see it is printing the current time. So similarly we can do it for the combination of date and time. So I am going to print date underscore time. This will be a new variable. Inside that now dot strf time, and then I am going to put the format codes as M, and then for date D, and then for year capital Y, and then R month hour, minute. So I'm going to do percentage h for hour, for percentage h for minute, and percentage s for seconds. And now I'll print the date and time, and I'll just put the date 1, date underscore time 1. So when I'm printing it, so it is giving the output. So you can change here also the format. I'm going to put here M and here D, so you can see the change in the output. So now we will take an example of the timestamp. So let me put a timestamp. Timestamp equals, let's say 166.879 and then 7322. So this is our timestamp, and now we are going to create a variable name date time, and then we will put date time, and then from timestamp, so it is coming here timestamp, and then we'll put the timestamp variable inside it, and then we'll print the date and time, date time object, and then we'll put the date underscore time. So you can see the date and time stored inside the timestamp is been printed. Now we'll use some format code in this also. So let me use some. So D equals date underscore time dot strf time, and then I'm going to put the variables as format code as percentage M, percentage D, percentage capital Y, and then for R percentage F, and then percentage M, then percentage S for seconds. I'm going to print it as output. Let's say output 2 is D. So when you print it, it is giving, sorry, I made a mistake in the position mark, I'll put it here. So you can see it is giving in the format of month, day and year. So similarly we'll use another format code. D equals to date underscore time dot strf time, and then I'm going to put percentage small d and percentage b, and then percentage y for year. Let me print the D, print it as output number 3, and then I'll put D. So you can see it is giving here as 18 NOV and then 2022. So if I print it here capital B, it will give the full November. You can see it is giving November when I change it to B. So now let's do another one. D equals date underscore time and then dot strf time, and I am going to put here percentage capital I and then percentage P, and now I am going to print it as output number 4, and then I am going to put here D. So when I print it, it is giving. In this video we will learn to get current time as well as different time zones in Python. So first we will take an example of current time using date time object. So from date time we will import date time, and then I'll make a variable now. Inside that date time dot now, and then current time equals now dot strf time, and then I'll put the format h and percentage m, then percentage s for second, and then I'll print the current time, and then I'll put now current time So you can see it is giving the current time. Now we'll make a time object. So let me erase this, and then I'm going to create a variable now. Inside that I'm just putting date time dot now, and then the time object time, and then I'll print now equals, and then now, and let's see the type of this. We'll print type of now. So we'll just print type and then now. So you can see it is giving date time dot time and then the current time. So now we'll see the current time of a time zone. So let me erase this. So I'll import from date time, import the date time, and then I'll import PYTZ, and then time zone of, let's say, New York equals PYTZ dot time zone, and then I'm going to just put America and then New York, now date time underscore NY equals date time dot now, and then time zone of New York. Now I will just print NY time and then date time underscore NY dot strf time, and then the format %s, %m, and then %s. Okay, so let's print it and see. So you can see it is giving the time of New York. In this video we will convert timestamp to datetime object and datetime object to timestamp. So timestamp is basically the number of seconds between a particular date and January 1st of 1970. So let's convert the timestamp to a datetime object. So we'll import datetime from datetime, and then we'll create a timestamp equals 16657300073, and then we'll create a datetime object variable, and inside that datetime dot from timestamp, and then we put the timestamp. Now we'll print the datetime object equals dt object, and let's see the type also. Type of datetime object, type of dt object, and then we'll put the type of dt object. So when we run it, you can see it is printing the date and time which is inside the timestamp variable, and then the type of the dt object. So now let's create a timestamp. So you can create a timestamp from a datetime object using datetime dot timestamp method. So let's do that. Let's make a variable now equals date time dot now, and then we'll make a variable timestamp and then the date time dot timestamp, and then we'll put now inside it, and we'll print the timestamp equals timestamp. So you can see the new timestamp has been generated. In this video we'll be learning about time module. We'll start with time function, which returns the number of seconds passed since January 1st 1970 to the present time. So we'll import time, we'll take a variable named seconds, and then time dot time, and we'll print seconds since watch, and then we'll write the seconds. So when you print it, we can see this is the timestamp. So let's copy this, and now we'll learn about ctime, so which takes the second passed since epoch as an argument and returns a string representing local time. So we'll make a variable seconds equals, and we'll put the timestamp inside it, and then local time equals time dot ctime and seconds inside it, and then we'll print the local time, and then local time. So when we run it, you can see the local time is showing. So now we'll learn about the sleep function, which will suspend or delay the execution of the current thread for the given number of seconds. So we'll print it like this. This is printed immediately. And then we will put time dot sleep, let's say sleep for 1.6 seconds, and then we'll print this is printed after 1.6 seconds. So you can see it is saying this is printed immediately, and then after 1.6 seconds the next line was printed. So now we'll learn about the local time function, which take the number of seconds passed since epoch as an argument and return a struct time object in local time. So we'll see, we'll take a result equals time dot local time, and then we'll pass the timestamp, and then we'll print result, and we'll put the result inside it. Again we'll print the year, and then we'll put the result dot tm underscore year. Now for the R we'll put T, let's say TMR HOUR, and then we'll put result dot tm underscore R. So when we run it, we will see the output as the result dot tm here, and then the tmr. Similarly, gm time function takes the number of seconds passed since epoch as an argument and return the struct time in UTC. So in this example only, we are going to just change this to gm time, and we can see the output. We can see it is showing the output in UTC. Now we will take the example of strf time. So strf time function takes struct time as an argument and returns a string representing it based on the format code used. So you remember the format code in the last videos, so we'll use that in this. So let's say in comment, this is strf time function, Now we will make a variable named tuples equals time dot local time. This will get the struct time, and then we'll put time underscore string equals time dot strf time, and then we'll put the format codes for month, for date d, and then for year y, percentage capital Y, and then similarly we'll do it for percentage r, percentage minute, and then percentage second. Okay, and then we'll put the named tuple. Okay, now we'll print the time string time underscore string. So when we run it, you can see the output. Sorry, I have put here the quotation mark, which is not necessary. So you can see the output, it is giving the current date and the time. Now we will learn the strp time. So this function passes a string representing time and returns a struct time object. So let's do that. strp time function. Here I am going to take time underscore string equals, I am going to take today's date 10 August, and then I am going to put 2022. Now the result equals time dot strp time, and then the time string, and then we'll put the formats percentage d, then percentage capital B, and then year percentage capital Y. Now I'll print the result. So you can see it is giving the output in struct time object. In this video we will be learning about the sleep function. It suspends the execution of the current thread by a given number of seconds. So now I am going to import time, and then I'll make a while statement, while true, and then I'll make a local time variable equals time dot local time, and then result equals time dot strf time, and then we'll put the format codes I, then percentage m, then percentage s, and then percentage p, then local time. Now we will print the result. Then time dot sleep by 1 second. So when we run it, we can see the execution has been suspended by 1 second every time. So now we will learn about the multi-threading in Python. So a computer program is a collection of instructions. So a process is the execution of those instructions. So a thread is the subset of the process. A process can have one or more threads. So until now we have been using a single threaded programs. So this example will be of multi-thread. So let me stop this by pressing Ctrl C, and I am going to erase this. Import threading, and then I am going to make a function named print hello, and then for I in range of 3. So this will be printing it 3 times. Print hello, and then we'll make another def print hi. So same here also, for I in range of 3, and then we'll print hi.
and now we'll make a variable t1 equals threading dot thread, and then we'll put target equals range hello, and then we'll copy this and same thing will be pasted. We'll change hello to hi and the name here as t2, and then we'll put t1 dot start and then t2 dot start. So when we run it, we can see it is printing hello 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 3 times and hi 3 times. So the t1 and t2 are running concurrently, so you might get the different output. Now we'll use the sleep function in the multi-threading. So now I'll just put here time dot sleep by, let's say, 0.7 seconds, and here I'll put time dot sleep 0.9 seconds. So let's run it. So when we run it, you can see the execution has been suspended by 0.7 second and 0.9 second. In this video we'll be learning about NumPy array. It is a grid of values all of the same type, and it is a very powerful n-dimensional array object which is in the form of rows and columns. Here we are going to see the 1D, 2D and 3D type of array. We are importing NumPy as NP. We are making a variable x. Inside that we are putting NP dot, and then we'll put range of 2 to, let's say, 6, and then dot reshape, and I am going to put the value as 4. I will print x. So I will see the value of the one-dimensional array. For making a two-dimensional array, I am going to just copy it and change the value here as two-dimensional x2. I am changing the value here as 10 and here as 2, 4. When I print it, I will see a two-dimensional array and now a three-dimensional array. Similarly, we will make a range of 24 and then we will put the value 4, 3, 2, and then we will change the value here as x3. So x3 will show the three-dimensional array. So you can see this is the three-dimensional array. Now we will create a list simply by writing mylist equals 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we will convert this list to a NumPy array. So NumPy array from list equals np dot array of mylist. Will simply print the NumPy array from when you print it, we will see the value has been converted to a array. So there is no need to declare a Python list. The operation can be combined. So we will just make a NumPy array from a tuple by making a list. Let's say mylist 2. We will make mylist 2 equals np dot array, and we will put the range of 1, 5, and then we will print the mylist 2. So here is the value of mylist 2. Now I am going to make a variable a. Inside that, np dot array of, let's say, 1, 2, 3, and then we are going to print the one-dimensional array a. So this is the one-dimensional array, and we can also see the type of it. Let's see the type.
when we see the type, it is saying it is a numpy dot nd array. Now I am going to make a list. Okay, let's say we'll make a matrix over here. Let's make a matrix. My matrix equals 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and now 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so this is our new matrix. We are going to make np my matrix. You will see the value of my matrix over here. When we print it, it will show the values we have put in the my matrix. And now let's make this a np array, np dot array, and then I am going to put my matrix inside is my matrix. Now this is an array. In this video we'll be learning about the numpy data type. So let's import numpy as np, and then we'll make a variable x equals np dot array, and then we'll put some integer inside it. Okay, and then we'll print the type of x dot d type. Similarly, we will make it for a floating point. So let's put some floating point values, 1.4 and 2.0. So when we print it, it is saying int 32 and float 64. So let's make another one. Here I have to change the value as, let's say xf, because this was the floating point. And now here we are going to make a int 64 by putting the value of d dot d type equals np dot int 64. So it will show the value as the 64. Let's say x64, and here also I am going to put x64. So when I do it, it is saying x int 64 value is the data type. And now we will see the random numbers. So let's say np dot random. So here I am going to put np dot random, and I am going to say dot random value of 3 to 5. Okay, so let's see the random value. So you can see here an array of random values have been generated. Now let's make some decimal numbers by writing 4, 2. So it will show between 4 and 2. And 2. So you can see here the values. Now I will use the value rand n. Okay, so let's create a variable y equals np dot random dot rand n, and then I'll put some values 4, 3. Just print the value of y, and you can see the value of an array which is generated. Now we will see the rand int. Let's change it. This is rand int, y rand int, and here also I am going to change it to int, and let's change the value to 2, 100, and we will say y rand int. So it is saying it is a problem because there is a mistake. Here it is correct now. So it is saying the value of rand int between 2 to 100 is 77. In this video we will be learning about array indexing. NumPy offers several ways to index into arrays and changing specific elements, rows and columns. So we are going to import NumPy as np equals np dot range of 0 to 11. So when we print it, we will see the value from 0 to 10. So similar to Python list, NumPy array can also be sliced. So let's index a 1D array, let's say 2. So it will show the value of the second value. Now I am putting 1 to 4, so it will show from 1, 2 and 3. Let's change this to 6 and then here nothing. So you can see from 0 to 5 it is showing, and when I put here 3, it will show from 3 to 10. So now let's slice it. I am going to make a variable as slice of a equals a 0 to 5, and now we want to print the slice value, slice a. So it will show the value of the newly sliced array. Now let's make the change here, slice underscore a, and I am going to change all the values of the array to 100. When I print slice a, it will show all the value will be converted to 100. So when I print a, some values will be changed. So you can see some values are changed and the original value is as it is. So let's make a copy of a underscore copy equals a dot copy, and when I print a copy, it will contain the value of the a. Now I am going to change the value of a copy to 200. So let's do it, a underscore copy, and then the whole value will be changed to 200. Print a underscore copy, so whole values is converted to 200, but the original value is the previous one. So you can see the original value. So we must be always careful when copying the array. So let's make a new one, np dot array, and let's say here I am going to put the new values as 1, 2 and 3, and then I am going to copy, let's say b equals a, and then it is similar to b is equal to a dot copy, but I have used b is equal to a. Let's say b0 equals 100. So the first value will be changed. When I print a, the value of a is changed. Like you can see here, the first value is being changed to 100. So now let's index a 2D array, that is matrices. So let me create a variable named mat and then put inside it np dot array, and I will put the values 5, 10, 20, and then I am going to put 20, 25, 30, and again I am going to make a new one. Here I am putting 35, 40 and 10. Okay, so this is our new matrix. So I am going to print match. So when I print it, I can see the new matrix, and now let me index it. Let me put 1 here, so I can see the first value of first row 20, 25 and 30. I am going to put 2 here, so I am seeing 35, 40 and 10. So we will get a individual value by putting mat, let's say 1 and 1. So we will get an individual value, that is 25. Let's change it to, you can write it like this also, 1, 2. So when we write like this, I have to put a square bracket in the end. The individual value has been printed as 30. Now let's slice this, let's say 0. So it is showing 5, 10 and 20, and now let me do this 1, and then comma and then 2, like this. So you can see it is being sliced from bottom left corner 2 comma 2. Now let's me shape the bottom row. The bottom row you must see it as this is the bottom row, 35, 40 and 10. Now I am going to change this to 2 comma this. So I can see it's the same value is been printed as the bottom value. Now I am going to make a variable a equals np dot array, and then I am going to put the new values over here, 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6 comma 7, and then in the next one I am going to put some 8 9 10 11 12 13 and 14. So this is my new variable a. I am going to print the value of a. So when I print it, I am seeing the new values. So we will get a specific element by putting the row and column. So I am going to put 1 comma 5. So I can see the value 13. So similarly we can get a specific row also by printing 0 to this column. So I am getting the whole value of the row, and for all the columns we can put like this, just changing it to 0 and here a colon. So it is showing 1 comma 8. Now getting a little more fancy, we are going to put the value as 0 comma 1 comma no, let's say 1 semicolon minus 1 and then 2. So when I do this, I am getting the array of 2 4 and 6. So similarly I can get the value as I have done in the first case, 1 to 5. So this is the value of 1 to 5, and now I am going to change it to here, let's say a, and then I am going to put 2 equals 1 comma 2, and then when I print it, I will see the value as the same. You can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 to 14. In this video we will be learning about basic mathematical functions. In arrays we are importing numpy as np, and then we will put the variable a equals np dot array. We are going to put the values as 0 comma 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5, and now when I print it, it will show the values of array a. And now I am going to do some mathematical operations. So when I add 2 to a, it is showing the result as the addition of the elements of a and 2. When I do the multiplication, it will show the multiplied values. Similarly I can do division also, and we can do like this also, a minus a will give 0. So similarly there you can do like square also, and then for cube root we will just type star 3, so it is giving the cube root. So there are some universal functions also like square root. So let's print square root, and then we'll put np dot sqrt of, let's say, a. So it is showing the square root values. Similarly there is exponential also, so we'll print exponential, and then we'll put the value as np dot exp a. So this will show the exponential values. Similarly we can see the sine and cos values also. Print sine, so np dot sine and then a. Similarly you can print for cos also, cos, and then you can put np dot array, np dot cos, and then a. So this will show the values of sine and cos. So you are already familiar with dot product, so let's do that. So we'll take a variable f equals np dot array, and then we are going to put the values inside as 1, 2. Similarly, we will take g equals np dot array, and then we'll put the values as 4, 5. So the result will be as 1 multiplied by 4 plus 2 multiplied by 5, that will give the output as 14. np, let's say print, and dot product is, and then we'll put np dot f comma g. So this will give the value as 14. So you can see the dot product is been printed as 14. So similarly we can do for different numbers and matrix multiplication also. So we can, let's see an example of matrix multiplication. So let's take a variable a equals np dot ones, and then we'll put 2, 3 inside it. Similarly we will take another as b equals np dot full, and then we will take 3, 2, and then another value as 2. So let's do the matrix multiplication. Print matrix multiplication is, and then we'll put np dot matmul, and then we'll put the value of a comma b. So when we do that, it is saying I have missed a L over here, so let me put it. So you can see the matrix multiplication. In this video we'll be learning about some important functions of NumPy array. We'll start with AS array. It is a function which is used to convert an input to an array. So the input could be list, tuple or ND array. So first we'll import NumPy as NP, and then I am going to assign A is equal to NP dot matrix, and then I am going to put NP dot ones, and then 4, 4. Okay. Now I want to change the second row of the array. So I am going to say A and then 2 equals 3. But when I print it, it will remain unchanged. The value will be the same. So for that we are going to use AS array. So we'll put np dot AS array, and then A, and then we'll put 2 equals, let's say 3. Okay, and I'm going to print A. So when I print it, I can see the value being changed to 3. Okay, so now you are already familiar with a range. So a range is used when you want to create values from, let's say 1 to 10. So we can use a range. So I'm going to take an example over here. Let's say np dot a range, and then I'm going to say 1 to 11. But when I print it, let's make put a b equals, and then I'm going to print b. So you can see it is printing from 1 to 10. So if you want to make it as even numbers or odd numbers, you can put the step value as 2. So it will print all the odd numbers over here. You can see 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. If you want to print the odd even numbers, you can put the same as like this. So you will see the even numbers like this. Now we will learn about reshape data. So in some occasion you need to reshape the data from wide to long. You use the function reshape function. So I am going to make a variable e equals np dot array, and then I am going to put the value as 1, 2, 3, and then let's say 4, 5, 6. Okay, and now if I print e, I can see the array like this. Now I will reshape it. So I am printing it, print
e dot reshape, and then I'm going to put 3 comma 2. So it will be reshaped. You can see it is like this now, 3 rows and 2 columns. Now we will learn about flattened data. So when we are dealing with some neural network like convnet, we need to flatten the array. So we use the flatten function. So we'll take an example of that also. Let's say print e dot flatten. So you can see this is the data 1 2 3 4 5 6. It is being flattened. So now we will see the h stack. So h stack is used when we want to append the data horizontally. So let's take a variable f is equal to np dot array, and then we will put some values inside it, 1 comma 2 comma 3, and let's say another one is g, and here I am going to take another data np dot array, and then I am going to put 4 comma 5 comma 6. Okay, now I am going to print horizontal append. Okay, and then we will put np dot h stack, and then the value f comma g. Okay, so when I print it, I can see the horizontally appended values of f and g. So similarly, there is v stack. In that we can append the data vertically. So I am going to say v stack, and then let's say here also I am going to take f is equal to, so the already the values are there. Let's print the values. Print vertical append, and then I am going to use np dot v stack, and then the values of f comma g. So when I print it, I can see the values appended vertically. Now let's generate some random values. Let's say normal array equals np dot random dot normal. Okay, and then I am going to put some values like 5, 0.5 and 10. These are the 3 values, and now I'll print the normal array. So let's print it. So you can see the random value has been generated. So now let's see another example of line space. So line space gives evenly spaced samples. So np dot line space. Okay, and then I am going to put 0 comma 10 comma 6. Okay, so let me put it inside a variable, let's say x, and then I am printing x. So you can see it is printing evenly spaced samples. Now let's see log space. So log space returns even space number on log scale. So log space has the same parameter as np dot line space as this. Let's take an example. Let's say y equals np dot log space. Okay, and then we are going to put 3.0 and then 4.0 and num equals 4. Okay, let's print y. So you can see it has been returned the value of evenly spaced numbers on a log scale. When in this video we will learn about adding two matrices using nested loop. So we will make a variable x. Inside that I am going to put the values, and then 4, 5, 6. Again we will make 7, 8 and 9.
And now let's make another variable y. Inside that I am putting 9, 8, 1 and then 6, 7 and 9, again 4, 5 and 9. Okay, so this is our matrix. So the result will be the zeros. Now I'll make a for statement to iterate through rows. So for I in range and then the length of x. Now for iterating through columns, for j in range length of x 0. Now we'll put the result I comma j equals x of ij and then addition of y of I and j. For printing the result, we'll make another for statement for r in result and then we'll print r. So when we print the output, it is saying it is capital X. So you can see in this video we will be learning about matrix multiplication. We can implement a matrix as nested list inside a list. So the matrix multiplication of two matrices x and y is only defined if the number of columns in x is equal to the number of rows in y. So let's make a 3 into 3 matrix. X equals, and then I'm going to put inside the list 12, 9 and 3. Similarly, I'll make 4, 5, 6 and then let's say 7, 8, 3. Okay, I will close the list and now let's make a 3 into 4 matrix in y variable. I am going to put inside that says 6, 8, 1 and 3. Okay, now let's add more 5, 7, 3, 4 and here I am going to add 0, 6, 9, 1. I'll close the list and now I'll make a result in 3 into 4 matrix. So result will be like this. Result equals 0, 0, 0, 0. Similarly, like we have done in matrix addition, we'll close the list. Now we'll iterate through the rows of x by making a for statement for I in range of length capital X, and then we'll iterate through the columns of y by making a for statement of for j in range of length y0, and now we'll iterate through the rows of y by making another for statement for k in range of length y. We will make the result which will increase I, j and then plus equals, I'll put x, I and k and multiplied by y of k and j. Now we will make a for statement to print it for R in result, and then we'll print R. Now let's run it. So you can see 117, 177, 66 and 75, 49, 103, 73, 38 and 82, 130, 58 and 56. In this video we will be learning about transposing a matrix. So if a matrix is 3 into 2, then the resultant matrix will be 2 into 3 matrix. So let's make a matrix X equals, and the value will be 12, 9, and then we'll put another value 7, 3. Again we'll put another value 5, 6. Okay, so this is our new matrix, and the resultant matrix will be result equals 0, 0, 0, and then again another one will be 0, 0, 0. So this will be our resultant matrix. So first we'll iterate through rows by using a for statement, I in range of length of X. Now we'll iterate through the columns for J in range of length, and then we'll put X0 and result Ji equals Xij. Now we'll print the result for R in result, and then we'll use print R. So when we print it, we can see the output as 12, 7, 5, 9, 3 and 6. So this was using nested list, and now we'll be using list comprehension. It's a list comprehension. Okay, so we'll make a matrix similar to the above one, 12, 9, and then we'll put 7, 3, and then 5, 6. Okay, so this is our matrix, and now we'll put the result variable equals X of J and I for J in the range of length X, length of X, and then we'll close the brackets, and then we'll use for I in the range of length X and 0. Okay, and we will close the brackets, and now we'll use a for statement for printing the result for R in result, and then we'll print R. So you can see the output is same. So here we have used nested list comprehension to iterate through each element in the matrix. In this video we will be learning about Python pandas. So it is a package that aims to be the fundamental high level building block for doing practical real world complex data analysis in Python. So we'll start with Python data frame. So data frame is the most widely used data structure in Python pandas. You can imagine it as a table in a database or a spreadsheet. So let's take an example by making a dictionary of student. So I am making student underscore dict equal to, I'll put the name of the students. So let's say name, and then we'll put the name of the student inside it. Let's say Karna, and the next name is Arjun, and let's say third is Bhim. Okay, so these are the three names. Now we'll put the age. Let's say age is 30, 25 and let's say 34. These are three ages of three people, and let's say the marks equals, marks is 85, and then I'm going to put 90 and 87.65. so this is our data. So when we print the student dict, so we will see value like this. So now we will see what pandas can do. So we will just import pandas as pd. Okay, now we'll create a data frame for dict. So student underscore df for data frame equals pd dot data frame, and then I'm going to put student underscore dict, and then I'll print the student df underscore df. So here you can see the pattern in which it has been printed. So you can see the name, age and mark. This is the header, and this is the row, and this is the column. So now we'll take another example, so it will be clear for you how this is working. So now we are going to simply make a df equals data frame. So pd dot data frame. Okay, and then we'll put the data inside it. Let's say x, and then we'll put some values inside it, 12, 67, 89, 90. So these are the four values. Let's take 5, 45, and then we'll take y, and we'll similarly put the values of y also inside it, 65, 76, 87, 43 and 65. And next we'll take z, and we'll put the values of z as 87, 34, 23, 12, 55. So these are the 5 values of z. Now we'll simply print the df. So there is an error. I have taken here the wrong bracket, so it will be a square bracket. So you can see these are the 5 values which I have taken. So let's take another example in which we will take different data types. So let's make df1 equals pd dot data frame. Okay, now we will take the values inside it. So similarly like before, I am taking a, and then I am going to put the values as 1, 2, 3. These are the 3 values. Here in the b I will take some boolean values. So let's take a true, and then false, and now I will take another as c, and inside that I am going to take some floating point numbers. Let's say 0.45678, and then I am going to take minus 0. And then I am going to take 0.98765. So these are the values, and now I am going to take a index value. Let's say index equals, I will index it as a, b and c. So this will be our index value. Now I'll print df1. So you can see the value of df1. So it has taken the index, the value of a 1, 2, 3, the value of b as boolean true, true, false, and in the c it is taken the floating point value. In this video we will be learning about indexing. So I am going to import pandas as pd, and then I'll put df is equal to pd dot data frame. I am going to take values with different data type. So I am going to take a as 1, 2 and 3, and now b as some boolean values. So I am going to take true, true, and then false, and now I am going to take another one c as some floating point numbers. So let's say 0 point, and then another value, let's say minus 0 point and 0 point. So these are our values, and I am going to take index is equal to ABC. Okay, so these are values. So let's print the values of df. So when I am printing, so it is giving the values. Now we'll index it. So let's say I am printing df and then a. So it will print the values in the a. So it is giving error because I have not given the quotation mark. So now it is giving the values in a column. Now I am going to make a variable, let's say false is equal to a comma c. So this is our values. So when I print df of false, so it will print the values of a and c. So likewise we can do for rows also. So we have to use LOC for that. So printing df dot LOC, and then I am going to put the values of a and b. So it will print the values of index a and index b. So similarly we can use ILOC for indexing through zeros and ones. I am giving you the example. Print df dot ILOC. So it will be using the index 0 and index 1. So when I print, so it is giving like this. Let's say index 1 and 2. So it will give the values of index 1 and 2. So similarly we can also use this one like slice. So this will give the same output. You have to delete this. Now it will give the same output. Similarly I can also use like this, print df dot LOC, and then I will give a and capital B. So you can see here it is giving the value as true because the value of a and the b is true. So it is giving like this. So we can also use like this, print df dot LOC, and then I am going to put a and then b, and then I will be giving a and c, a comma c. So you can see it is giving the values. Now we will see about the series. So each column in a data frame is in some sense is a series. So we can select a series from the data frame in a few ways. So let's do that. Let's say print df, and then I am going to print the values of a. So it is giving the value of a. You can see here. Now I will use the LOC. So print df dot LOC, and then I am going to put the values of A, so it will print the complete value of A. Similarly, I can use simply A, let's say print df dot A, so it is giving the same output. So now I will take df and then mean and then equals, I will put the value A, comma B, comma C, and then I will print df. So when I print it, I can see the values. In this video, we will take a CSV file as input and return a data frame as output. So let's import pandas as pd, and now I am going to make a variable data, and then I am going to put pd read underscore csv. So this read underscore csv will read the CSV file. I have a tesla.csv file inside the same folder as this Python file. So I'll print the data. So when I run the program, I can see it is showing the contents inside the CSV file, but by default it is only showing the 5 rows from the top and bottom 5 rows, but there are 757 rows inside this file. I will show you how to increase the rows later on. So now let's see the type of this data. Type of data, so that you can see the type as data frame. Now let's make another variable, data1 equals data dot iloc, and then let's slice it, let's say 2. Okay, now let's print the data1. So when I am printing it, it is showing the volume column completely. So you can see here the volume column has been printed, but the type is different. Let's see the type of data1. So you can see the type is being shown as series. So let's take another file. I have another file name as state inside the same folder. So I am going to make a variable states equals pd dot read underscore csv, and then the file name as states dot csv. Okay, and I'll just print the states. So you can see here it is printing the contents inside the file. So it is showing the state and the population which is stored inside the CSV file. Now let's see some options of data frame. So as I said earlier, it was by default showing only 5 rows from the top and 5 rows from the bottom. So let's increase the setting. So pd dot options dot display dot max underscore rows. Okay, so equals 20. So it will change the settings of maximum rows to be shown. So now let's change the minimum rows. Set options option, and then I'll put display dot minimum rows. Okay, so let's say minimum rows is 12. It will show 12 rows. Let's print the data. So when I am printing, it is showing 12 rows. So now let's change the setting of this as 200. Maximum will be 200, and let's say minimum will be 100. So it will show the 100 rows. You can see here the setting is being changed and it is showing 100 rows. In this video we will learn about data frame metadata. Sometimes we need to get metadata of the data frame and not the content inside it. Such metadata information is useful to understand the data frame, as it gives more detail about the data frame that we need to process. So let's import pandas as pd, and we'll make a student dict. So it will contain the values, let's say name, and the name value will contain the names Panchali and Subhadra and Uttara. Okay, these are the three names. Now the age will be, let's say, 20, 21 and 18. These are the three ages, and we will give the marks as well. Marks, and the marks will be, let's say, 90 and 91.70 and 89.06. Okay, these are the values. Let me close the bracket. Now we will create a data frame from dict. So for that I will use student underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then I'll put the student underscore dict inside it, and now I'll print the student underscore df. So here it is pd. So you can see it is showing the values inside it. So let's see the info inside it. So I'll be using student underscore df and then dot info. So this will give the info. So you can see it is giving the info as data type, count. So you can see float 64, int 64, and object is the data. So now let's see the other values. So we are going to print the student underscore df and then describe. So it will give many values. So you can see here it is giving the count, mean, standard deviation between the data, minimum 25 percentile, 50 percentile, 75 percentile, and the maximum value. So let's see some other attributes as well. So let's print some data. Print data frame index, and it will show the index of the data frame. So student underscore df and then index. So let's print this. So it is giving the index of the data. It is starting at 0, stops at 3. Similarly we will do for the column as well. So let me copy this. So I am going to change here as columns, and here also I will write columns. So you can see here it is giving the details of the column name, age, marks, and data type. So similarly we will type the column type. So I will do here as data type d types, and then I'll write here types. Okay. So you can see here it is saying int 64 and float 64. Similarly, let's see if the data frame is empty or not. So I'll write here data frame is empty question mark, and then I'll just put here empty. So you can see here it is giving false. So let's see the shape of the data frame. So I'll write here shape, and here also I'll write shape. So these are the shape 3,3, and similarly I will see the size of it, size. So let me write here size. So it is saying 9 is the size. So let's see the values of the data frame. Value, and then here also I'll write values. So you can see here the values are also given here, the name, age, and the percentage. So similarly you can do the selection also of the data frame. So let's do some selection in the row. Let's select the top 2 rows. So I'll print student underscore df, and then I'll print the top, so it will be head 2. Okay, so when I print it, I can see it is giving the top 2 values. Similarly, I can write for the bottom also, student underscore df dot tail, and let's say 2. Okay, so it will give the bottom 2 values. And now let's select value at row index 0 and name column. So I am going to print student underscore df and then 80, and then I'll put the 0 and name. Okay, name. Now let's print it. So you can see it is giving the name value as Panchali at 0th position. So similarly, we will select a value at first row and first column. For that I will print student underscore df dot iat, and then I'll put 0, 0 for first row and first column. Let me close the bracket here. You can see it is giving Panchali. Similarly, we will select the name column. So I'll print the student underscore df, then dot get, and I'll get the name values. Name, here the caps lock was on, so I have to change this, student underscore df. So it is giving the name value and the name object. So you can see Panchali, Subhadra and Uttara. Similarly, we will select the value from row index 0 to 2 and then the name column. So I'll print student underscore df dot loc, and then I'll write the slice of 0 to 2 and then the name. Okay, name. So when I print it, I'll see the name. Similarly, we'll select from row index 0 to 2. So let's print student underscore df dot iloc, and then I'll put here 0 to 2 and then similarly 0 to 2. So you can see here it is given the value of name and age. So you can also modify the data frame by inserting columns by using the insert function. So let's do that. Let's say student underscore df and then insert. We'll insert at loc equals 2, and then we'll add a column equals class. Okay, class, and then we'll put the value as a for all, value equals a. So this will put the value of a. Print student underscore df. So you can see here it has added a new column class and then the value as a. Similarly, we can drop columns by drop function. So let's use that. Student underscore df equals student underscore df, and then we'll put the drop function, and I'll drop the column class which I have newly created. Columns equals, let's say, class. So we'll drop this and we'll print the new student underscore df. So you can see the class column has been dropped. In this video we will be learning about data frame modification. So let's start with applying some filter. So for that we will be using data frame where function. So for that we are going to import pandas as pd, and then I am going to make a student dictionary, student underscore dict equals, I am going to add the values inside it. Let's say name, and that inside name I am going to put Savari Kandu and let's say Vritasur. Okay, these are the three names. Another will be age. Let me add the age here. Age will be, let's say, 22, 24 and 19. So these are the three age. And last one will be marks. So let me add the marks. (76), 85 and then 91.7. So these are the values. Now let me create a data frame. Student underscore df equals pd dot data frame and then student underscore dict. Okay, now we'll apply the filter. So the filter will be, let's say, marks student underscore df, and we'll put the marks as the filter, and then we'll put above 80. So below that will not be considered, and it will be written the value 0. So student underscore df and then marks, and we'll use the where function, where filter and then other equals 0. Okay, and then in place is equals to, now we'll print the value, print student underscore df. So you can see the value below 80 is being showing as 0. So now let's apply filter in the columns. So for that we are going to simply write student underscore df equals student underscore df dot filter and then like equals n, and then the axis will be columns. Okay, and now we'll print the student underscore df. So you can see it is showing the names column because we have applied the filter. So now let's rename a column. So for that we have to copy this because already the data has been changed here. So we have to copy and use a new one. So I'm pasting it here. Now I'm going to rename student underscore df equals student underscore df dot rename and then column equals, okay, column equals, we'll put marks as percentage. Marks is will be changed to percentage. Okay, so it will be changed to percentage. We'll print the student underscore df. So you can see the marks column is now changed to percentage. So now let's join. So for that, let's say join a data frame. Okay, so for that we'll paste the same thing, and we will, let's say, remove the marks column from here, and we'll make a new one to join. So I'll completely remove that one, and now I'm going to make a marks underscore dict. So this will be joined equals, so the new marks will be put here, marks equals, colon will be given here, and then I'll put the new marks as 77, 92 and 85. Okay, so these are the new marks. Now let's change this to a data frame. Marks underscore df is equal to pd dot data frame, and then we'll put the marks underscore dict inside it, and let's print it to see If everything is alright, marks underscore dict. So everything is fine. The new marks dict has been created. So let's join it. So joined underscore df. This will be a joined data frame. Student underscore df dot join, and then we'll join the marks underscore df. Let's bring the join df, join underscore df. So you can see the new mark has been joined to the data frame. So now let's group by a column. So we'll add a new column. So let's group by, okay. So we'll paste the about data and we'll change the, let's say we'll change the age by class. Let's say class will be C and then A and then let's say B. So these are the classes. So let me change this to class. Now I'll just group by class. So student underscore df equals student underscore df dot group by, okay, it will group by the class, okay. So it will group it dot mean, and I print it, print student dot student underscore df. So you can see it has grouped it by A, B and C. So now let's iterate through the data inside the data frame. So iteration, let's say data frame iteration. So we'll simply make a for statement for, and then we'll put the value for index comma row in student underscore df dot iter row, and then we'll simply print the index and the row. So let's run it. So I just missed the x over here. So you can see it is showing first as this, second as this and third as this by iterating through the rows. If I paste this, it will change the value as different. So let me copy the above value to make it a little easy to differentiate between the iterative values. So you can see here it is showing the Sobri age and marks, Kandu's age and mark, and then finally Vritasur's age and mark. So let's do some sorting. So let's say sort, okay. So we'll paste the above data, and here we will be sorting through the marks. So we'll let's say student underscore df equals student underscore df, and then we'll sort the values as by marks, okay. So we'll put the marks inside it. So when I print it, it will be sorted by the marks student underscore df, okay. So you can see it has been changed to the sorted values. So it was already sorted, so we can change the values and see. So let's say I am changing the value to 80, let's say 86, and here I am going to make 77 point this. So let me change it. So you can see here it has been sorted by the values. So now we'll see the data frame conversion. So we'll change the data frame to dictionary. So if we have a value in the CSV file, so we can change the CSV file to again data frame value to CSV values. So here we will be changing the data frame to dictionary. So we already have the data frame over here, so we'll just convert into the dictionary. So I'm going to make a variable dict is equal to student underscore df dot toDict function. So this will be converting it to dictionary. So print the dict value, dict. So it is saying an error because I have missed the underscore over here. So when I run it, it has been converted to a dictionary. In this video we will learn how to convert Python list to pandas data frame. So let's import pandas as pd, and then we'll create a list, fruits underscore list. So we'll add some fruits name inside it. So let's say apple, and then I'm going to add another name as, let's say, orange, and we'll give here 77.77. okay. Now we'll print the fruits list. So when we print it, we can see the list has been printed. So let's create a data frame from the fruits list. So we'll write fruits underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll add the fruits underscore list. Okay. Now I'll print the fruits underscore df. So you can see it has been converted to data frame. So now let's create a data frame from list with a customized column name. So custom column name. Okay. So we'll add a custom column name over here. So we'll make a fruits underscore list, and let's add fruits name apple, it's a banana, and orange, mango. So these are 4 fruits. And now we'll make the fruits underscore df, and then pd dot data frame, and then we'll add the fruits list inside it, and then our column name, columns is equals, we'll add fruits. So this will be our column name. Now let's print fruits underscore df. Okay. So here in line 10 there is an error. So let's see what's the error. Data frame fruit lists columns. So we have missed the L over here. So you can see the column name has been added. So now let's create a data frame from list with a customized index. So we'll give some index name to the columns. Okay. So customize index, custom index. So let's create a fruits underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll put the fruit list inside it, and then we'll add the index. So let's name the index as fruit1, and then let's say fruit2, and fruit3, and then finally fruit4, because there are 4 fruits over here. So we have named it as till fruit4. Now let's print the data frame fruits underscore df. So you can see the index have been given fruit1, fruit2, fruit3, and fruit4. So now let's create a data frame from list by changing the data type. So let's change the data type, changing the data type. Okay. So let's create a list as price underscore list, and let's put some price over here. Let's say 50, 100, and then let's say 60 and 120. Okay, these are 4 prices. So let's create a price underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll add inside the price list, price underscore list. Okay. Now we'll print the current data type. So data type before. Okay, so this will be the data type before. So price underscore df dot d types. Okay, this will be the current data type. So now let's create a data frame from list with type change. So price underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll put price underscore list, and then we'll change the data type to, let's say, float 64. Float 64. Okay, now let's print the data type after. So this will print the change data type. So price underscore df dot d type. Okay, so let's print the price underscore df. Okay, so you can see it is giving the data type as object, and then it has been converted to float 64. Now we'll create a data frame from hierarchical list as row. So df from hierarchical list as row. Okay. So now we'll create another list. So fruits underscore list equals, we'll put the data inside, let's say apple, banana, orange and mango, and let's put the values inside it. So let's say 120, 40, 100 and 50. These are some values. So now we'll first we'll print it. Let's see what the fruit list contain. So you can see there are two lists inside it. So now we'll just create a data frame, fruits underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll put fruits underscore list, and just we'll print the fruits underscore df. So you can see it is printing like that. Now we'll create a data frame from hierarchy list as columns. So we'll use a transpose function inside it. So let me copy this and change it to the column. Okay, so we'll create a data frame. So we already have the fruit list, so we'll just create the data frame fruits, or we'll just copy it, so there will not be any error or change in data if there is any. So fruits underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll just put the fruits underscore list, and then we'll use the transpose. Okay, and then we'll print the fruits underscore df. So you can see it is giving the output as this. It has transposed the columns. So we'll create a data frame from multiple lists now. So we'll use a zip object over here. So the zip function will convert it into a zip object. Now let's create a, let's say we'll use the multiple list. So df from multiple lists. Okay, so we'll create a list over here. So we already have the list, so we'll just paste it and make it multiple list. So I'll just change it to price underscore list, price underscore list. So this will be the price. Okay, So we have two lists over here, so we'll just convert it into a data frame. Fruit underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll use the list and zip function, zip, and then we'll put it inside fruits underscore list and the price list, price underscore list, and we'll put the column name. So columns equals, first we'll put the column name as names, and then second will be price. Okay, so these will be our column names. So we'll just print the price fruits underscore df. So it will, so there is an error, price underscore list is not been 44 price underscore list. So there is a problem inside this price underscore list because I have given an extra bracket over here. So now you can see it is giving the correct output.
In this video we will be learning about data frame head and tail function. So the data frame head function is used to see the first n rows of the data frame. So by default it shows the 5 top values of the data frame, but we can change the values. So let's take an example. So we are going to import pandas as pd, and let's make a dictionary student underscore dict. Okay, now I am going to add some values inside it. So let's say name, and then I am going to add some names inside it. So let's say the names are Kumbhakaran. Okay, I have given one extra quotation mark over here. So let me do another one, Indrajit, and again Meghnath, Sukhvi, and let's say Bali, again Jatayu, and again one more name, let's say Jambavan. Okay, these are the 7 names we have given. So now I am going to put some age inside it. So I am giving age as let's say 20, 21, 19, 17, and 18, 19, and 17. So these are 7 ages, and again I am going to give some marks. Okay, so marks will be like 85.10, and then 77.80, and then let's say 91. Again I am going to give 87, and then 90, 1 2 3 4 5, and then I am going to give 7, let's say 94 and 91. Okay, so these are the 7 values. So we are going to create a data frame, student underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we are going to put the student underscore dict. Okay, now we will display the first 5 rows. So top rows equals student underscore df, and then we will make the head function. So it will call the first 5 rows. So we'll print the top rows. So when I print it, I can see the first 5 rows from the top. So now let's select top n rows in panda data frame. So we'll just change the value over here. So let's do that. I'm copying it and pasting it here. I'm putting the value 3 over here. So it will show the top 3 rows. So now let's change the value to -2. So you can see it is printing the first 5 rows, and it is not showing the 2 values, last 2 values it is not showing. So now let's select some top rows from multi-index data frame. So we have to make a multi-index data frame. So let me make that index equals pd dot multi-index, then from tuples. Okay, and I am going to put some values inside it. Let's say standard 1, standard 1, and then I'll put class 1, let's say class 1, and then I'll just copy it and paste it again so we can save some time. So I'm going to put here class B, and standard it will be 1, this class A, and now I'll put a comma and just paste it. It is class A and standard 2, and then again I'll paste it, class B and standard 2. Similarly for third one also I'll do like this. Standard 3 and class A. Similarly standard 3 class B. Okay, so the bracket is closed, and now I'll put our names equals standard and class. Okay, so this is our multi-index data frame. Multi-index, so we will convert it into columns equals pd dot multi-index, and then from tuples, and then we'll put names and surname. Okay, names and surname. Now I'll put marks and percentage and percentage. Okay, now we'll create the data frame. Student underscore df equals to pd dot data frame, and then we put the values as name and percentage. So let me put that. I'll put the name as similar to the above, Kumbhakaran, and I'll put some values, let's say 67. Again I'm going to put the value of Indrajit and the percentage as, let's say 80. Similarly for Megnath, okay, value will be 75. Similarly we'll do for the other values. Let's say Sukhvi, the value will be 87. Bali 90, and then let's say one more name, Jatayu, the value is 94. Okay, so this is our data frame. So we'll put a index and column also. Index equals index, and then columns equals columns. Okay, so now we'll just make a variable top rows equals student underscore df dot head. So this will show the values from the top rows. Okay, so when I print it, I can see the top 5 values: Kumkaran, Indrajit, Megnath, Sugriv, the percentage of the respected name, and the values associated with it. So let's use the tail function. So it is similar to that, but it will show the values from the bottom. So let's copy this. So we'll use this same data over here also. So data frame
tail function. Okay, so this is our values. So we'll just print the bottom rows, okay, equals student underscore df dot tail. So this will show the bottom rows. So we'll print the bottom rows. Okay, so you can see here it is printing from the bottom. So now let's change the value, and let's say we put here 3. So let's copy this and we'll change the value so that it will show the custom rows. So let me put here 3, so it will show the bottom 3 values. So you can see here it is showing bottom 3 values. So when I put -2 over here, so it will show the all the values, but first 2 values will not be selected. So similarly we will select bottom rows from the multi-index data frame. So let's select this multi-index data frame we have created above. So we are taking the same data over here. Okay, and now let's say select bottom rows from the multi-index data frame. Okay, we'll paste it, and similarly we'll do like the above case. We'll just put the bottom rows variable equals student underscore df dot tail. So this will show the bottom values. So we'll print the bottom rows. Okay, so you can see here it is showing the bottom 5 values. So now we will select the value of row and column labels using the data frame at function. So at function we are using. It is very interesting one. So now we'll just copy it so that we don't have to type. So we'll select the first student data. So it will be similar to that. So now we'll put a value variable equals student underscore df, and then I will put the at function, and I will just select the second row and the label as age. So this will show the value of second row age on age label. So I will print the value. So you can see the value is 19. So you can see here this value is being printed. So now we'll set specific value in pandas data frame. So we'll set some value over here. So the value is 19, so we'll change it to something else. So let's say student underscore df dot at, and then we'll change the value of second value of age index to, let's say, 50. We'll change the age as 50. Let's print the value, print student underscore df dot at, and then we are going to see the second value of age. Okay, so you can see here it has been changed to 50. So similarly we'll select values using rows and column position using IAT function. So you can also select the rows and columns like this. So let me copy and paste this, and we'll change the value. I'm going to put here IAT function. Okay, so now we will just change the value. So before changing, let's see the value. Value is equals student underscore df dot IAT, and then we are going to see the first row and second column. So we'll print the value. So you can see here it is showing the value is 77.80. This value is being shown. So let's change this value. So for changing it, we'll just use the student underscore df dot IAT 1,2 equals 90. Okay, so we'll print the student underscore df dot IAT 1,2, so it will be changed to 90. So this was our
head and tail function. In this video we will be learning about data frame drop columns. Data set could be in any shape or form. So to optimize the data analysis, we need to remove some data that is redundant or not required. So we will just drop the column from there. So we will just import pandas as pd. Okay, let's make a student underscore dictionary. So I'll put the values as name, and then let's say the names are Sarmishtha and let's say Devyani. Okay, these are two names, and let's say age equals 18 and 19, and let's put the marks also 86 and 90. So this is our student dictionary. So let's create a data frame. Student underscore df is equal to pd dot data frame, and then we put the student underscore dictionary inside it. Okay, we can print it, print student underscore df. So you can see the new data frame, Sarmishtha and Devyani with age and marks. So let's drop. So student underscore df is equal to student underscore df dot drop, and then we'll be dropping the columns equals, let's say age. So we'll drop age, we'll print the student data frame. So you can see here the age column has been removed. So now we'll just drop multiple columns. So let me copy this data and we will drop multiple columns. Okay, so I've copied it, and I'll just do that student underscore df is equals student underscore df dot drop. Okay, and then I'll be putting columns equals, let's say age and marks. Okay, so I'll be removing here two columns. Let's print the student underscore df. So you can see here only the name column is been left. Now we'll be using the axis parameter. So this will do the same function, but it is very useful. So let's use that. I'll be pasting the same data as above. Okay, and then student underscore df equals student underscore df, then I'll be dropping the age and marks. Okay, age and marks will be removed, and I'll be using the axis parameter. Axis is equal to, we'll be removing columns. Okay, and I'll just print the student underscore df. So you can see here the same thing has been done. So you can also remove the, you can also use one also here, so it will be indicating the column. Okay, so you can also use your rows, and then you can just specify the index over here. Let's say 0th index. So you can see the Sarmishtha that was in 0th index is been removed. Okay, so this was an example of axis parameter, and now we will be suppressing the error. So let's say suppressing errors. Okay, so we'll be suppressing the error over here. So what it will do, you can see here student underscore df equals, let's say student underscore df dot drop. Okay, and then let's say a salary named column is not existing, so we want to remove that. Okay, so column equals, let's say salary. Okay, salary is not there, so we'll just put error equals ignore. Okay, so this will ignore the error. Let's print the
student df, print student underscore df. So you can see here it is showing all the correct data. If we remove this, it will be showing an error. So you can see here it is showing key error. So this was the suppressing of error. Now we will be dropping the column by the index number. So let's do that by using position, drop by index position. Okay, so we'll be using the same data, and then let's see the current values of the columns. Columns dot values. Okay, so here is an end of line error, so I missed something over here in the above. So here so now you can see the column values are being given as name, age and marks. So let's make a variable position equals length of student underscore df dot columns, and then we'll put -1. So this will find the position of the last column and drop it. Okay, so student underscore df equals student underscore df dot drop, and then we'll put the columns equals student underscore df dot columns, and then we'll put the position. Okay, we'll just print the student underscore df dot columns dot values. Okay, so you can see here it has deleted the column present at index 1. Okay, so now let's drop range of columns using ILOC. Okay, ILOC. So we will be using the same data as above. We have pasted the data, and now I want to drop the column from 1 to 3. So let's say student underscore df equals student underscore df, then drop. Okay, and then columns equals student underscore df dot ILOC, and then I am going to put the range from 1 to 3. Okay, I'll print the student underscore df dot columns dot values. Okay, so you can see only name is being left out. So now let's drop the first n columns, first n columns. Okay, so here we'll using the same data and we'll be using the ILOC. Okay, student underscore df equals student underscore df dot drop, and then we'll put the columns equals student underscore df dot ILOC, and then we'll put the range over here. Okay, we'll use the range function, range. Let's put the range as 2. Okay, and then we'll print the student underscore df dot columns dot values. So you can see here only the marks has been left out. In this video we will learn about drop duplicates in pandas data frame. So data is gathered from various sources. It may not be in a proper form. It contains garbage values and duplicate data. Before analyzing a data set, it must be clean and precise. So here we are going to import pandas as pd. Okay, let's make a student dictionary which will contain the duplicate values. Okay, so I am going to put here name. Okay, I'll put some names inside it. So let's say Dushasan. Okay, Dushasan, Ashwathama. Okay, and then Vikarna, and I will just repeat the names as Dushasan and Ashwathama. Ashwathama. So these are the two duplicate values. Okay, and now we'll put the age. Okay, so let's put the age as 20, 21, 19, 20 and 21. Let's put some marks. Okay, I'm going to put some marks as, let's say, 85.10, 77.80 and then 91.54. okay, then 85.10, 77.80. so these are our 5 values. So let's create a student data frame equals pd dot data frame. Okay, and then we'll put the student dictionary. Okay, student underscore dictionary, and then we will drop the duplicates. So student underscore df and then drop underscore duplicates. Okay, and we'll just print the student underscore df. So you can see here the duplicate values in index 3 and 4 are being removed. The remaining values are being printed. So now we will drop duplicates from defined columns. So for that I'm just copying the above data, so it will save our time. Okay, so here I have copied the data in the data frame. So here the data frame has been ready. Now we'll just drop the duplicates. So I am just writing student underscore df equals student underscore df dot drop underscore duplicates. Okay, and then we'll put the columns in subset equals, the column names are age and marks. So it will look in names and age and marks. Let's print the student underscore df. So you can see here the duplicates in age and marks are being removed. So now we'll keep the last data. Okay, so let me put the comment drop duplicates but keep last. Okay, it will keep the last value. Now I will just paste the data and then student underscore df. Okay, dot drop equals student underscore df dot drop and then duplicates, and I will just keep the last. Okay, so it will keep the last. We'll print student underscore df, so it will keep the last value. So you can see here Ashwathama is being kept. You can see the above outputs. There the Ashwathama was not present, but here I have kept the last, so it has kept the Ashwathama, that is the 4th index value. So now we'll drop all the duplicates. Okay, so let's drop all duplicates. So here I'll paste the same data. Okay, then student underscore df equals student underscore df dot drop, and then we'll put duplicates, and then I'll keep equals false, so it will not keep anything. Print student underscore df. So you can see here all the duplicates values are being removed, but Vikarna is left out because there was no duplicate value inside it. So now we'll drop duplicates and reset the index. Okay, so drop duplicates and reset the index. Okay, so we'll paste the data, but here we have to make some changes. Over here we'll put the index value also. So I'm going to put index equals, let's say a comma b comma c comma d. We have to put inside the quotation a and then b and then c and then D, and the last one is E. Okay, so these are our index. Now we'll print the student underscore df. So you can see here the index is also being printed with it. So now we'll put the student underscore df, then student underscore df dot drop underscore duplicates. Okay, then we'll keep equals false, and then we'll put the value of, just say ignore index. Okay, ignore index equals true. Now we'll just print the student underscore df. So let's see the output. So you can see only Vikarna is being printed. Okay, and the index is being changed to 0. In this video we'll remove columns from data frame that contains missing or NA values. So we'll use the drop NA function over here. So I'm importing pandas as pd. Again I'm going to import numpy as np. So we have covered the numpy library also. Student underscore dictionary equals, now I'll add some names. Let's say no, and then okay, let's add 4 names and okay. So now we'll add a column age, and then put some age inside it. Let's say 22, 35, 43, and let's say 23. Okay, so these are ages, and let's put some marks. 85.90, and I'm going to put some NA values by using np.nan. Okay, so we have inputted 2 NA values. So finally I'm going to put 90. Okay, okay, so now we'll print. So before printing the dictionary, we'll just make it a data frame. So student underscore df equals pd dot data frame. Okay, and then we'll put student underscore dictionary. Okay, so our data frame is ready. We'll print the data frame. Before dropping column NA, let's put a next line and our data frame student underscore df. Okay, so let's see. So here some I have forgot to put the semicolon over here. Okay, so you can see this is our data frame. So now let's drop the column with NA value. Okay, so we'll put student underscore df equals student underscore df dot drop NA function, and we'll put the axis as column. Okay, columns. Then we'll just print the student df after dropping column NA, next line, and student underscore df. Okay, so we'll run the program, and we can see here the column marks had NA values, so it has removed the column. So now we will drop column where all values are missing. Drop column where all values are missing. Okay, so here we can drop an empty column with data frame using drop na. Okay, the same function. So we'll just copy the above data to save our time. Here I am going to just change the age column with na values. So here na dot np dot nan, np dot nan, 35 also be converted to np dot nan, and in 22 np dot nan. Okay, so this is our new column of age with na values inside it. So we'll just remove that. Student underscore df is equal to student underscore df dot drop na. Okay, then axis will be column, and then how equals all. So all the values should be na to be removed. Print the student data frame after dropping column na student underscore df. So the age column has been removed because all the values were na. So now we will drop columns with number of na. So while cleaning the data set, we can keep the columns with at least some data available in it, else drop otherwise. Okay, so we will be copying the above data and I'm just pasting it. Okay, and then I'm going to put student underscore df equals student underscore df. Okay, then drop na function, axis will be column, axis equals column, and then we'll use thresh equals 3. Okay, so here it is clear that name doesn't have any na value. So what this thresh equal 3 will do, it will keep column with 3 or more non na values. So the above data which we have copied, so in that age also doesn't have a na value. So we'll just print the student df after dropping column na. Okay, so you can see the marks had 2 na values, so the column was removed, but here in age and name there was no na value, so it is being printed. So now we'll drop na value from defined rows. So we'll define using subset. Okay, so let's paste the above data. Okay, and now I am going to put student underscore df equals student underscore df dot drop na. Axis will be column, axis equals column, and then we'll put subset equals 0 to 2. Okay, and then we'll just print the data frame after dropping column na student underscore data frame. Okay, so let's print it. So you can see marks had na value, so it is not printing that. So let me change one na value to some number, so let's say 77. So now when I am printing it, so it is printing the value because it now has only one na value. In this video we will rename the column. So we'll start from renaming a single column. So we'll use rename function over here. So let's import pandas as pd. Okay, we'll make a student underscore dictionary. Okay, I'm going to put some name inside it.
let's say name. Okay, now I'm going to put Menaka, Rambha, Urvashi. Okay, 3 names are here, and let's put the age 20, 21, 22. Okay, and let's put some marks. (93), 91 and 89. Okay, so this is our student dictionary. Let's create a data frame. Student underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll put the dictionary inside it. Okay, so our data frame is ready. So let's print it. Student underscore df. So here is a spelling mistake. So you can see here, this is our data frame. Okay, now we'll rename the column marks. Okay, let's say student underscore df equals student underscore df dot rename, and then we'll say column equals, we'll change marks to percentage. Okay, so it will be changed. So student underscore, let's print it, print student underscore df. Okay, so you can see here the marks column is been renamed to percentage. So similarly we can change multiple columns also. We'll do that. Okay, so let's change multiple columns. So I am using this example only. So let's change it to C, and name to A. Okay, and age to B. Okay, so let's run the program and see the output. So you can see here all the columns, name, age and marks is being changed to A, B and C. Okay, so now we will use a function over here and we will change the column name. Okay, using a function to rename column. Okay, so we'll copy the above data, so it will save our time of printing, of typing the code. So I'm copying the 3 lines from above and just pasting it. Okay, so now student underscore df dot rename, and then columns, and then we'll use str dot upper. So all the letters will be converted to uppercase. So in place equals true. Okay, we'll just print. So you can see here name, age and marks are being converted to uppercase. So now we'll use a lambda function. Lambda function to rename column. Okay, so I am just pasting the above data, and then let's say I am adding here, let's say hash name, and then hash age, and then hash mark. So what this lambda function will do, this will remove the first character from the column name. Okay, so student underscore df dot rename, and will rename a column equals lambda, and then x then 1. So it will remove the first character, and then in place
equals true. Okay, and then we'll print the student underscore df. So you can see here name, age and marks are being shown, and the hash is been removed from the column name. Okay, so now we will remove all columns with the list. Okay, rename all columns with a list. So by using a list, we'll change all the column names. Okay, so let's paste the upper data, and then I'm going to write student underscore df dot columns, and then I'll put the list. Okay, so I'm putting it student underscore name. Okay, here student underscore age, and similarly student underscore marks. Okay, so this will change the column names by using this list. So print student underscore df dot columns dot values. So it will show the column values. Okay, so you can see here the student name is being changed to name is changed to student name, and then student age, and similarly student marks. In this video we will convert pandas data frame to Python dictionary. So we will be creating different kinds of dictionaries from pandas data frame. So I am using here a CSV file which is copied in the same folder as this Python file. So we will be importing pandas as pd, and then we'll create a data frame state underscore data frame equals pd dot read underscore csv, and then we'll put the name of the csv file, that is states dot csv. Let me print it and show you what's inside it. Print state underscore data frame. Okay, so this is our data. So it contains some state and population. Okay, so we'll be creating a dictionary from it. So state underscore dictionary. Okay, and then we'll put the state underscore df, and we'll use the toDict function, to underscore dict. Okay, so this will convert it to a dictionary. We'll print the data. So result dictionary. Okay, we'll just put the state underscore dictionary. Okay, so you can see here it is being converted to a dictionary. So let me convert it to a list now. So for that we'll simply copy the data from above and use the list over here. So the data is the same, we'll just use the list. We'll just use here list. So this will be converted to a list. So you can see here it is now in a list form. Before that it was in a dictionary. Okay, so now we'll convert data frame to dictionary with pandas series. Okay, so let me put here series, and then the data is the same. We'll just change here to series. So when I put the output, so you can see here this is in a series. You can see here the label state, it is in data type object, and then the below one is the population, and the data type is int64. Now we will convert the data frame to dictionary without header and index. Okay, data frame to dictionary without header and index. So what it will do? So it will split the input into three parts: row index, column label, and the actual data. Okay, so we have the data over here. So we'll just use the split. Okay, split. So you can see here it is in index, row, and the actual data. So let me show you the output without using the split. So print
So if we have not used the split, what would have been the output? Okay, list of values from the data frame without index and header. Okay, we'll put an X line over here and we'll just use the state underscore dictionary and then we'll put the data. Okay, so let's print it and see the output. So you can see here, this is the output of the list of values from data frame without index and header. So now we'll convert the data frame to dictionary by rows. Okay, data frame to dictionary by rows. Okay, so it is very simple. So what we'll do, we'll use the record over here. So here we are going to just use record. So when we use it, there will be an warning. We will be ignoring the warning. Okay, so now we will convert the data frame to dictionary by row index. Okay, let me do that. Data frame to dictionary by row index. Okay, so here we have the data. We'll just use the index over here. Okay, so let me print it. Okay, so you can see here it is printing with the index. Now we'll convert the data frame to dictionary with one column as the key. Okay, data frame to dictionary with one column as the key. Okay, so here we'll be using the same data, but we'll change the keys over here. So you can see here we have the data. We'll just convert it. We have to delete it. Okay, we have the data frame, but we'll use here state underscore dictionary. Okay, and then state underscore df dot set index. Okay, set underscore index, and then we'll change it to, let's say, state to population. Okay, dot to dict. Okay, and then we'll do it to population. Okay, now let's print it. Print the state underscore dictionary. So you can see here it is showing like this, Alabama, and then the population. In this video we will learn how to set the index of the pandas data frame using the existing columns or a list of labels. We will start with set index function. So let's import pandas as PD. Okay, we have imported pandas. Now we'll make a student dictionary. Okay, inside that let us put some name. Okay, let's say Sridhama, okay, Subala, and let's say Sudama. Okay, these are three names. Let's put some age. Okay, 20, 21, 22. These are ages, and let's put some marks. Okay, marks are as follows: 85.10. and let's say 89, and then 91.54. So this is our student dictionary. So let's create a data frame. Student underscore df equals pd dot data frame. Okay,
Then we'll put the student underscore dictionary. Okay, so let's print it and see if everything is correct. Before set index, let's put a slash n for next line, and then our student underscore data frame. Okay, so you can see here the index is 0, 1, 2, name, age and marks. Okay, so let's put set index over here. So student underscore data frame equals student underscore df dot set index. Okay, and then let's set the name as the index. Okay, let's print it. Print after set index underscore data frame. Okay, so you can see here the name has become the index now. So we will set an index using a list. So we'll use the above data only. So I am copying this data. Okay, copied, and then I'll paste it. So before that, let me put a comment: set index using a list. Okay, I pasted the data. So let's make a index variable, index, inside that pd dot index, and then I'll put s1, s2, and let's say s3. Okay, so this is our list, and let's put the set index student underscore df equals student underscore data frame, and then set underscore index, and then we'll put the index inside it. So let's print it after set index. Okay, student underscore df. So you can see here the index is now s1, s2 and s3. So let's set index using multiples column. So set index using multiple columns. Okay, so I copied the data and pasted it, and we'll just set the index now. Student underscore df equals student underscore df dot set index, and then we'll put, let's say, marks. Let's say first we'll take names. Okay, names, and then let's put marks. So if you put marks also in the first, it will not make any issue, but it will show differently. Let me show you after printing it. After set index, okay, and then slash n. Oh my god, slash n. Okay, and then student underscore df. There is some print mistake over here. It is name. Okay, so you can see here name and marks and age is separated. Now we will set index using a list and a column. So set index using a list and a column. Okay, so what we'll do here, the data will be same. We'll just use the index and a column. Okay, so just like above, we are making an index equals pd dot index, and then the data, let's say s1, s2 and s3. Okay, and we'll use the set index student underscore df equals student underscore df, and then we'll put set index, and then we'll put the index and the column name. Okay, so let's print it and see the output. after set index. Okay. So you can see here the index s1, s2, s3 and the column as name. So we'll set multiple index using two Python series now. So let's do that. Let me put a comment first. Setting data, setting set multiple index using two Python series. Okay, so we'll use series over here. So the data will be the same. We'll not do anything to the data. We'll just make a s variable. Okay, s is equal to pd dot series, and then let's put the series as 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2 and 3. Okay, and student underscore df equals student underscore df dot set index, and then we can do like s and square of s. Okay, it's like this. So let me print it. Print after set index underscore data frame. So you can see here the first index 1, 2, 3 and the square of it 1 square, 2 square and 3 square, that is 1, 4 and 9. So now we will set index using a Python range. So set index using Python range. So you are familiar with range. So let's do that. We are pasting the above data. Okay, I am just index over here. Let's say the above one index. Okay, index equals s1, s2 and s3. Okay, so now we will just make a index variable over here. Index is equals pd dot index, and then let me put the range inside it. Let's say 1, 4, 1. Okay, so this is our range. Student underscore df equals student underscore df dot set index, and then we'll put the index. Okay, so let's print it. Print after set index student df. So here is our output with range. Okay, so now we'll set index but keep the column. So the column will not be removed, but the index will be there and the column will also be there. So set index but keep column. Okay, so we are using the same data. We'll just use the drop function as false. So student underscore df, and then I'm going to use student underscore df and then set index, and then we are going to put name, and then we will say drop is equals false, so it will not drop the column. Okay, print after set index student underscore data frame. So you can see here the name is also there and the column is also there and the index has been set as name. Okay, so now let's set index by keeping old index. Okay, so we'll use append over here. Okay, so I have pasted the above data. Let me put an index over here. Index equals, let me put s1, s2, s1 S2 and S3. Okay, I will just append it with bool student underscore df equals student underscore df dot set index, and then the column name will be name, and will append to. Okay, so let's print it. Print after set index data frame. Okay, so you can see here the old index S1, S2, S3 is there. In this video, we will reset the index of the pandas data frame using the reset index function. We will be importing pandas as well as numpy. So import pandas as pd, and then import numpy as np. Okay, so we have imported these two libraries. So we will be using student underscore dictionary. Okay, so let's create it. I'm going to put a name. Okay, so name column will contain some names. So let's say Rushali, Supriya. Okay, and let's add a NA value, np.nan. Okay, and then we'll add another name. Let's say Puruvi. Okay, so these are values for name. So let's add age. Okay, so age will contain 20, 21, np.nan for NA value, and then 22. Okay, now let's put some marks. So marks will contain 85.10. Okay, let's say 89.99, and np.nan for NA value, and then 90 for the last one. Okay, so let's create a data frame. Student underscore df equals pd dot data frame, and then we'll put the student underscore dictionary. Okay, and let's make an index equals s1, s2, and s3, s4. Okay, so this is our index. So let's print the original data frame. Print original data frame. Okay, slash n and student underscore df. Okay, so this is our original data frame, and you can see here in the index s3 we have NA value. So let's remove that by using drop NA function. Okay, so for that, student underscore df equals student underscore df dot drop NA function, drop NA. So this will drop it. So let's print it. No? Data frame after dropping NA. Okay, so let's put slash n for next line, and then our data frame student underscore df. Okay, so you can see here the s3 has been removed because it contained the NA value. So now let's reset the index. Student underscore df equals student underscore df dot reset index. Okay, so this will reset the index. So let's print the output. Data frame after resetting index. Okay, slash n for the next line, and our student underscore df. Okay, so you can see here the index has been resetted from 0, 1 and 2. Okay, so now we'll reset the index without new column. So this column index which contain S1, S2 and S4 will be removed by using the drop. Okay, So we'll use the above data because it is same, otherwise we have to type it once again. Okay, so we are just copying it till the drop na function. Okay, let's paste it. So you can see here we have the data. Now let's reset the index and drop the column student underscore df equals student underscore df dot reset index and then we'll drop equals true. Okay, let's print the final output. Data frame after reset index slash n, and then let's put the student data frame. Let's wait for some time. So you can see here the index has been resetted and the column of index is being removed. So now we will reset the index and start from 1. So reset index starts from 1. Okay, so we will be using the same data as above, and then we'll just increment the index. So student underscore df equals student underscore df dot reset index. Okay, so this is our reset index function. Now just increment it by 1. Student underscore df equals index equals student underscore df and then index, and then we'll increment it by 1. Okay, now let's print the after reset index slash n. Okay, and we'll put our data frame student underscore df. So you can see here the index is starting from 1, 2 and 3. So similarly we will reset the index to the range of numbers. Okay, so let me put a comment: reset index to the range of numbers. So we are pasting the above data and we will be using the range index here. So student underscore df dot index equals pd dot range index. Okay, and then we will start it from, let's say, 101. Okay, it will start from 101 and it will stop at 101 plus the length of the data frame. So student underscore df. Okay, and then let's put a step equals 1 step. Okay, everything is all right. Yes, and then we will just print the after reset index and our data frame student underscore df. Let's see. So you can see here the index is starting from 101 and then it ends at 103. So now we will reset the index and change the column name. Reset index and change column name. Okay, we are pasting the above data and we will just use the reset index function and rename function. So student underscore df equals student underscore df dot reset index. Okay, and then we'll put the rename and we'll change the column name. Okay, columns equals, so let's say we'll change the index column index to, let's say, id. So this index will be changed to id. So let's print it, print after reset index slash n and then our student underscore df. Okay, so you can see here the index has been changed to id. in this video we'll learn about Seaborn. So Seaborn is a library in Python predominantly used for making statistical graphics. Okay, so in this video we will be loading some data set which are inbuilt, as well as we will use a CSV file also. So when working with Seaborn, we can either use one of the built-in data set that Seaborn offers, or we can load a pandas data frame. So Seaborn is a part of py data stack, hence accepts pandas data structures also. So let's import pandas. Import pandas as pd. Okay, then we'll import the matplotlib. Okay, dot py plot as plc. Okay, then we will import Seaborn as SNS. Okay, so we have imported the necessary libraries. So let's load a inbuilt dataset iris equals sns dot load dataset, and then we'll put the iris. Okay, so it is inbuilt dataset. So now we will be watching the top 10 values of the iris. So iris dot head, so we have already learned about the head. Okay, so let's put it inside 10. So you can see the values of 10 values. Okay, the columns are sepal length, sepal width, petal width, and species. Okay, so let's use the describe function also. So let's print iris dot describe. Okay, so this will give the standard deviation mean, okay, minimum value, maximum value, etc. So now we will be plotting it. So let's use that sns dot set and then percentage matplotlib inline. Okay, then sns, and we'll be using strip plot. Okay, and then in x-axis let's put the species. Okay, and then in the y-axis we'll be putting the petal length. Okay, and then in data we are going to put iris. So we have completed it. So let's make a plot pane also. So we have to go to view panes, and inside panes we have to tick the plots. Okay, so you can see here the plots. So let's run the program. So when we run it, so you can see here this is the Seaborn plotting. Okay, so you can see here in the x-axis it is species, and in the y-axis there is petal length. So similarly there are different kinds of inbuilt dataset like tips, exercise, Titanic, flights. So these all are inbuilt dataset, so you can use that also. So now we will be using a CSV. So I have a CSV file named Tesla inside the same folder where this py file is located. So let's make a data df equals pd dot read underscore csv. Okay, so we'll be reading the file. So the file name is tesla dot csv. Okay, and then let's give the encoding also. Encoding is Windows. Okay, so let me put the encoding equals, so it is Windows encoding, Windows 1257. Okay, dash 1257, sorry, 1252. It is encoding is 1252. So now we will be seeing the top 10 values of this data frame. So df dot head and then 10. So you can see here it is giving the values of the Tesla CSV file. So there is date, close, volume, high and low. So we'll be using the same data and we'll plot the. Okay, so let's use the df also. Print describe. Okay, df dot describe. So this will do the standard deviation, maximum, minimum, and other values, count also. So you can see here these values. So let's plot it. So for plotting we'll use the same as above, SNS dot strip plot. Okay, and then in x-axis I am going to put the, let's say, high value. Okay, high, and then in the y-axis we'll put the low, y equals low, and then in data we'll put the db low, and then data equals def. Okay, so let's run it. So it is still running. We'll wait for some time. So you can see here it has been plotted, but the values are not changed. I think there is some error, so let me use this inline once again over here. Okay, and let's run it. So you can see here it has been plotted. The high value is in x-axis and low value is in y-axis. Okay, and the above graph is of the last iris data set. Okay, so I hope this is clear for you. So as you would have guessed by now, this plot is known as strip plot and pretty ideal for categorical values. Even this shall be dealt in length later on. In this video we will be learning about controlling aesthetics of seaborn plots. One of the biggest advantages of seaborn over matplotlib is that its default aesthetics are visually far more appealing. So we will be importing 4 libraries here. So let's import the first one, that is our numpy as np, then pandas, import pandas as pd. Okay, then we'll import matplotlib.py plot as plt, and then we'll import seaborn as SNS. Okay, so our important libraries are being imported. So we'll be using a magic function called %matplotlib inline. Okay, so whenever we use this, we have to put the extension as ipy instead of py. Okay, so now we'll be using sns.set function. So this will switch our plot to seaborn. Okay, so now we'll be using our default data set which is inbuilt, that is tips. So sns.load underscore dataset, and then the name is tips. Okay, so it is inbuilt. So sns.barplot, and then we'll put the x-axis as day. Okay, and let's put the y-axis as total bill, and then let's put the data as tips. Okay, so data is equals tips. Okay, so let's run the program and see the output. So you can see here the y-axis is total bill, x-axis is day, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So it has been plotted. Okay, so there is a styling aspect also. So sns dot access style and sns dot set style. So let's do that. Let's put the style as white grid. Okay, sns dot set underscore style, and then we'll put it as white grid. Okay, so it will be in white grid. So sns dot box plot. Okay, x-axis was day and y-axis was total bill. Y equals total bill, and then the data was tips. Okay, so let's run it and see. So here is our output. So similarly we can use it as text, and for white background you can use dark also. Okay, text is also there. Okay, so now we will use the sine plot. So this sine plot function will help us plot some offset sine waves. So let's create a function def sine plot. Okay, then flip equals 1. Now x is equals np dot line space. Okay, it will be from 0 to 14. and then we'll make a for statement I in range of 1 to 7. Okay, and then we'll put plt dot plot and x comma np dot sign x plus 1. Okay, x plus 1 multiplied by 0.5, and then we'll multiply it whole with 7 minus I. Okay, and then we'll multiply it with flip. Okay, now we'll use the SNS axis with SNS dot axis underscore style. So here we are going to use the dark grid. Okay, and then we'll put the plt dot subplot. Okay, as 211, and then sign plot function. Similarly, we'll do for plt dot subplot 212, and then the sign plot will be -1. Okay, so let's run it and see the output. So output will be in the sine waves. So you can see here, this is our sine wave output from 0 to 14. Okay, as specified in the line space. So now we will be creating the style with RC. Okay, so RC will give final control over the aesthetic. So let me paste the matplot line. Okay, and then I am going to put SNS dot set. We'll set the style as white grid, and then RC equals grid dot line width. Okay, it will be 1.5. Okay, so now we will put set context. So it will be in poster, and then font scale equals 2.5, and we'll put the line length, line width. Okay, RC equals the lines dot line width, that will be 5. Okay, lines dot line width Okay, so this will be 5.2. So now we'll just call the sign plot. Okay, so let's run it and see the output. So you can see here, in this video we'll learn about Seaborn color palettes. So color is an utmost important aspect of figure styling because it reveals pattern in the data if used effectively. So we will be setting a figure size for all the plots we shall be drawing. Okay, so before that we will import numpy as empty, import pandas as pd, and then import matplotlib.py plot as plg, and then Seaborn as SNS. Okay, and then our magic function matplotlib, and then inline. Okay, so now we'll set SNS dot set RC equals, okay, figure dot fix size, and we'll put it as 6,6. Okay. Now we'll be building the color palette. So current palette equals SNS dot color palette, and now we'll put SNS dot palplot and then we'll put the current palette. So let's run the program and see. So this is our color palette. Okay, so we can use different arguments also, like this: sns dot pal plot, then sns dot color palette, and then we can use hls and then 8 colors. Okay, so you can see here there are 8 colors inside it. And now sns dot pal plot, and then sns dot color underscore palette, and here we use HESL, and let's put here 9. Okay, so now here there are 9 colors. Okay, so HLS color space is a simple transformation of RGB value. Okay, so now let's put some sample colors. I'm using sample colors, so we'll name the colors as we want. Okay, so Windows blue, and then amber, and let's say third one is grayish, and let's say next one is faded green. Okay, and then let's put dusty purple, and then pale red, and then let's say medium green, and let's put one more, denim blue. Okay, BLUE, denim blue. Now let's plot SNS dot pal plot. Okay, then SNS dot XKCD underscore palette, and then we'll put our sample color. Okay, so let's run it and see our. So you can see the name sample color is not defined, so here I have to put M sample color. Okay, so this will display our sample colors with the name we have specified. Okay, so now let's make a default matplot helix version. Okay, so SNS dot pal plot, and then SNS dot color palette, and it is a default one, cube helix. Okay, and we'll put 8. This will show 8 colors. So now let's make a default C1 cube helix. So default C1 cube helix version. Okay, so here SNS dot pal plot, and then we'll use SNS dot cube helix underscore palette and 8. Okay, so let's run it and see. So you can see this is default C1 cube helix. So now we will be making a different pattern. Okay, SNS dot pal plot. Okay, and then let's put SNS dot cube helix underscore palette, and let's put some colors, and underscore colors equals 8, and let's put a start also. Okay, so I'm going to put a comma over here, and let's make it start equals 1.7, and then let's put RO3 equals 0.2, and then let's put dark equals 0, and then light as 95. Okay, LIGHT equals 0.95, and then let's put reverse equals true. Okay, so now let's run it and see. So you can see here it starts from 0 and 3. So ROT is an abbreviation for rotation, is kept between -1 to 1. Reverse converses the color ordering, and the hue refers to the plot appearance. Okay, so let's make a generic Seaborn plot. Generic Seaborn plots. Okay, so we'll be using the built-in dataset tips. Okay, so tips equals SNS. So let's load it. Load underscore dataset. Okay, it's tips, and then we'll put the tips inside it. Tips. Okay, and then we'll create a strip plot. SNS dot strip plot. So in x-axis we will put days. Okay, and in y-axis we'll put the total bill, and then our data is tips, and we'll put the color as green. Okay, color equals G. Okay, so now let's run it. So you can see here it is been plotted. So it is showing the total bill in the y-axis, and x-axis show the day. Okay, so similarly we can do it for the different one, that is the iris. Okay, iris is also there. You can try that in the iris also. So let's do that. Okay, iris equals SNS dot load dataset. Okay, and the dataset is iris. Okay, so this will load the dataset, and now SNS dot box plot, and then we'll put the x-axis as species, and in y-axis let's put the petal length, and then data is iris, and now we'll put the palette as this. Okay, equals so you can see here it has been plotted. So this is showing the species. Okay, in this video we'll learn about heat map. It is a plot of rectangular data as a color encoded matrix. As parameter it takes 2D dataset. That dataset can be coerced into an ND array. So let's import NumPy, pandas and Seaborn. Okay, NumPy as NP, import pandas as PD, and then let's import Seaborn as SNS, and last import matplotlib.py plot as PLC. Okay, and our magic function matplotlib inline. Okay, so we have imported the necessary libraries. So we will plot a random value generated by NumPy. Okay, so let's make a variable uniform data. Okay, inside that let's put a random rand 10 to 12. Okay, and then SNS dot heat map and our uniform data. So let's run it and see. So you can see this is our heat map. Okay, so now let's make a variable x. Inside that we will make a array. Okay, so np dot array, and then let's put the data inside it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again I am going to put 2, 3, 4, 1, and let's say 5, 4, 2, 1. Okay, and one more. Let's say 6, 7, 8, 5. So this is our array. SNS dot heat map, and we'll put the x. So let's print our array also. So let's run it and see. So you can see a different heat map for the array. We have put the value. So let's put the input using the wide format. Okay, let's write it wide format. Okay, so it is a matrix where each row is an individual and each column represent an observation. Okay, so let's make a variable df equals pd, okay, dot data frame, and then we'll put np dot random, okay, and then we'll put some values 5 to 5. Okay, and then let's put columns equals, and let's name as 1a, b, c, d, and e. Okay, so let's make p1 equals sns dot heat map and df. Okay, so default heat map, just a visualization of this square matrix. Okay, and now let's see heat map colors. Okay, heat map colors. Okay, so let's make core equals gf dot corr. Okay, and then let's make ax1 as sns dot heat map, and then let's put corr, and then c bar equals 0, and let's put the line width as 2. Okay, line width okay, line width as 2, and then let's put the vmax as 1, and then vmin as 0, and then square equals 2, and finally we'll put the cmap as blues. Okay, and then we'll put plt dot show. So you can see here the heat map color uses the random data again. Okay, it is using the color map cmap with the blues palette, which is nothing but color of blue. It also uses square block. So let's make a heat map data. Okay, heat map data. Okay, so here we will be using a data set which is already inbuilt, that is flights. Okay, sns dot set, and we will make a flights equals sns dot load data set. Let's put flight inside it, fligsts flights. Okay, and now we'll make flights, fligsts flights equals flights dot pivot, and then let's put month, year, and passengers as the in the axis passengers. Okay, and then we'll make ax equals sms dot heat map, and let's put the flights inside it. Okay, plt dot title. So the title of this will be heat map flight data. Okay, so this is our title, and let's do it plt dot show. So let's run it and see. So you can see here in the y-axis there is months, in the x-axis there is years, and you can see the passengers also. and then our title, heat map, flight data is also there. Okay, in this video we'll learn about cluster map. So we'll be importing numpy, pandas, seaborn and matplotlib. So let's import numpy and then we'll import pandas and then we'll import seaborn and then we'll import matplotlib.pyplot as plg. Okay, we'll import the magic function matplotlib. Okay, inline we'll be using the inbuilt iris dataset. Okay, so we'll be loading that, load underscore dataset, and we'll put the iris. Okay, so let's print the head of iris. Okay, so you can see these are the values of the iris: sepal length, sepal weight, petal weight and species. Okay, so now what we'll do, we'll pop the species. Okay, species equals iris dot pop and then we'll pop species. Okay, and let's make the cluster map, okay, of iris. So let's run it and see. So you can see this is our cluster map. So you can see here the sepal length, petal width, sepal width and petal length is here. Okay, similarly we'll use a different similarity matrix. So let me write it using similarity matrix. Okay, SNS dot cluster map and then we'll put the iris and the metric will be correlation. Okay, so let's run it and see. So you can see here the new cluster map is there. So now we'll use a different cluster method, different clustering method. Okay, so let's put SNS dot cluster map and then we'll put here single. Okay, iris and then method equals single. So let's run it. So this will show a different cluster map.